pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 got it.
Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worry about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Four Nations. We are back once again. I swear it feels like just yesterday we were wrapping up Tempest versus Ruddy in the winter, but we're back here again for the spring in 2024. My name is Trajan. I am once again your host, and I'm joined by Sheikah and Kaya on the analyst desk, kicking us off on game number 1. Sheikah, we spent a lot of desk time last split. How are you feeling about another split with 1-4 under your belt? You excited to get going again? Absolutely. And Kaya, it's been a hot minute, I'll be honest, since we saw you around these parts. How you been?
Yeah, no, good. A couple of different journeys along my path, but always good to get back into some UK League of Legends. Obviously, a little bit more of a viewer compared to in the past, but obviously on this side of things, so I'm very excited to get into some games.
Absolutely. Back in front of the camera where he belongs. Okay, so we have to get everyone up to speed. We'll get onto the league in a second. Trust me, there's plenty of changes to go over there. But before we even get started, we've got to get back to the foundations. The whole dang game is different, everybody. So we need to get caught up on what is going on with Summoner's Rift. And to aid that, we have a lovely video from our new talent manager, Temporal. So why don't you take it away, Recorder Temporal? Tell us what's going on down there.
Season 14. This year we've got the biggest preseason yet, the whole suite of changes to both itemization and Summoner's Rift itself. Luckily, you've got me, Temporal, to guide you through the most important changes to the competitive League of Legends scene. Let's start off with what's going on the Rift itself. The Void has arrived, and with it comes wide-reaching terrain changes. On the bot side of the map, things have opened up around the red tier 1 turret, making ganking jungler or an errant mid laner significantly more threatening, especially on the dive. Meanwhile, we see opposite changes on the top side of the map, where some solid rock now closes off angles of approach through Tribush, just in case those top laners weren't quite lonely enough. Other terrain changes denote the repositioning of brushes around the map, most dramatically in the mid lane, where the brushes have been shifted further away and drawn into the river. This helps immobile laners have an easier time. We should see visitors coming from further away, and who knows, as a result we might just see some niche immobile picks like Orianna or Syndra, if we're really feeling daring. Along with this new terrain, we have some new friends joining us on the Rift. The Void Grubs, Snap, Crackle, and Pop, or indeed Kevins, are a new objective to spawn in the Void Pit at 5 minutes, and give your team damage over time on turrets, increasing with each group killed. They also don't all need to be taken at once, or even by the same team, somewhat mitigating the risk of starting the objective, since you can come away with a consolation prize, even if someone crashes your party. They respawn once every 4 minutes after being taken. If a team is fortunate enough to take at least 5 grubs, they'll get their own Kevins to help siege down turrets. Oh, look at how cute they are. At 14 minutes, the grubs will tunnel back to whence they came and be replaced by the Rift Herald. Speaking of Shelly, our favourite friend from the Void has had a bit of a makeover. In addition to some snazzy new looks, the Rift Herald has gained a new ability to let champions ride around on her back as she charges into turrets, and maybe enemy AD carries. Of course, since Stewie, Louie, and Dewey are occupying the Void Pit for 14 minutes, there won't be any taking of turret plates with the Herald moving forwards. But the added flexibility of being able to use her as a rotational aid means she's still an objective worth fighting for. There's one Void monstrosity we haven't yet mentioned, and that's the Baron himself. With a new look, a new moveset, and beefier base health stats, these Barons are sure to be threats to any team that dares stand against them. And yes, we say Barons, since the iconic monster now has 3 different forms: the Hunting Baron, the Territorial Baron, and the All-Seeing Baron. Each of these forms have a new special attack, but most importantly reshape the terrain around the pit, which means we're surely going to see some bold innovation in how teams can throw that Baron. Additionally, when Baron spawns, she corrupts the blue and red buff, and even poor little Scuttle Crab. Aww. When slain, red and blue will now grant their respective buffs to the entire team, no longer transferring to that member's Slayer, and when Scuttle falls, it releases a huge area of effect with the same function as a Scryer's Bloom, giving you vision around the river. That's enough about the Rift itself. Itemization has also received an overhaul in the new season. A whole bunch of new items were added, and the rest have mostly received minor touch-ups and reworks. Across the board, ability haste is down and flat damage is up. Mythics are out, which means you can now build whatever item you'd like. Lethality also now means flat armor penetration, even though it's retaining its name. If you're an ability power champ, you're likely going to see some use out of Storm Surge. This new item is similar to the old Ludens and somewhat, in my mind, something of a DFG retrain. Gives a flat 100 ability power and 10 magic penetration. Its passive is what makes it really crazy though. Dealing 35% of a target's max health gives you a burst of movement speed, and after 2 seconds strikes them with a burst of lightning. And that echo of damage goes further and it becomes an area of effect of its own if the champion is already dead and grants bonus gold. Other standout ability power inclusions are Riftmaker, which now no longer builds out of the worst components in the game, and stacked on top of some other AP items makes champions like Gwen, Kayle, and Mordekaiser an absolute terror to deal with from the top lane. In the bot lane, double support items have taken over around the world, especially in Korea where we see Lucian Milio frequently, with both grabbing early scrolls. This won't be making it to patch 14.2, but for the first day of our season, we're still on 14.1, so we'll see what the teams bring out. The meta is still evolving, and with the return of the classic non-mythic item system, we're probably going to return to a time where we're figuring things out much slower and items have much more depth. With patch 14.2 comes a whole host of buffs for champions who need a little love, and nerfs for stacking support items, Storm Surge, and some other overperformers. It should be with us for day 2 of the regular season, but not quite today. Can't wait to see what our UK and Irish players have been cooking this off-season. Welcome to the Spring Split.
Casters, and your live.
Thank you very much, Temporal. Very on brand of you to contact us from the past, but now hopefully everyone should be up to date. Everyone should be ready. We know what's going on. The Rift is very different. There's a lot more to factor in to our normal fights and new macro movements down there, plus all the items changing. And we're going to get a little bit more in depth to talk about what we think is going to be the most impactful. And this is just our opinion, just as the desk, and we can't go over everything. You know, Temporal has given us a good run over, but we're going to give an opinion on what we think is good, what we think is bad, and then a little pocket pick for us, something to keep an eye on that we think is going to be particularly important and impactful. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. And because I'm the host, once again, while I still have any semblance of control over this desk, I'm going to send it to you, Sheikah, first. So why don't you give us your good off the bat?
My good was Storm Surge, which we saw Temporal touch on very briefly in that VT. Storm Surge is not just good, it is totally broken. At least for the remainder of this patch, it's totally broken. It's going to get completely quashed on Wednesday, I hope. But this item is something that it's an item made for assassins, but we are seeing burst mages, control mages, anything that can do magic damage is building this item. Because doing 35% of something's health is really not that hard for a lot of AP scaling champions. You kind of hit 1 or 2 abilities and you've chunked about a quarter of the health already. So getting that 35% threshold is insane. And if you then can make that, so for something like Syndra where you have an execute at 15% health, you whack them with the ult and you're doing massive AoE damage to the entire team. And I've had experiences where, you know, I think I'm out on like maybe 100 HP, possibly even less. And suddenly I'm struck by lightning, and I'm like, where did Kennen come from? Oh, it wasn't Kennen, it was Storm Surge. So, for an item as good as it is, as much as I want to see it quelled, I think when we're talking about good things in League of Legends, this is the pride of place thing at the moment.
Yeah, Syndra has been my personal abuser right now. I have been riding that one pretty hard in solo queue, so I certainly can speak to the power of Storm Surge right there. What about you, Kaya? What are you feeling good about in this patch?
So with this patch, as kind of a general thing, when asked, I just put lots of changes. Because lots of changes, it's loads of fun. There's amazing good things being done with the terrain, the fact that we've got multiple different barons, and it's all doing all of these exciting changes coming to the Rift. It's an indication that Riot are trying to not make this game stale. And obviously for us, watching the kind of higher echelon of players, we get to see the players play this new map, these new features to their absolute full potential. I think it's really exciting that Riot keep on coming up with these ideas to change the game, how to make it more interesting for viewers, for analysts, for players, to try and keep them all engrossed into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that steps forward well onto my own choice of good thing, which is specifically the stronger Baron and the new Baron pits. And it feels like a change. We all remember what happened when they added Chemtech Drake and when they added these elemental Rifts before that. People were pretty taught about it. They were pretty mad. They were pretty wound up about these changes. They tried to, add this new exciting objective on the map, and it took them so long to get it right. They had to remove Chemtech entirely and then bring it back later, right? They seem to have bungled that change a lot. And this one, I don't hear anyone complaining about Barons. No one seems to be mad about the new changes on these maps. No one's mad about the terrain, except for maybe some junglers who can't just, brain off and also click around the same amount. But it seems like no one's kicking off about a lot of these changes, which is very rare for the League of Legends community, and I think it speaks to the quality of those changes. Shika, it feels like you might want to get in with something.
I was going to say, it's also just not just the pit itself that's changed, but the 3 different types of Baron, I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but the 3 different attacks, it means you have to be on your toes, and it can swing a Baron fight. You can do the dance around it, but it swings it quite nicely left and right. It's very interesting.
Yeah, Baron should be difficult, and now it is not something you can autopilot as easily, right? I love that change, and I think generally people are pretty high on it. So let's move on to the bad. Let's see what Riot maybe has fumbled a little bit into 2024. Shika, we'll come back to you. Who is really grinding your gears right now?
There's going to be a lot of questions as to why I've picked this. Miss Fortune.
Seems like Miss Fortune's having a relatively inoffensive start to this split, so tell us why Miss Fortune has wound you up.
Solo queue, scars coming out.
Check Chica's record, just lost to Miss Fortune 30 minutes ago, guaranteed.
Not quite. So, Miss Fortune, at the time, Miss Fortune was the only example that came to mind, but it's an overarching problem. It's less misfortune and more lethality, I think, is the problem. The state lethality is in currently is extremely unhealthy for the game. The reason I pinpointed Miss Fortune is because she's just one of the best users of it that isn't meant to use it. When you're getting one shot from half health because someone had, she's got one little piece of lethality, especially when a lot of AD carries can't match the early game pressure that Miss Fortune gives anyway. The lethality being able to be built on things that it wasn't meant for is causing a massive power shift in the game that is unnecessary. So, we're seeing Caitlyn, we're seeing Miss Fortune, we're seeing Draven, even Lucian in some situations. Something has to change with this mechanic. I've posed the solution before of making lethality halved for range champions, but I feel like it needs fixing because it's really unhealthy in its current state.
Yeah, stepping up to that 1-to-1 ratio certainly has had a big effect. Personally, as a Jhin player, I love it, so I'll be keeping that one. I'll be holding that letter back from Riot so I can keep abusing Youmuu's on Jhin for a few more patches. But Kaya, what do you think's bad about the game?
So when I was bad, I also put lots of changes. We've gone through massive changes, and we still have Corki and Azir as really high pro picks. No matter how much Riot try and change this game, you're still seeing Varus, Ashe are very high priority. Corki, Azir, you just can't escape it. And I think as well for this kind of level of play as well, there isn't also a lot of time for players to get used to this patch, playing in a competitive level. So I do think in these early stages, if we're looking at it kind of affecting the league, I think we're very much going to see people trying out new things, especially in these early changes. And then the changes on Wednesday as well. So people are getting used to one patch. Now it's going to change again. and we're going to see a whole different thing when we come around to Thursday. So there are lots of changes. Some of them are really good, but I also think a lot of them will start to affect kind of our power rankings of how we can rank certain teams.
Yeah, now we're going to move on to the teams in just a second, and we'll make sure we have enough time to talk about those, but let's quickly go over our pocket picks. So Sheikah, what are you looking out for? What's going to be your specialist pick to look out for here?
Taliyah. I think Taliyah as a whole, as a champion in current meta, fits very, very nicely. She can be control mage, she can be burst mage, hell, she can be utility mage, and she does it extremely well. Storm Surge is an item she can abuse extremely well. So I think definitely Taliyah has pride of place for me.
Yeah. Kaya, what about you?
I put down Nocturne. I think Nocturne's a really strong pick. Obviously, he also provides the chance to combo with stuff like Orianna, Neeko, really strong mid lane picks, and it's ease of execution as well. So I think we're really going to see that come out from a lot of these teams. Another one to talk about in the jungle is Vi as well. Does the exact same thing that you could see like the Neeko, the Oriannas do. So
pocket pick, Vi, the pocket pick. Yeah, very, very low presence Vi in the jungle.
Oh,
yeah. Never see a Vi, not at this point.
That's why I went Nocturne.
Yeah, that was I like the Nocturne pick for sure. So let's move on to the teams. Let's get involved with the league that we currently have. We had seen some shuffles into some names. We have a couple of new organizations to look at. So let's get the graphic up. Let's take a look at the 8 teams that we are contending with here in 2024 spring. Belfast Storm, DMG, Lions Creed, Steelback, Ruddy as well, Venomcrest and Versic. These are names that you'll recognize, but Nuclear Vikings and Paragon are new into Division 1. Now, I imagine many of you will know these teams from both the UK or the NLC ecosystem in general, from those lower divisions over the last couple of years, but now they have joined us up here with the exit of Tempest going from first to not applicable from 2023 to 2024, and we'll see who else can try and fill up that void at the top, right? So Sheikah, for your first initial, I guess just give us a little read on Paragon and Nuclear Vikings. Let's focus on the new blood here. Do you have any points you want to just lay down on either of these teams quickly?
I think I'm going to withhold a lot of my points because of what our first match of the day is.
Yes, we are going to be sliding into that one, Paragon and Nuclear Vikings being our match, so we're going to get a good look at them. So, in that interest, I guess maybe let's focus in a little bit more. Let's not talk about them both, let's talk about Nuclear Vikings first. Let's get straight into it, let's get into the match details. And now, I know, Sheikah, I believe we have Nuclear Vikings set aside for you. We said we had to put a label on it in the fridge, and this is Sheikah's, don't touch it. Okay, Sheikah wants to talk about it. So, Nuclear Vikings, let's get the roster up if we can, and then pick out a player, pick out something about this team that you think really jumps out.
So, Nuclear Vikings, currently, I have pulled up the wrong tab, give me 2 seconds. Nuclear Vikings roster.
The speech is ready, just had to make sure nothing is missed.
So the Nuclear Vikings roster you're seeing on screen currently is Paragon's roster, just to let people know. Heike is the coach, but the roster usually is Dusty, Fruity Carrots, Kiana, Brody, and Lauai. But Dusty is not able to play today. We have Wet Noodles, their top lane sub, coming in. And Nuclear Vikings have essentially taken two power points of Paragon. Bearing in mind, Paragon is the team that won Division 2 in the split just gone, and were able to get into that promotional series to get to Div 1. They took Brody, and they took Fruity Carrots, and they have got them for themselves. These are two players who have shown they can play at this level, just on a different team.
Yeah.
Kiana and Lauai and Dusty are all very new pickups. Wet Noodles played for Nuclear Vikings in Division 2 last split, and they didn't have a terrible time if memory serves. They did pretty well. So I'm very excited to see how this team has evolved. We followed them in open qualifiers. They were a very good team, just couldn't quite make that push to get Div 1. Div 2, I think they had a pretty good running. Now they're here after acquiring someone's spot. Who's off the top of my head, I don't remember. I think it was Tempest.
It was
one of the two.
And then Paragon obviously took Ex Machina.
Yes.
Because they were the other team
over Arcadia.
That was it.
X-Max. Yes, they got over Arcadia. Yeah.
So they've made Div 1, which was their initial plan from open quals. I'm very excited to see what happens here because I think you have very good individual pieces ready to go. And if they gel as a team, they could be very, very scary.
Yeah, for sure. Someone specifically, I think, to touch on, and Kaya, I want to pick your brain a little bit about this, is we have highlighted Fruity Carrot specifically, used to play on Paragon with Brody, and has made a bit of an impression on us. I believe we do have a little highlights package for Fruity Carrots as well to be playing. So while we're finding that, Kaya, why don't you give you this read on Fruity Carrots as a player for Nuclear Vikings, what you think they bring to the team, and how you think they benefit from this guy?
Yeah, probably just someone that's really overall consistent for this roster from the games that I've seen in the open quals, even before any of this was happening. When the UKL was first coming back, he was definitely someone that was highlighted very early on as someone to keep an eye on, as we've got the clips from their playoff run coming up here. Yeah, really consistent with his plays. Almost came across a lot of the times as like a leader for this team, as that's kind of how his gameplay acted on that side. So yeah, going to be sticking with obviously a couple faces from that Paragon roster. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how he can fit in with some new faces and also some old faces as well.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what Fruity Carrots can bring to this league. We have had some very exciting junglers playing in the last split, and we're always looking for that new talent, right? That's what we're about here. That's what we're doing in the Four Nations, Div 1, Div 2, and the whole ecosystem, is looking for that new talent in the UK to bring up and put on the stage for everyone to see. We can see these highlights. This guy's definitely a bit of a highlight reel, and we can see a lot of these carries coming through, right? The Lee Sin, the Gragas coming in, not afraid to lead the charge into these fights, it seems. So, we'll look out for them for the rest of Paragon, or for the rest of Nuclear Vikings, I should say. Almost said Paragon, not on Paragon anymore. Let's throw it over to Paragon instead and take a look at their roster. We'll throw it up and see if it's Nuclear Vikings roster. No, it's right. There it is. The same roster. Good job. So we do have the actual Paragon roster now, and I'll stick it with you, Kaya, to kick this one up and talk about the team generally, because Paragon has had a bit of a storied journey into this league in terms of getting this spot.
Yeah, obviously the Paragon roster of last split, last summer, obviously won their Div 2 regular split and playoffs as well, but fell short just at the last mark when it came to the promotion series. Ex Machina were the team that were able to come through, as well as Lions Creed Academy. So Paragon have taken on that spot, making a kind of joint partnership with the Exeter University lads. Obviously, you can see on your screen a lot of similar faces from that roster. I believe Snepex is the only face that was kind of a sub for that Ex Machina roster. I think everyone else has pretty much stayed the same for that roster coming in. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt from going to UKL Div 2 into now UKL Div 1.
Yeah, I believe we do maybe have a list of that playoffs bracket. We can see the journey coming through, but while we're maybe looking for that, Sheikah, is there anyone from this roster that really stands out? I know, remember in the green room just before we came on here, we were asking all the talent, okay, who do you think is the most important player on Paragon? And we got 3 different answers. So why don't you give us your answer, and then we can see on the screen right here, that was the journey that Paragon went through to, in the end, not quite make it over Ex Machina, but they are here now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, personally, I think Eden is the standout player for this roster. However, I cannot go without mentioning Refresh, Timotopper, and Lasp either.
It's the whole team, basically. Almost everybody. Everyone who we know already.
So I haven't seen much of this team. Yeah. I didn't really follow the university scene enough to catch them, but I do know that one of our broadcast talent has followed them for quite a while, and we'll be hearing from them later, I'm sure. But from what I have seen, and especially in that finals against Paragon when they were still on Ex Machina, Lasp, Eden, and Refresh were strong individual players. Lasp has always been a big carry player. Eden always been a very good control mage player, very respectful, very hard to punish in lane. And Refresh is a solid weak side player, can do whatever you need him to, and I think can also play that strong side from time to time as well. Didn't get to see Timotopper in that series, was their sub Drippy Darren playing, but from what I have heard from the other people on the broadcast team, Timotopper is considered to be the best player on this roster. So I'm ready to be impressed by this roster. I have high expectations for Paragon this split if this team can live up to the hype that everyone is sending its way.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of hype around Timotopper for sure, behind the scenes, but yeah, generally speaking, it seems like this Paragon roster has a lot of exciting elements on it. Kai, I don't know if you would pick out anyone else specifically, and I also just want to follow up and lead that point onto, for Timotopper specifically, if that is the pick or not, that's fine, but for the support role, I guess, in this current patch, in this current meta, how important and impactful do you think it can be? We've had big shifts in the power of mid and AD carry and even top lane. Where do you think support fits into the current kind of hierarchy? If Timotopper is going to be a star player, how much can a star player do from the support position?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of supports go very different ways in terms of like how impactful they want to be across the whole map. So it's going to be very interesting to see his kind of own twist on kind of how he reacts to what's going on in the map, and obviously all the changes going on as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously he's got an AD carry next to him that he knows very, very, very well, and obviously they'll have some really good chemistry in terms of what they want to do. That he'll realise, I can leave this AD carry alone under tower. He's not going to die 5 times, or maybe he knows that he can't leave that AD carry by himself. So we'll have to see how they come in. Obviously they're going to have the upper hand with that chemistry.
Just to tag on there as well, focusing more on support as a whole, we are seeing a lot of variety in the support items now. Everything seems viable in one way or another. One thing more broken than others. I don't think it has to be said that World Atlas is abusable currently in that bot lane, and that Bloodsong is a little bit broken, being a Spellblade proc and a free press the attack on your first auto attack after an ability. But we're seeing a lot of differences. You know, heavy CCs are going for the Slay. Mages, other AP are going for Zazax. We're seeing this Bloodsong. We are seeing these different avenues taken. Even the Dreammaker is seeing play as well. I'm very excited to see how supports take it, this split, because I think the variety of that item, it being able to change game to game, is going to be massively, massively interesting, and it's going to tell us just how well these teams can adapt to what comes at them.
Yeah, I think we are really seeing a lot of variety down in that support position, right? You can see it in the picks that we're seeing at the highest level. A lot of the other roles, as I think you touched on, Kaya, the meta doesn't feel very different. We're still seeing Azir Corki, we're still seeing Vi Jungle, we're still seeing a lot of similarity across a lot of the Rift, but down in the support role, we're getting Senna, Seraphine, Pyke, Nautilus, you know, like Nami still paired up with Lucian. We're getting Enchanted, we're getting Milio still. We're getting a lot of different styles. If anything, it feels like maybe the tank engages are the only slightly underrepresented one. But Sheikah, I don't know if you'd agree with that, or how do you feel about the support role diversity right now?
Diversity-wise, I think everything is playable. I don't think there is a single champion you can't take in that role currently in the right circumstances, and the right circumstances aren't really, really niche. You know, in the past, it's always been like, oh, I can't play Pyke because it's a very niche angle, or oh, I can't play Nami, I don't have a Lucian. But currently, I think everything is playable with anything almost. It's just a case of what best suits the situation, what best suits the team. Outside of maybe Yuumi, who is only really being paired up with Zeri because Tank Zeri's back, so...
yeah, they did break Titanic Hider again, didn't they? So, whoops.
And Experimental Hexblade exists, which is Zeri's favorite item. It's attack speed and move speed on your ult. You're just doubling up on a good thing.
It's a bit grim. I thought we'd killed Zeri, but sadly... I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen... I don't think we've seen a huge presence at the top level, but I imagine there have certainly been plenty of games ruined by it across the scope of League of Legends, so we'll have to hope that we don't see too much of it, as we are now going to head into the draft for Game 1, I'm being told. So let's see if we've got a tank Zeri Yuumi on our hands, or if we are going to see a bit more of the meta we are used to already as the bans are coming through. So Paragon, Nuclear Vikings are two new organizations stepping up to show us what they've got. Immediately, the Ashe is the first ban, so I imagine this is focused on, I guess, is this like a lethality support thing, Sheikah? Are we just doing like Ashe with lethality poke, or is this even more toxic than that? Yeah.
You can, if you really want, and I think that is toxic enough, but you can do that. You can also still play AD carry. It's still perfectly fine. You know, you're not gated behind having to go for this Trinity Force anymore. We've got old Rageblade back, people.
We do.
It is back. So many champions are coming back into the meta because of this item. She has the diversity. She has the flexibility, and that's the scariest part about her. because she's still extremely oppressive. She's still one of your best early game carries. She still makes champions like Lucian's life extremely hard. So I can understand wanting to just get rid of it, especially against Brody, who can play a very, very good utility game.
Yeah, seems like a very impactful, reliable carry down there. Doesn't have to be always doing the DPS, will always be useful regardless. I'm seeing a lot of support focus coming out of Paragon's bans right here, whereas Nuclear Vikings focused on the solo lanes instead. Perhaps we are starting to see where the danger is perceived to be from either side of the Rift right here. As the Varus, the last ban away from Nuclear Vikings, and an instant Xin Zhao slam. We have seen a lot of Xin. We've seen the Vi coming through. Kaya, now that we've already had the Xin, what are you expecting to come back as a jungle answer here?
Ooh, well, I mean, there's
the pocket pick.
There's the pocket pick coming out.
One on red
So
side.
is 1-0 up over the rest of us.
Crushed it.
Straight away. So obviously, Taliyah can, I guess, flex into the jungle. Most likely, probably going to go into the mid lane. So probably see some form of answer from the Nuclear Vikings seeing at the jungle, or they're going to pick up really high pro ADC there. We've got a Caitlyn being locked in for Brody, who is also running the PRG tag, so that's going to be a fun one.
Oh yeah, I noticed that. I was going to say it. I find it hilarious that the name still hasn't changed from before.
Yeah, looking forward to Brother Brody in the 40-minute team fight, running in the wrong direction suspiciously. We'll see how that comes through. But we've managed to get Sheikah's pocket pick in Taliyah, and Sheikah's bad pick in Lethality AD carry abusers with Caitlyn. So, what was your good pick again? It was
Storm Surge, which is also here because of Taliyah.
If we just get Syndra mid, or even just Taliyah as well, can rip it, then we'll see if we can get all three for Nuclear Vikings to just be cribbing off Sheikah's notes. As Paragon, they've locked in the Ornn top lane, so we're blinding a lot over there. We are focusing on that top side for them, but it seems it's relatively unassailable. Sheikah, I don't know, how are we dealing with Ornn in this day and age? Can we still abuse it with enough bruisers? Can we still just slam a Darius, or is that a bit too off meta now?
You can. I do think that there is a world where Caitlyn can just go crit here and still deal with this Ornn perfectly fine. I also think that LDR and Seruldas aren't bad if you're going lethality still, because Caitlyn's always going to have that crit scaling in her kit. I would like to see that. I was going to say something like the Trundle here, just to really put the boot into this one tank space. You've already got a bruiser. You're maybe looking at a tank support if this Ornn gets put into the ground. And of course, we still don't know where Taliyah is going, because Trundle is a two-way flex. There's a three-way flex. So there's two three-way flex champions in front of us at the moment. It's, well, one two-way and one three-way since the Caitlyn has been picked away. So I think you still have a lot of room to move in this draft. I think this is going to be a masterclass from Nuclear Vikings, because if this is going to be a traditional crit Caitlyn, we're going to have to see good map movements. That is exactly how we used to see Caitlyn played when she used to be meta, and if she's going to come back, those map movement has to come back as well.
Yeah, just before we get to the second round of bans, you are aware of Wet Noodles, is my understanding. You know Wet Noodles as a sub, so what kind of champion are you expecting this guy to bring out? Like, what's the style here? He's an wow, okay, so it's a denial, if anything. The Ornn taken away from Wet Noodles, so we'll see
He's a very good weak side player. The Ornn, the Renekton, and most any tank. I'm expecting some kind of utility coming out of Noodles. I give him. I'm not the nicest whenever it's just us.
We maybe don't give him enough credit, perhaps, at times. But yes, as you say, that is
credit. I kind of I poke the beast sometimes.
Yeah.
But
okay, right.
It's definitely a good player.
Let's get into second round bans. So we had some more bot lane focus. The Lux, of course, still flexible, but this is burst support, and the Syndra denied, so we'll see no Storm Surge Syndra. The Karma removed. Now, are we buffed Karma yet, or are we not done that until Wednesday?
Don't think so.
Because
she's still
good, and about to get even more rancid in 2 days. So look forward to that one being a lot more banned, I guess. And the center removed, so much support focus over the course of this draft. And the Soraka could be locked in for Nuclear Vikings here. The pool has been very pinched, but Kaya, how do you feel about the Soraka, or maybe any other picks that you think would be good for the Nuclear Vikings here? Could we even just slam the Taliyah down there?
Let's go!
Yeah, I think that's the best thing for Nuclear Vikings to do. You've got a Cassante lock in there. Obviously, they already have the Ornn. It allows Luai to have a counter pick into what Paragon complete their bot lane with. We are seeing the Corki lock in. Yeah, let's ignore that.
Still time for an Azir mid and a Taliyah support. We could get there.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. The opposite of the matchup was ended up being locked in. Obviously, it's very much likely that the Taliyah will be going in the mid lane. We're seeing again the kind of rotation of supports that Paragon are looking for. They are hovering the Soraka as well, so it might be a pick that both of them are looking at potentially to round up. We will see.
We'll just wait. We'll just wait and see what they've got cooking under there. They have a pretty nice team fight comp developing right here, and the Zyra lock-in. I am very excited about that. I spent more than one season as a Zyra OTP in mid and support back when it was playable. Apparently, it's not Zyra. Apparently, it's Hui. We have been told by production.
Hui's support is a pick. That's so. This champion has such an overloaded kit, right? It is AP Aphelios, is how I've
by
heard
design,
explained.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it is AP Aphelios. So
I don't trust that Zyra either. We'll see if production tells us it's something else. So, apparently it's real Zyra. Okay, we've been double taken. So it's Caitlyn Zyra, and then Ezreal Hui. So finish your point on Hui, Sheikah, and then we'll talk about comps.
Yeah, so because of everything Hui can do, you've got long-range poke with Sunstrike, you've got fears, you've got shields, you've got speeds, you've got roots, you've got anything and everything you could need under the sun, and you're pairing it with another poke AD carry. You're pairing it with Ezreal, who is known for being a pain in the backside when it comes to poke. I'd really, really, really hope that Last and Timitoffer have practiced this, because if not,
yeah.
I'm scared.
Generally, we would hope that the players practice their comps before the Four Nations stage, but, you know, we don't want to get too greedy here. So, I mean, I like the idea of Hui as an answer into one of these long-range control mages. Zyra very oppressive to most people, even other range characters due to the plants, but Hui has insane range and can contest maybe that damage from even further away than Zyra's used to. Kaya, how do you feel about this bot lane matchup? Do you favor the Caitlyn side? Do you think the Hui Ezreal is going to be a good enough answer?
It's going to come down to what we were talking about, as have these guys actually practiced this, or is this just Timotopper going, trust me, Hui's good here, and the coach going,
okay,
sure, why not?
See, I think if anything, this is Rob cooking more so than Timotopper.
Really?
I think Rob's probably just turned around and said, "We go Hui here, it's insane."
Guys, Hui's broken. Tim, you just learn the spells in the first 3 minutes of the game, just write them down, and then use the longest range ones. You'll be fine. So we have a potentially very a poke battle in the bot lane, both though with decent burst to drop down. Ezreal in those early levels, you know, deceptively strong burst if you get that full combo off, and then the Caitlyn Zyra CC combination is pretty deadly, so we'll have to keep an eye down there. For the rest of the map, we did get the kind of weak side matchup in top lane, K'Sante versus Ornn. There is kill threat there from either side in the early levels as well, but we'll see how on their toes they are. But let's take a look at the mid jungle instead. Taliyah Trundle versus Azir Xin Zhao. Sheikah, how are you feeling about this mid lane matchup? Do you think that it's going to be a farm-fested mid, or do you think the junglers are going to be able to affect that side of the map, or anywhere else particularly, given the matchups we have?
Well, I can safely say that before I even touch on the matchup itself, I'm very glad that Eden's Syndra is gone, because that's something that man is known for. This specific mid matchup, though, Taliyah Azir can be very flippy, because Azir, of course, a lot of your safety comes from Shifting Sands, and you've got Unraveled Earth to kind of put a stop to that a lot of the time. But ultimately, if Azir and Xin can find the angle onto Taliyah, you can't get them both away from you. You have to make the decision of, do I Seismic Shove on top of myself and Xin Zhao doesn't get to play, or do I Seismic Shove the Azir and they don't get to play? Because Trundle Pillar is not going to help. Once Xin Zhao's on top of you, you're like that. You have maybe that much of an angle to get the pillar to separate you. Otherwise, you're not getting that separation. You're just being pushed further into your doom. But if Xin Zhao cannot land Wind Becomes Lightning, that is the key. If Xin Zhao cannot land Wind Becomes Lightning because there is no preparatory CC from Azir to allow for it, then Taliyah Trundle get to completely roll over this, especially when you consider the map pressure they're going to have with Weaver's Wall. Yeah,
for me personally, I think I'm going to be looking to see which of these teams can get to an objective first, because I don't want to push into Ezreal, Zyra, Azir with Xin, Ornn potential engage to turn. I also don't want to be pushing into, sorry, not Zyra, Hui, Ezreal Hui. I also don't want to be pushing into Zyra Caitlyn traps with Taliyah Seismic Shove to catch you out. So I feel like whoever gets to an objective first is going to have a lot of control over this game, and no one's going to have fun trying to break into that. But Kaya, looking at both of these comps together, we do have, I guess, it seems like a decent level of scaling across both sides. So of course, one does have an Ornn, which maybe skews the balance. If this game goes late, Do you think either team is going to be innately favored, you know, once we get to that 30-40 minute mark?
It's always hard when you've got an all on one side to kind of get the read of kind of the scaling aspect of this of these kind of two teams. I do think that Nuclear Vikings have answered really nicely into the kind of picks that Paragon have gone for. They're not cooking as much as well, so it's very simple, basic of what they want to do. As you said, getting to objectives first, making sure they set up. They've got enough ability to kind of peel back certain team fights as well. Paragon have a lot of snap engage, which is always really handy to have. Obviously, we've got the Zin, the Azir, the Ornn as well. So, I mean, Paragon have the tools to catch Nuclear Vikings if they're not doing their due diligence with vision and stuff. But both of these teams have the kind of tools. It'll be very much who can set up in these early games. And I think it'll be who can set up their mids and who can set up their AD carries to carry.
Yeah. Sure. So it seems like both teams have plenty of tools, both teams with the tools they need to win this opening salvo. So let's push you guys for a bit of a... Well, Chico, I'll let you speak first before I jump on you for a prediction.
I was just going to say, I'm very interested to see if Paragon's players, they probably do, but if they're aware of the Ornn mechanic, now that we're back to no mythics for artifacts.
Well, you have to arrange your
You have
inventory
to have it in
right.
the first slot of your inventory for it to be the item that gets upgraded.
Yeah.
The number of people who don't realize that and end up losing out is hilarious. But all the Ornn items are about 1,000 gold's value, so we're looking at roughly about a 5k gold lead if it's an even state when Ornn gets to level 17.
We'll see if the Ezreal ends up with like an upgraded Cyrildas instead of a Triforce or something.
Yeah,
you know,
if that happens, I'm going to laugh and say I told you so after the game.
Yeah, we will be laughing, we will be DMing Lapsed, and we will be not letting him forget it. So, with that, as I said, as I set you guys up for, I did prime it a little bit, so hopefully you had a time to think about it. Let's talk about a prediction very quickly before we go into casters. Sheikah, Paragon, Nuclear Vikings, who do you like?
Nuclear Vikings. I think this is a very good global team comp that has a lot of pressure, very good flank opportunities, and let's be honest here, I've not to show bias, but Noodles is playing. Sure,
Noodles is playing, Noodles gets the vote. Kaya, Paragon, Nuclear Vikings, hit us up.
Gotta go Nuclear Vikings with this one.
I think
the kind of combinations that they put together, the fact that Fruity Carrots and Brody are from the Paragon roster, and they also went 2-0 over Exeter last split in Div 2, so they have the kind of breed on the players for this Ex Machina now Paragon roster, so they'll be coming in with a lot of confidence, like we know how to beat these guys, just follow what we do and we'll win.
Well, I am going to cast my vote for Paragon. I am going to believe and buy in Timotopper stock while it is still low, and we'll see how much return I can get on that by the end of the split. But with that, we are going to pass it over to the casters. Black Bloxer and Dalax are taken away for the first game of the Four Nations 2024 Spring Split. Over to you, folks.
Hello and welcome, one and all. I am actually so pumped towards this match. My name is Dalax, I'm joined here by Black Bloxer. We just had a beautiful intro from our desk hosts. Say hello, Black Bloxer.
Hello, how is everybody doing? And just as a little side note, for everybody who is listening to that Paragon stock pumping, that Timotopper specifically stock pumping, it was me. I'm the one selling that stock. I love Timotopper as a player, and I cannot wait to see these guys match up right now.
See, now here's the thing that I'm super curious about, right? I was kind of doing some research before we got into this, trying to get some downloads on both teams, and it seems to me that, like, Paragon isn't coming into this match particularly warm. By going through their profiles, it didn't seem like they had too much experience coming into this season. Don't know if that is going to be telling about how this is going to go, but it's going to be a very early engage.
Oh, Timotopper, he really needs to dodge out onto that route. He does not. Can he flash over the wall? Oh, that's the first caster curse of the split. Good to get that one under my belt immediately. Timotopper gonna go down. It's gonna be an invade right here. Be interesting to see if Nuclear Vikings decide to stick around for this red buff, or if they're just gonna be happy to get some bases off. You got that kill. It was Fruity Carrots. He's gonna have enough time to go back to base, so this is gonna be a brilliant start for him.
A Trundle with a early longsword is gonna be such good agency. They're gonna have that better potential to kind of roam around, get everyone else in the game quicker, so that kill going to the jungler is going to be massive, and they are in fact not going to be pushing this advantage anymore. Just retreat, start top side, get that red side buff, and then hope to maybe keep this momentum rolling, and it's going to be a really passive start from both junglers in light of that crazy beginning.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting back and forth recently about which side of the map you should start on as a jungler, because those grubs are so important, but they're spawning up at the same time as that first Drake. Do you want the first Drake? Do you want the first set of grubs? If you get the first 3, then you're in a good position to be able to compete for getting 5 or 6 of them, getting all of that use later on when you're pushing towers. But then again, if you give up that first 3 set of grubs, you can just fight for the next set when they're not at the same time as a Drake, get a Drake advantage, begin stacking those. Drakes are still incredibly important. They're not as important as grubs, seems to be the consensus that we as a community are coming to, but then again, there's still a lot of wiggle room to go with, so both junglers starting towards the top side means they're going to be meeting at this bot lane Scuttle Crab. And as these junglers clear at relatively similar speeds, we might end up seeing a little bit of a Barney in that bot lane river, but then again, Fruity Carrots with that longsword as well should be able to come out on top of that one.
Yeah, the hosts kind of touched on this before we started, but the bot lane on the side of the Nuclear Vikings is going to be crazy to control. That Zyra-Caitlyn combo, if they push up and try and contest that first Scuttle Crab catcher, they're going to be having a lot of domination of the river between traps and plants alone. But for now, just gentle poking backwards and forwards. Neither team really wants to engage hard, especially after the beginning. If you're Paragon, you really want to try and like slowly claw your way back into the lead. And if you're Nuclear Vikings, you don't want to overextend and give up the lead that you currently have. So it's probably going to be a while till we see anything massively huge.
Yeah, it's been a really good early game already for Nuclear Vikings. They don't want to risk that one out. It's a little bit quicker to get down towards that bot lane Scuttle if you are on the red side of the map, just with the way that the map is laid out at the moment, and it will indeed be Fruity Carrots getting over to that one first. It looks like Snipex knows this, just going to take a reset, head towards that top lane Scuttle Crab, and the reason that this can be a little bit of a risk starting towards the top side and working your way down is because you do give up onto that top lane Scuttle Crab, which is huge once those grubs do spawn. That being said, Fruity Carrots going for a gank.
Probably not going to find much here. That
the return!
Down. That's a lot of agency back in the way of Paragon, forcing the Nuclear Vikings to backpedal. Almost, yeah, they should be chased out of lane here. They're going to have to take a large break, even though they didn't have the jungle on their side. That's going to be Lesped getting tons of damage and showing that they are definitely not out of this game.
Yeah, that's the way that Lasp likes to play. I love this man. These two on that Ex Machina roster for the University of Exeter are just insane. They won the most recent University Esports split for themselves. They've just been so strong. A little bit of a gank top lane. Snipex gonna land that Wind Becomes Lightning, not gonna go in. Instead, just hanging around in this top side. Fruity Carrots on his way through. That bot lane matchup, you can understand why you want to get aggressive. Timotopia didn't have a flash, but not going to be able to find anything. The return is good with the damage. Big wave being pushed underneath the turret. This should keep Wet Noodles underneath here for a good while. And with 15 seconds until this set of grub spawns, there is a potential. And not going to be able to go for it instead, because it looks like Loai has just roamed all the way up.
You can totally understand why they're pushing for this kind of fight here. Void Grubs has kind of become established already as the most important thing to go for early game. It helps you scale, beating out towers quicker, getting a better gold economy before the other team can do anything about it. And these Grubs are falling with 4 members of Nuclear Vikings here to back up, spread out, cover some space. Paragon is in no space to contest this.
And it's really not good for Paragon right now to be losing out on those grubs and not immediately be onto that Drake. That's the thing, they spawn at the same time. So if you're not going to be able to get the grubs, you have to commit to that Drake, otherwise you can lose out on so much. Losing both is pretty much a complete disaster for the early game. That doesn't necessarily have to happen. Paragon can still try to fight for this Drake in the bottom side of the map, but the fact they haven't done it at the same time just means that they're a little bit delayed on their timings and can get things a little bit out of sync. We'll see, it's going to be a engage right onto it from Snipex. Fruity Carrots is working his way down towards the bottom side of the map, but I'm not sure if he's going to walk straight at this Drake. I think he's instead just going to be looking to clear his camps. So it will be a back and forth, but a risky couple of minutes right there for Paragon.
Yeah, time will tell whether the trade of the Void capture for a Dragon will be worth it, but for now, it's a big fight that's going to start breaking out as the Nuclear Vikings catch on to this capture. We do see the Dragon fall, but are they going to lose more blood in this conflict? Lovely bit of engage escape there from the way. That is Paragon making it out a-okay. I really, if if I'm Snipex right now, I kind of have alarm bells ringing, right? That I've got a dragon down, but you kind of have to start prioritizing this top side. When the grubs come back, you can't really afford to let Nuclear Vikings get even two.
Yeah, indeed, and I think the desk didn't touch on this, but an interesting point is that Wet Noodles loves Ornn. It's absolutely his most played, so really understands this matchup as the K'Sante, as both jungles are going to be in this bottom side. Big engage coming from Nuclear Vikings. Oh.
Wow, yeah, that's a fallen soldier in the form of the Zyra. That is an engage from Talia as well, but just can't really find any more agency there. Nuclear Vikings had such a strong start to this game, but it feels like they're always one man late to the team fight. And by the time that someone falls, it's basically over and they have to backpedal to deny any further losses.
Yeah, just the amount of damage that Timotop was able to land there alongside Last. It seems like in the straight-up 2v2, they're getting pushed in quite a lot, having to be very respectful of Brody and Loai, but as soon as they're able to get a little bit of pressure, or you overstep as the Nuclear Vikings, you can just turn that back around and deal so much damage. That kill going over to Last as well is huge. If this man gets a little bit of a lead, he can absolutely carry a game. Has now been able to do that, and is still only sat on a couple of components. What that second item comes through, that's the point at which Ezreal can really pop off. See, his base just going to be interrupted, didn't want to get caught out without his support around, so this base just going to be a bit behind tempo, but should be all good. We've got a little while until the next set of grubs are going to be spawning, same thing for the Drake. This is the moment at which junglers really need to just get their farming done. Ganks if you can find it, but it's very easy on this current patch to begin to fall behind on farming, because there are so many other objectives on the map that you have to go for. Looks like we could get a gank mid though.
Yeah, in they come. And that's going to be a little bit of damage. Double flash from both participants. They're down and out. Mid lane is probably going to pick up a kill here. Yeah, that's the first kill going to Eden. When Azir starts to scale, it is a scary prospect indeed. I am loving Paragon's map awareness. They never seem to be taking fights 1v1. There's always a bit of backup waiting in the wings, ready to jump in at a moment's notice. I'm here for it.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've been hearing is good about Snipex. Not a player I've personally seen before, but I know the rest of this Paragon squad, seen them so much throughout University Esports, and they've always been good at that. They've always been great at bringing extra members to every single fight. It doesn't necessarily matter if they're down a little bit of gold. Having another champion at fights is almost a guaranteed way to be able to win them. We've now got 3 members hanging around in this mid lane, but it will be responded to by Fruity Carrots.
Whoa! Massive
Huge.
push with the Azir rolls and backed up straight away by the Ezreal. That's already one of the Nuclear Vikings falling. The Hueo as well pushing the Trundle out of the fight, and Nuclear Vikings again just have to take it and walk away. A little bit of poke as well from Quay there, just again cementing it. Just stay away. This is now our lane. This is our area, and in fact, it's a really good opportunity to start going for these grubs, and they are aware of it. Trundle trying to find a bit of a way in, trying to find a way to shut down what they're going for, and the Ornn ult shuts it down. The Nuclear Vikings are being torn apart as Eden starts getting some money to their name. Backpedals into the fight, Xin Zhao looking low, and they fall to Talia. Maybe this will start something for the Nuclear Vikings, especially as they take down Azir as well. Ornn on a hair's breadth of life, and they fall. These Nuclear Vikings are overheating as they're about to get 3 more Void Grubs, getting that extra little bit of passive buff online as well.
Oh, hang on. There's a little bit of an extra engage. Timotopper, is he going to win this one? Oh, I think Timotopper would have won that one in the end. Qiyana just going to have to turn tail and run. The burn, it's not quite going to kill onto Qiyana, but oh, that was a good amount of return damage out of Timotopper. Overall, though, absolutely huge set of plays right there for Nuclear Vikings. It looked like absolute disaster. You lose out onto a member right at the beginning of that fight as grubs are spawning. Dang, it's going to be 3 for 3. No real advantage either way, but no, you're able to turn that fight around, and the reason for that is Qiyana. That was such a huge fight out of this Talia, was able to move through it so effectively, constantly landing all of those rocks and just dealing a surprising amount of damage. That's one of the things that you don't really see from Talia, is huge burst damage all of the time. In big team fights, often it's just the slow damage that she's able to deal over time that's really huge, rather than in those individual one-on-one matchups where, you know, you're looking to hit that seismic shove and burst somebody out for all of their health. Just constantly landing stone after stone, getting people lower and lower, and allowing that team fight to be playable, because you lost a member mid lane, then immediately you lose your support as that fight starts, and still you're able to win it and pick yourself up 3 more grubs.
In a spot like this, I've kind of got all eyes on Qiyana. you are expecting them to kind of come out with this increased burst damage, this big AP scaling, and for now, it is going to be Nuclear Vikings that have to challenge this Dragon, ripping it away from Paragon, and there's the steal! Oh my life, Paragon pushes in, tries to find any kind of payback, and they just can't secure it. That's Nuclear Vikings getting away scot-free. They've taken a page out of Paragon's book.
Yeah, we've now got 6 Grubs and a Drake going over to the Nuclear Vikings. This is a really strong position to put yourselves in, and this is what the desk was saying as, oh, hang on, we're seeing a bit of a fight top lane. Oh no!
Oh my god, living on a hair's breadth. You really want this kill if you're Refresh, but you know you can't overextend into Wet Noodles, so you just have to let them get away with it.
Oh, that sucks, but you probably could have stuck around a little bit longer as Refresh, gotten one more auto attack, but I can understand why he didn't look like you're gonna need it so close to being able to get that 1-for-1 kill up in the top lane. It's the kind of thing Ornn can do, just assassinate people occasionally, as we are going to see first items beginning to come through right here. Nothing too out of the ordinary right now, nothing that you're going to be particularly surprised by. It's going to be that Trinity Force for the Ezreal, so, you know, his build has not changed. Despite all of the new items, it's still kind of exactly the same thing at the beginning. For these AD carries, we'll see if there's any changes coming later on, though.
Now here's the thing, Bloxer. Trundle is always like a scary beast whenever you see it arrive. You have to know how to play around it. You have to be experienced in dealing with that field of ice. And they're going to be pushing in now to try and deal with Eden. And Eden is just hyper aware, keeping all their options online so they can back out at a moment's notice. And Timotopper is waiting to capitalize. A little bit of vision, all that Lawai needs though, and it does manage to secure that little bit of vision, make sure they can't get any kind of sneaky engages. Have to reset back to neutral, try again later.
A nice attempt at another bit of a gank. These junglers have both been very effective so far, keeping up well enough in terms of CS, falling a little bit behind their laners, but that's to be expected from junglers during this current meta, but are able to get plenty of ganks off. Snipex has had decent success too, a little bit less so than Fruity Carrots, but I think both of these junglers are going to be pretty happy with the way these early games have gone. That being said, you've got a lot of potential power in these mid and bot laners, so when we get to these big 5v5 team fights, that's where this skill expression is really going to have to come through. The gold pretty much dead even, which after all of the craziness that we've seen so far, is pretty surprising to see it be this close still.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this game has been a back and forth so far. Nuclear Vikings running away with the really early game, Paragon slowly eking it out, and then all of a sudden in one big team fight, the Vikings have completely flipped that disc right back round again. And looking at the actual players, it's interesting to see how it's distributed. So on Paragon, they're kind of all banking on Eden at the moment. We need to start seeing them get other people in the game, otherwise it's all going to fall on that Azir's head. On the flip side though, Nuclear Vikings do take that bot tower, push Lesped into having to disengage, and this Talia looking to punish, knows they can't, backs out. Qiyana not wanting to overextend.
Yeah, a lot of roam around. You can do that as the Talia. Try to get down into the bottom side of the map. Can return back mid lane pretty quickly with that Weaver's Wall as well. Not going to use it, just going to wander up onto this one. Let's get hit by the Fear out of Timotopper. Takes a decent chunk of damage for a support. Hwei really does just so much. What I was going to say though is bot lane already losing their tower is huge. There's been a lot of roaming around out of Timotopper, and it has left Lasp in this bot lane by himself quite a lot. Losing that full tower just gives Brody so much. That being said, engage in the mid lane.
Ooh, almost a kill there, but no dice. That's a Refresh pulling the Brody. The Paragon original slaying his old teammates. Lesped and Timotopper, knowing that they can't really give up too much agency in this lane, they don't want mid tower to fall yet, so they're going to be keeping it back. And what happens in the meantime is Wet Noodles just kind of has this time, get some CS up, try and take top lane tower.
Not going to be able to take down this top lane turret, whereas mid lane turret will fall over to Paragon, keeping this gold nice and even. Snipex is now getting engaged upon, doesn't really have any support. That being said, teleport just going to come in right now. I think that's last teleport, it is indeed. Now Timotopper stepping up, is going to land a good amount of damage right here onto Brody. Doesn't have the burn to be able to kill him quite yet, but that's still a huge chunk being done.
Yeah, that it is. You commented on it earlier, Blocks. I love how much people have been roaming around this game. No one's really sticking to their lanes very definitively. We're all happy to flex around and make sure we're always taking these fights in the best opportunities for our own teams. Wet Noodles knows here to back, realizing the situation, realizing there's not much agency they can actually find in their own lane, so they're going to be going back, filling up on items, then coming back into the fight later. And it's a very similar story all around. Fruits and Carrot choosing for the same thing. But it looks like Nuclear Vikings really wants to force a team fight in mid. Paragon has to respond to this.
Nuclear Vikings have an incredibly strong team fight on them. You just have to be careful to not get hit by too much out of Timotopia and Eden. That's the way that things can go incredibly wrong. But you don't have enough members down here to really contest it. It's going to be a second Drake going over to Nuclear Vikings. They've really had the run of this early game, despite the fact Paragon have been keeping up. In terms of just objectives around, 6 grubs, 2 Drakes to their name, putting themselves in a very strong position. The next couple of Drakes are going to be vital. Do you let Nuclear Vikings get themselves onto that soul point, or are you able to stop that one, get it to a piece, and slow this game down a little bit? You have the Ornn on your team. You want this game to be slower as Paragon.
Yeah, I want to draw quick attention to Timotopia. I have been really enjoying the way that they've been using Hui's spellbooks, because obviously, we all know at this point, 10 different spells that you can cast on this character. It's crazy amounts of years of design philosophy at this point. And I've been really loving the way that they've been option selecting them. Specifically, I think it's EE for crowd control, the kind of like dragon, has been massive for teamfight potential. And the increased damage, they're using their Q spellbooks for executes in the opportune moments. I'm loving seeing.
That's the crushing more, I think, off of the EE that just drags everybody in. But then you've also got yourself, I think it's that QQ, where you just... Not QQ.
QW is the, like,
QW, the lightning
shot
one. Yeah, that just comes down and deals ridiculous damage, comboing those two together as often as possible. Using it really effectively. And you may say, you know, this is not really a support-based champion for Timotopia. Of course, you're seeing Hui as a support at the moment. There's a lot of odd things in the support role. But in case you don't know, in case you have not seen this man play before, I first met Timotopia as a mid laner. I then met him as a top laner, and now as a support or a top laner, or kind of wherever you need. Other than the jungle, he can play basically anywhere and has won incredibly high-level matches on the university and UK scene in all of these lanes. So you give this man any kind of champion, and he's going to be able to use it effectively. His hook champions are a real treat. Not sure how much we're going to see of those in the current patches, but you do get to see one of those. You are in for a lovely time, and right now has been showcasing the Hui really effectively, other than getting caught.
Uh-oh. Oh! What a body block. Get down, Timotopia. Snipex is there to take the shot for you. Why is that hanging around? But obviously when you've got that much range, you don't have to worry about it. Ezreal ult falling on deaf ears. Someone across the other side of the map maybe gets hit, but no one in the fight. Snipex takes that camp, lovely. And all of Nuclear Vikings kind of get that sense. They smell blood in the air. They can feel the fights coming up. But Paragon's just playing slightly safe enough where it's not going to happen.
Eden's going in. He's also getting engaged upon, though.
Yeah, that TP as well is going to be massive, even if Eden wins this, which it doesn't know if they're going to. Yes, they do. They take the kill, and it's a shutdown before Wet Noodle gets the response. And it's not even a shutdown on the favor of Nuclear Vikings. That is such a good advantage to Paragon. They're carrying kill leader, finding such a glorious shutdown.
Had to go in there. Clearly saw that somebody was roaming up through the mid lane, somebody else was teleporting in. You have to find something in that situation. Goes in, manages to get that kill. Now engage in the bot lane.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. That ult from Ornn did do a lot of work, and taking the tower shots, forcing effects, allows them to get their damage off. Same with Last as well. They find a lot of pressure. That's a lovely set of kills in bot lane, forcing your Caitlyn and the Zyra out of the battle for the foreseeable future. It does force Talia to come down to respond. It put Nuclear Vikings, frankly, on a bit of a back leg. They've had to scatter and make sure that they can stop any approach Paragon makes while they will reset.
Ooh, Timotopia, he's gonna land that ult, but he's being chased by two very, very scary champions.
Ooh, scary indeed! That's a lovely chase from Wet Noodles, using the ult there to chase over the wall. It does take them away from the tower, away from any kind of safety. Finding that kill as well starts to put you even more in this game. Eden has shown time and time again they can take these fights, and they start trying to push it, but doesn't engage, knowing the risk of the situation they could have dove straight into.
And that is now a dead support with just a minute left to go before this Drake. This is the exact point at which supports really want to be around that objective, setting up the vision, giving their team that little bit of space to play around. Not being available at that time is just a real hurt for any support.
Did Lauai not? Oh my god! Oh my god! god! Now I didn't notice the tower there, I guess. And that's Ezreal locking eyes and going, oh, I see you on low health. I see you over there. Watch this. Boom. Very unfortunate death to find. And quite an early Baron, quite an old one, if I do say so.
I love that as a call immediately onto the Baron. Hey, we've managed to kill the support, which gives you a lot of that map control just gone. That ultimate is huge in these condensed areas around the Baron pit. Now you don't have that. Fruity Carrots is there. Can he get a skill?
Yeah, Fruity Carrot knows that they have to make some kind of engage soon. If they pick off Eden, that's a lot of kill power. But Eden use that to shove them away from the fight. That should just be a Baron going to PRG, and they do find it. Obviously, Azir isn't going to be benefiting from it anytime soon. The Ornod's trying to keep their team alive. Frankly, here they could disengage, but they still keep trying to go in. That's Refresh falling to Qiyana, and that is the end of that. Paragon does get Baron, but with only 3 of them holding it intact. Another Ezreal ult tries to find a kill.
Going in.
We're going back in again! Snapback goes in, does accidentally die for their troubles, but does find a little bit of purchase. Ezreal trying to find a kill here, and does get it, that's 2! Fruity Carrot falls. Hey, as long as Baron buff is still alive on one person, it was a positive, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You managed to get it onto both your support and your AD carry. Not the ideal set. Still, you're going to be happy enough with that one. And I think more importantly, you managed to take out Fruity Carrot so you can go for this Drake. Of course, both junglers right now are dead, so there is the potential for steals both ways. It looks like it is going to be picked up by Paragon, though. They don't allow Nuclear Vikings to get themselves onto this whole point. They do pick themselves up a Baron, and it all comes off of a, frankly, hilarious play in the mid lane, where Loao just didn't see that there was a tower there, gets sniped, and as funny as the tower taking a lot of health off of Loao was, I mean, Lasp has been so good this game. This Ezreal has been looking so clean. 5-0-1, has got 2 fully completed items, that Manamune, as well as the Triforce, is hitting like an absolute truck, and has just been so safe using that mobility you get from an Ezreal incredibly effectively, not just as a disengage tool, but to get aggressive and get himself a ton of kills.
There's a lot that can be said for Lasp's like map awareness as well, because I've been seeing them sling ults in places where they just don't have vision off of the pretense of, I know you're going to retreat to this bush, I know you're going to back here. It's really nice to see, and obviously the thing we commentated on earlier was Paragon's team play. That's really where they're shining, let's be real.
Yeah, it's been just a great show of overall team competence out of Paragon, something that you love to see, because remember, this is the first game of our split, right? A lot of teams you're expecting have not played together enough to really have that synergy going at this point, but this team has played together a ton, with the exception of Snipex. These guys have been playing together for at least the last year, if not longer for a couple of these guys. Refresh, Timatopa, Lasps, they've been going for absolutely ages at this point, as a uni team, as a UK team now in the UKL 4 Nations, so these guys really know each other, and that's such a boon to have right at the beginning of a split, to know each other and to play effectively as a team.
For now, it looks like the Nuclear Vikings are looking to take this Baron buff offline, and Timatopa is the target set in their sights. Does manage to get out though, knowing that they can't really challenge while Eden's there. They do have to back off, instead farming up for this Scuttle, trying to set up for any potential objectives that are coming up, but it is going to be a good 3 minutes. There's 2 individual fights happening. This top lane one is the focus for now, because that is going to be Qiyana falling to 2 members of Paragon. No matter where they roam, it's always in pairs.
I love that combo out of Snipex right there, to use the Crescent Guard before he'd actually hit onto Qiyana, to just push him back further out of the tower, then use the Wind Becomes Lightning to go in and get all of that damage done when he's not taking a ton of tower shots. Just really competent, nice Xin Zhao play. We're going to see a response coming from Nuclear Vikings in the top lane, but although Refresh is going to get caught out by a little bit, still just going to be able to walk this one off. It wasn't the most effective Baron play, just really used it to get themselves a Drake and a couple of kills more than anything. Still though, Paragon have put themselves into a pretty good position, up by about 5,000 gold at this point, so they're in a very strong position to be able to take over an individual gold. Paints a very similar picture where you've got a good lead in both the mid and the AD carry roles, exactly where you want that gold lead to be.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Bloxer, the hosts commentated on it before we started. Obviously, Paragon has a gold lead at the moment, but also they have an Ornn. That is, I mean, what was it that they said earlier? It's effectively like 5,000 free gold going into the like level 17 area of the game. So it's it's already a scary lead, made more terrifying by the composition they're running. But that's honestly not to we've talked about them a lot. It's not to the discredit of the Nuclear Vikings. It's such a crazy early game. They've been really on it with objectives so far. It's just been that it's all these times they've chosen to split up. Paragon's been happy to pick them off one by one. If they tighten up, focus is moving as a team that little bit more, taking better engages for themselves, I could see this going either way.
Absolutely, and you're speaking of the Ornn items, we're already beginning to see those come through. Refresh now has hit level 15, so it's obviously managed to get one of those down. You've got that Baron's Gift, the Nash's Tooth upgrade right there onto Eden. So if Eden wasn't already dealing enough damage, oh boy, is it getting even stronger. You'll have to imagine that the next one will be Lasp, getting himself an upgrade pretty dang soon, and that Infinity Force is truly one of the best items in the game if you can get it on something like an Ezreal who's already hitting as hard as he is. The Sorrel does 2 completed, so this Ezreal is just so strong. Being said, we do now have a Baron and a Drake spawning at the exact same time. Neither team is on soul point, so you'd think you want to go towards the Baron, but there could be some sneaky plays right here, and any potential pick right now could give both over to your opponent and be absolutely devastating for a team's chances of winning.
Yeah, you said it yourself at the moment, it is a play of safety in a fight to stay alive as we wait for both these objectives to come online. And I'm noticing that Nuclear are very split up at the moment. 3 roaming mid, pushing up towards that Baron, and it's going to be Paragon that are trying to fight for this Dragon instead, splitting off, making sure they've got their bases covered, and Nuclear Vikings are going to be starting this one off. It's Paragon's turn to defend the Baron this time, to push in and take it from the people that are already attacking it, and looks like they're doing it fine. Again, the Vikings do not want to drop this, and it's just a stealthy Dragon Cap from Eden. There we go. It's soul point now in the favor of Paragon, while we play this game of chicken around Baron Nashor.
Lasp and Timotopper, Snipex2 were able to just push everybody from Nuclear Vikings off. They'd not been able to do that much damage to it. They have a decently fast Baron take, but it's not insanely quick. It's certainly going to be a lot slower than what Paragon are able to do to it. Anytime you have an Azir, you're able to melt through that.
Crazy flashing there from Kiana, and doesn't really find anything from it apart from a bit of extra CS. Paragon knowing when to disengage, they're picking their fights well. Nuclear Vikings really want to force this one, but with that first mid tower still alive, they cannot do much about this. Pushing up to Baron, they're going to be forcing this fight again. Very early ult from Lamb, and a ult from Ornn as well, pushes in lovely Zhonya's and Kiana, keeping them alive for now. But I want to draw your attention to the left. There's Eden popping that Azir ult, and every single player is slowed. No picks just yet. Everyone's focusing on the tank. Refresh taking all the hits for Paragon. Kaylin also doesn't find a priority target, but does get a good chunk of change on Timotopper. Everyone is scrapping, but no one is willing to take that final big risk. No one really wants to go in, dive, try and find a kill, but drop themselves as they know that this Baron could be game-defining.
So many people in that fight should have died. Eden flashed forwards at the exact same moment as the rest of his team backed out. He looked like he was going to get caught.
Ooh, amazing QW there from Hwei, getting that execute damage off, popping Brody like a balloon as Nuke has to roll backwards a little bit, losing that first player in this team fight. I said it before, I'll say it again. It's so telling. It's now a 5v4. You lose this on all regards, so you have to come into this on any kind of advantage angle you can see. You can't just take the fights head on, especially as Wet Noodles is just having that health shredded away bit by bit at range.
Oh, that was such a nice, clean play out of Timotopper to be able to land all of that. Hwei deals so much damage if you're able to land everything. It's kind of the same as a Xerath in a lot of ways. I think he has a lot more utility than a Xerath is able to provide, but it's the same as where if you are not on point with those skill shots, you can look like an absolute lemon in a game. Timotopper certainly not having one of those performances, doing incredible things with this champion. Working really well alongside Refresh, actually, to just buy enough space right now for Paragon. A lot of times, these ults out of Refresh and Timotopper have not really been landing onto multiple members to try to kill them. Instead, to just buy enough space, enough time for the poke that you can get out of Eden and Lasp to really be able to come through. Nobody's been able to pick up the Baron quite yet. We'll see who's going to be able to go for this one right now, as the Ezreal just gonna go wide. It's on a pretty dang short cooldown at the moment, so no worries on missing that one for the minute. The next Drake gonna be spawning in 2 minutes time, so that timer is ticking down. That's the point at which you have Soul for Paragon available, but everybody obviously wants this Baron.
Yeah, Cloud Soul as well could be really helpful in chasing down during these team fights where Nuclear Vikings are being forced to run away at all times. And I do want to note, I'm seeing a lot of focus on picking off Qiyana, which is a definitive priority. Looking at Storm Surge in their inventory, looking at that Talia and what it can do on the field. If you pick that up, that's a big chunk of damage output lost from the Nuclear Vikings. Paragon does have their priorities sorted, and they once again know that there's upcoming Baron fights. They just want to take someone off the table before we go in. Fruity Carrot, you can get rid of the jungle, that's great. But Timothoba looks like they're going to fall. Does stay alive on an Eager Pelt. Fruity Carrot finally finds that first pick.
Oh!
And Eden is responding! That's one, that's two. Does get shut down for their troubles. But what an Azero to try and capitalize on a distraction.
Oh, the Azero was pretty huge right there to stop it being an absolute disaster. Still, though, Nuclear Vikings going to be happy with the way that that one has worked out. Going 3 for 2. Asp still alive, dealing a lot of damage. This turret super close to falling.
Yeah, all eyes are on Refresh right now as Lasp is just able to get away with whatever they want.
Lasp
Firing off shot after shot. There goes Vitalia, dropped like a rock. Here comes the Ezreal ult. Doesn't find a kill on the Cassante. In fact, barely a tickle to this Empyrean Warrior.
Yeah, this Cassante is one tanky boy right now, just taking so much damage in stride, not going down. Lasp is able to chunk him down slowly but surely, but that is even through that Infinity Force that has now been completed onto Lasp. It's not a great look when you can't get through the tank despite how many of those shots were being landed. Good fight out of Nuclear Vikings, keeping themselves within touching distance of this game. They're still down by about 4,000 gold. It's going to be really tricky to be able to come back into this one. 3,000 gold at this point. Still though, it's a decent chunk of lead. There's a scaling that you just can't get to because of those Ornn items. Drake, 7 seconds time right now. It's all about if you can get on top of those main carriers for Paragon. Does Eden survive? Does Lasp keep his deathless streak going?
Yeah, time will tell, and it's going to be Fruity Carrot trying to find a pick very early on, recognizing that not all of Paragon's here to defend Timotopper, tries to go all in, realizes that target's dead in the water, so instead tries to find something else, realizes they're away from their team, has to backpedal with Refresh, finds a really nice intro, but can't quite follow up just yet. It's going to be a game of poke and prod between these two teams, as this fight for Dragon is massive. Soul point for Paragon means that Nuclear Vikings really want to take this over anything else. I love the mark from the Xin Zhao, and the Kaelin is finding picks. Time and time again, a Zero is going to be massive as it has been before, but the Nuclear Vikings have regrouped, they have reformed, and regained their MO. Paragon is falling apart at the seams. Timotova just has to find a disengage here, has to find their way out. Fruity Carrot just has to respect this right now. I'd be surprised if, well, okay. Sure.
Just gonna survive.
Yeah, just takes a couple hits, hit you with an iceberg, hit your hat.
Hang on, there's 25 seconds until anybody is back up and available. Nuclear Vikings pushing forward. They've got a really quick take onto this first Drake. A potential end situation right here. Do they think they could do it? 10 seconds until Lasp is up.
I'll be stunned. Wait, they could actually end.
They can.
Be wrong. I love hiding these times the bomb. Oh my god, it's just Timotova trying to keep
It's
this game
done.
alive. But it's just over. It's just over. The Nuclear Vikings take the first game of the UK EL season. Whoo! What a set. I'm off the side of my camera, but there we go. Black Boxer, what a set. Honestly, first
Wow.
of the season, and I don't think we could have started on a more explosive one. Frankly.
Oh, that was not the ending I was expecting from that game.
Not at all. I'm curious to get your thoughts on it. I did notice something that I did want to point out after that Dragon Soul fight, but then it just ended before the Dragon Soul fight ended. There was a really important note made by the hosts before we dove into this, which was knowing about the change in mythic items and Ornn, and about where you need to position your items in your inventory.
Yeah.
I did notice Azir with an upgraded Nash's Tooth, which kind of made me go, was that deliberate? Because you have Rabadons right there.
Yeah, it might not have been. I could see a situation in which maybe you do want that Baron's Gift, that upgraded Nash's Tooth. It does give you a lot of extra on hit potentially, but then again, if you do have the ability to get your Rabadons upgraded, maybe that's the one that you would rather take instead. So yeah, potentially an issue there. In that final fight, Qiyana just hit the most ridiculous seismic shove onto 3 different members, just sent them flying back into the backline and just blew them up. Just ridiculous.
time and time again, they were acknowledging Azir ultimate and seeing their whole team get knocked away, and then being like, "Okay, your turn, back you go," and like push you back over the wall. Really funny, but also harrowing if you're on the side of Paragon, because you're seeing these really amazing plays come out just to get neutered time and time again, and it feels like a classic. Frankly, I'd call it top-level League of Legends game, where the entire game is this back and forth shove, and then all of a sudden you lose one important fight, and the entire thing ends before you can blink. And it's a scary position to be in, frankly.
Yeah. It's a situation where you're coming away from that game as the Nuclear Vikings, and you're like, "Oh, we kind of got away with that one, but good job, guys." And as Paragon, you're sat there kind of stun-locked, like, what happened? What did we do wrong? And I mean, the desk will have to break down exactly what went wrong there for Paragon, but I think both teams have a lot to improve upon, but also some really good moments to build off of.
Oh, most definitely.
Thank you very much, casters. Now, that ended pretty quickly. Okay, we were not expecting it. We were kind of settling in for a nice, drawn-out late game with very close team fights, and then the Nexus exploded. So back here we are. A win for Nuclear Vikings after most of a game of control for Paragon. So Sheikah, Kaya, both your predictions coming true. Congratulations on that one. And Sheikah, let's come to you first. I guess, were you confident this whole time? Did you feel like Paragon were outplaying the early game? Did you feel like Nuclear Vikings were still in control, or were you super surprised with that result?
The early game was Paragon's up until the grub fight. The game was in Paragon's control in its entirety, and I think we'll cover a couple of points a little bit later that kind of go into more detail for that. But oh my lord, that was a very close game. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I will say thank you, Daleks, for mentioning it. I called it. Someone screwed up their Ord item.
Yes, they did, and the casters clocked that one as well. We did get the Baron's gift for Eden's Azir, while the Rabadons sat lonely by the sideline, sadly. Would it have changed the outcome? Probably not. Is it still not the right thing to do? I also think probably not. So, we'll see if we're aware of that one. We did see that Ezreal got the Triforce, right? That was the example I gave. If anyone wants to get it right, it's Ezreal with that Triforce, and we got the upgraded version there. So, good job to Lasps. And that does bounce us forward into our first point very quickly. Is the Lasp had a banger of a game, I'll be honest. Let's just talk about Lasp to Ezreal a little bit, because he was doing a heck of a lot of work in the lane and in the mid game. The first death was in the last team fight of the game, I believe, and the game just ended. So, Kaya, talk to me a little bit about Ezreal, I guess, and how you think Ezreal fits into the meta right now, because we know that AD carries have had to take a little step back, but Ezreal seems to be doing fine right now.
Yeah, I mean, he piloted it really well. Really good spatial awareness in the team fights and stuff like that. Ezreal's one of those champs that you need to have certain things going right for you to be able to get your damage out, get your impact on the map. And I think he just piloted it really well. And I think the whole kind of Paragon roster up until certain stages did a really good job of enabling him to be able to put out that damage. I mean, we'll probably have a clip later of his antics after the Baron take. I thought he was really crucial in them remaining in control of certain parts of the game. Obviously a massive pillar of their success throughout the game. So he'll be kind of looking back at that game kind of going, well, I kind of died once and then we lost. So what happened there, guys? My support died level 1 as well. What can I do?
Yeah, for sure. That was pretty tough to watch there for Last. It certainly felt like he was putting a lot of work in. Sadly, did not get the dub right here. I know we do have a specific fight, Sheikah, that you wanted to highlight just around that second grub, so we did see a lot of kind of interesting flow between both the teams. If we do have that replay ready, let's roll that one. And Sheikah, talk to us about the teams in that stage of the game and how you think this really affected the outcome.
Yeah, so it starts off initially with Paragon looking very solidly at being able to take these. The Ornn ult comes through, it catches onto Carrots, forces him out, and then Lawa gets caught by the wind, becomes lightning. Now, the interesting thing here is Nuance is walking straight into this fight from the other side, and Qiyana, you've basically pinched them. So Snapex has to try to jump out to Noodles. Is the first kill to go down to Qiyana. Then Eden steps up again, is the second kill to go down to Qiyana. Then you get the Ornn ult come through onto the Ornn, and suddenly this fight that looked so calm and calculated by Paragon splits apart because you have been forced into what is essentially a sandwich between a Cassante and a Talia, who have so much zone control over you that they will rip you apart if you give them the room to. And a couple of mispositionings from the members of Paragon really let that show. This then allowed the Nuclear Vikings to get 6 grubs, which just amplified that pushing power so much, especially on something like the Caitlyn.
Yeah, you know, when you're winning a team fight at Dragon Pit and pushing down all the way to the Nexus, having those extra grubs, getting that extra true damage means you can really shred through those objectives on a short timer. And it was quite a sudden shift right there. So we do have the next game coming up pretty quickly, so we are going to bounce forward to Lions Creed and DMG, our second match of the day. Now, we know DMG as a name, we know Lions Creed as a name, but these rosters we do not know as in the same way. At the very least, we can say this for DMG. Chica will remember this last split. We started off with DMG going, who are these guys? Who are these names? We don't know. Let's just let them show us on the Rift who they are, and we're gonna have to do the same thing again. We'll get the roster up quickly, I think, just so you guys can get used to the names, but ultimately we don't have a whole lot to say about DMG, and I think Kaya or someone that we were talking to had been asking about and trying to find things about these players, and we just didn't really get any information, right? You know, it's not Jackie Love in the bot lane, to be clear as well, just before anyone gets too excited. But I guess to speak on this team very briefly, Kaya, where do you think this team is going to land in? We don't know necessarily about the strength of these players, but how much hope do you have for a team of unknowns coming into the Four Nations here? Do you think that people who are not established are going to struggle, or do you think there is still the ability for kind of unknown names to band together and make a deep run?
It's very much two sides of the coins with people that we don't know. I mean, this is what the kind of bringing back the UKL Four Nations was designed to do, really. We were very interested in seeing what kind of UK talent was out there, and DMG have been able to put together 2 rosters worth of UK talent that we've not seen before. They have Coach Tom, who I know is Tom Pyro. He was the head coach of the Danish team Garden Gaming, who made it all the way to the RPS. So they've definitely got someone who kind of understands the format that we find ourselves in the UKL. So now he's got kind of almost 4 rookies, 4 people that aren't as well known. How much can these guys keep hidden, and how much can they surprise? We've got on the flip side a Lions Creed roster who, if you're familiar with Cabbage Family, like most of the UK scene is, there's loads to know about them. Everyone kind of knows a lot of the names. So we've got one side of a team that we have no idea. That works in their favour massively. On the other side, we've got names that we've been seeing around the UK scene, even further into the NLC scene, with Port being a part of the Singularity roster. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I do feel sorry for Lions Creed. They're against a team that no one's seen play before. Who knows what they'll do?
Yeah, we are going to have to, we'll see if they can keep their heads in the face of mystery across the Rift. But Sheikah, talk to us a little bit more about Cabbage Family. We're about to bouncing forward, so I say Cabbage Family, it's Lions Creed, okay? The team is Lions Creed, but we know all these players from Cabbage Family, so talk to us a little bit about this roster, Sheikah.
So, I believe we actually saw Heathen last split here in the UKL as well. Had a decent showing. Gregor's been around the UK scene for a long time. Porp, as Kaya rightfully mentioned, had that stint in Singularity and LLC1. So this is a very storied team. Of course, to clarify, Gregor's is subbing in this week in place of Spark, the normal AD carry for Lions Creed. But Gregor's has been around in the UK scene for a long time, and it's a very good player in their own right. This Lions Creed roster is set up for success. And yeah, look, as Kaya said, rightfully, nobody knows anything about this DMG roster. But again, it was the same last split. We came into game 1, it was against Venom Crest, it went to 50 minutes. The Elder Dragon was stolen by Atam Kenchling, which we were both on the desk for that Trajan, and we went nuts. This could be a very similar story, or it could be a wash one way or the other. Nobody knows. But what we do know is, in safety, people root for what they know. And we know Lions Creed. We have seen these players around for a long time. And if tenure is something that is going to play an effect here, you have to give it to Lions Creed. These players are so storied. They're very, very good at mechanically in their own rights and have a lot of team experience, so can adapt to new environments very, very quickly. I'm very interested to see how these two teams pair up to each other and how well Lions Creed can do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kaya, we have been seeing players like Pope, QQR, and the kind of these Cabbage family lot around even the live events of the UK for so long, right? We've seen them at Insomnias, and they've been very successful at multiple kind of theaters of competition. They're actually probably some of, if not the most experienced players we have in the Four Nations, just because of the amount of stage time they've had.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, as we kind of mentioned in the previous game, they know each other. They've played loads of games with each other. They've got that familiarity. Coming into a new patch, that always helps as well. On the other side, that's the thing, we don't know. Maybe this DMG roster's been playing together for ages. Maybe they're just 5 people that's been brought together sort of last minute by someone behind the scenes. It's very much unknown, and I mean, yeah, Lions Creed, so many fun names. It's really nice to see some of them come back. I do think in the UK Nations League, this split particularly, we're seeing a change of almost guard. There aren't as many regular names we're used to. We're seeing a lot of the Div 2 names kind of transition into Div 1. A lot of the old names have kind of they've kind of played their last split. They've taken a bow out. They've done that and moved on. So it's going to be very interesting. It's the new guard against the old.
I do want to just pay homage to that old guard. If we look at some of the players that we did indeed lose, just very, very briefly, in the likes of, the Dunlosies, the Kusais of the league. But I'm very excited to see what this new guard can do. I think if these players can stand up to the old guard and exceed, we're in for a very competitive split. And if game 1 is anything to go off of, it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I think we are for sure, because this does feel, last split especially, for me, it felt like we had a fairly even representation of names that we knew and names that we didn't, and ultimately it was the old guard that came out on top, right? It was Tempest Gaming with Kusai, with Dunlosi, with these names that we have seen time and time again, and they ended up taking the win over Ruddy, another team full of players that we have seen a long time, and we will be seeing later today. That roster has stayed exactly as it was, and you'll be seeing a little bit more of them versus Verzik in the last match. So I'm looking forward to Lions Creed versus Ruddy, because Cabbage Family versus Ruddy is its own little bit of has a bit of history on the Insomnia stage, and Pop and QQR have done Ruddy dirty more than once in that theater. So we'll see if the Four Nations can be a time where Ruddy can take the power back in that relationship, or if Pop and QQR have just stepped into another place, have followed Ruddy into a new competition to ruin their day once again. But for now, let's throw it over to the draft. Lions Creed versus DMG. Let's see what they have in store for us. We did get a little bit of spice in game 1. We got the Zyra support, the Hui support, and we were talking about support diversity. We got 2 picks that none of us had even mentioned already. So let's get into the pick and bans and see what they have for us, and see if DMG are going to keep things interesting in the picks as well as the players. Shika, what's up? What's on your mind?
I was just going to say, we have had my good and pocket picks come through. Are we gonna see yours come through is my question.
Sure. Yeah, my we skipped my bad and pocket picks to save time in the start. So to quickly run through, my pocket pick would have been Quinn, because Quinn has made a resurgence in high elos and has a decently high win rate, going full like lethality, energize, auto build, the things that like Aphelios is abusing and Jin is abusing. So it has kind of gotten to the point where the items are broken enough that Quinn has a little slot for herself up there, but it is very much a bit of a counter, I think, and I wouldn't expect people to just rip it blind.
Was that a misban?
I think that's a misban.
We'll wait and see if production has a word in our ear to confirm if it is. It does seem like it so far. The Akali ban is definitely reasonable. And on the other side, the Ivern ban and the K'Sante honestly are interesting. We know K'Sante still has decent presence in top lane, but bannable as opposed to some of the other power picks is interesting. And the Ivern as well. So I'm assuming this is a bit of a pocket pick targeting going on here. As the Varus, once again, that was banned in first rotation last game as well, and has risen as a very prominent AD carry in the current meta. See what the last ban is going to be and what the first pick is.
The Varus still has its triple build path style, which is very scary. Aphelios actually doesn't look towards the lethality anymore, because he was nerfed on hotfix. He's gone back to just
they've
going
saved
normal
us.
crit,
Nice.
Stormbrazer
Good
into
stuff.
Infinity Edge. That is something
Sure.
I was expecting.
Yeah, no Psycho Sword or whatever for him coming through. So the Udyr ban as well is interesting. We have the Lucian first pick, so we'd be expecting an Ami to come through in phase 1. But the Udyr ban is interesting because this was something that a lot of people were thinking as a pocket pick. Speaking of pocket picks, 2 for 3 now. The Nocturne comes through, Pop with the
Which
Nocturne jungle,
High five.
Senna down in bot lane somewhere.
Oh, no, this
And we
way.
have the Lucian, maybe Milio, maybe Nami, as my analysts are popping off here on game number 1, and we'll see what DMG has in store for us. So,
It's going to be Lucian Melia, right? Surely.
I mean, Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio, it's got to be one of these two. We're not seeing Lucian engagers. We haven't seen Lucian tank in a while. So there is the Milio for... I mean, I was about to say Jackie Love. It's, you know, I'd have to check the name. But
Muffin.
yes, it is Muffin. Thank you very much. So we have the Senna on the other side, as we'll see what jungler maybe DMG want to lock in. Are we expecting a Senna Seraphine? Or a Senna Tom, Kaya, or Sheikah, whoever wants to jump in? What are we thinking down there?
Yeah, I mean, Senna has the flexibility to be paired with quite a fair bit at the moment. In the last game, we saw the likes of like Ashe get banned away, Seraphine got banned away, so we're definitely going to be open to brand new champions that we haven't seen. Obviously, the Lee Sin is locked in for DMG as well for the jungle pick into Porp's Nocturne. So I have to see what Lions Creed want to answer, whether they're going to round out with the Seraphine. That would be an
I think
interesting
this
one.
has been a Gregor's pick in the past as
Yeah.
well, but I think
Gregor's-
Gregor's has done a lot of nonsense down in the bot lane, you know? He's like Fuyu, he's not afraid to pick
Oh.
something that doesn't have a gun or a bow in its hand.
If memory serves, Gregors loves Seraphine AD carry. And actually, my bad has come back to bite me in the backside again because it's another lethality champion. Granted, Senna's more geared towards it,
Yeah,
but it's also Bloodsong, and I hate how strong that item is.
it's pretty good. The Spellblade support item is pretty nutso, as we have had Lee Sin locked in the jungle on the other side. So we've got Lee Sin versus Nocturne in the jungle. As we hit the second round of the bans, and the Fizz
I love UK. I
has
just
been
love it.
removed.
I remember this being banned against Lions Creed
Against
last split
Craney,
because of
yeah.
Craney. And now the tables have turned onto Dwell.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? I'm loving this. It's so
It's so
good
fun to
back.
be. It's so fun. I mean, the first game gave us a lot of good fun to laugh at, and now I'm hoping this one carries on the train.
Dude, I imagine I was being able to win a whole season with Craney. He never got allowed to play Fizz once, and now Fizz is like busted beyond belief. He's not have a chance to play comp while Fizz is having like the strongest patch it's had in like 3 years or something. So sadly, we will not see that. It is a mid lane focus. Syndra, Ori, Fizz, and LeBlanc all taken away from that mid lane matchup. And we'll see what Lions Creed wants to build here, because they've got this like very strong scaling bot lane that does give a really good team fight later on, and an active diving forward jungler. So I'm wondering what kind of mid laner we would expect to pair with a comp like that. Can we just slot a mage in here, or do we need something with a bit more...
I mean, we've had Azir,
more-
now will we get a Corki?
So
Ooh,
I
I
think
mean, it's good.
middle-
Okay, nice, sure. Yeah, dodged it for now.
I think mids here, you actually want to go something like Lissandra Talia, or you have to double down and say, actually, I can't play a mage, and look towards something like, I don't know if QQR plays the Zed, or maybe something along the lines of the Talon, because I think that's probably one of your best bets in this situation. You've got Seraphine on the bot lane, who's going to be probably building full AP anyway. I think we also discounted the fact that this could be Gregor, Senna, and Heathen Seraphine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Yes.
think an AD mid is probably your best bet. If not, you're looking at something like Lissandra, like Malzahar, where you can just make use of Malignance. But if this Azir gets locked in, maybe we do just see Azir, Corki, and Kaya. I'm so sorry if we do.
Oh yes, the good times are back, baby. It's very interesting how this draft has shaped up. I mean, DMG prioritized the Milio Lucian given over Senna, Nocturne, and Seraphine, and I think it is hovered. You mentioned it. Will we see it? It's
I
more
don't know if they're
interesting.
hovering- I don't
Corki.
know if they can hear me currently and they're hovering it for me, or
I
if this
don't
is
know if they
genuinely
will.
consideration.
Because they've got the
No,
Seraphine,
no,
so they
please.
can give us some AP, and I think QQR is just playing with our hearts. We'll see what he locks in, but let's take a quick look at DMG. We have the Ornn Azir that we saw in the last game that was performing well before the game just kind of ended. It is Azir Corki in the mid lane. Kaya has had his bad picks locked in. Good job. So game 1 was all about Chica's picks coming true. Kaya has now nailed game 2 very well. So let's talk about compositions. Let's while Kaya is mentally recovering from this blow, Sheikah, for DMG, we've got Azir, we've got Ornn, right? We have the scaling down here. We have the Lucian, Milio, and the Lee Sin, though. A lot more kind of early and mid-game focused here. Do you like this comp as a whole? Do you think this is going to function well together as we scale later? Or is it just like Lucian and Lee Sin get us to 15 minutes and kind of Azir and Ornn pick us up from 25?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Lucian is scaling decently well now, because you're not necessarily going for this pure Energize. You're going like Kraken into Navori, into LDR, and just being a general AD carry. So you do have some scaling options, and of course Lucian Milio are very, very strong. But I think it is just Lucian Lee Sin get us to mid-game, and then Azir pick it up from there. Also, it was a lost ban. I'm just seeing that on my side now. I'm not sure if that was mentioned.
Yeah, emergency sub for DMG. So it is a missing ban at the end of the day. So,
but yeah,
for Lion's Creed, so we have what we're expecting from DMG. We'll see where the power is early, we'll see where the power is late. For Lion's Creed, we know that Senna Seraphine is very, very strong, right? We know Corki is very strong, right? How do we feel about Camille, about Nocturne, Kaya, this pocket pick for you, and I guess the rest of these champions in the early stages? Are we expecting them to be kind of ceding a lot of ground early on, or do you think they can stand up in the first few minutes?
I definitely think they can, but obviously they're going to be hoping to get into those kind of later 5v5 team fights with, I mean, picks like Camille, Corki, you've got Senna and Seraphine and Nocturne. I mean, they're going to be going in. Camille can follow up on the Nocturne as well. You've got the Corki who can follow up as well. And then you've got the Senna and the Seraphine who should be nice and available to be able to keep everyone healed up, allow for peel if needed to. So Lion's Creed have a very nice, simple, almost to execute composition. It looks like they've covered all of their bases around having picked the Nocturne. A lot of teams will pick that champ and then it will fly in, kind of turn around and realize no one's actually followed him and he doesn't really have any support coming out. So the fact that Lion's Creed are kind of gearing away to be able to support Porp and maybe his aggression that he might want to show as well. So that's definitely one thing that they've had to consider with the route they've gone with their draft.
I'm also very interested to see if they use Paranoia 1 package for QQR to get in unseen into Paranoia 2 and use that as a way to start a fight instead of just having Porp fly straight in, because I think you can really split a fight with that package and allow for easy target access for Porp without much risk.
Yeah, the global tools that they have available are, with coordination, could be devastating from Lion's Creed. This is certainly a combination and a composition that benefits from synergy, and as we've said, this is a team with potentially some of the highest synergy in the league, apart from maybe Ruddy, who have kept the same 5 roster, right? This is a team that has played together, Porp and QQR specifically, and I believe they have played with Gregors and the Heathen before in the past on a less permanent basis. They know how they play, they know how they communicate, and being able to synchronize these ultimates, you know, because even with Senna and Seraphine, they're not mobile, but the Senna ultimate is global. The Seraphine ultimate will extend through your own team and doesn't have to be nearby to work. So that could be a very, very scary teamfight composition for Lion's Creed, and if they are on the same page, they'll be very, very strong. DMG are going to have to deal with that. They're going to have to, this Milio, I think, is probably going to have to be doing overtime shifts to keep everyone safe from that first engage. So we'll see how the support can handle that one. And I guess just maybe use a bit of that chaos factor that we were speaking about. A bit of the, we just don't know what they're about, we don't know how they play, we don't know where they're strong, where they're weak, and neither does anyone else. So we'll see what DMG can bring to the table, or if Lion's Creed can get that win. So I'm going to come to you guys for a prediction once again. I know there's definitely an easy answer here, but Sheikah first, Lion's Creed, DMG, maybe just factoring in those compositions. Who do you think is going to take it?
Hard to say. I'm going to give it to Lucian Milio. I'm gonna bet on the newbies. I'm gonna say, DMG, you shocked me last split with your start. See if you can do it again. You've got Lucian Milio. You have all the tools you need to have a very good early game. That lane is extremely good at being aggressive. I've been seeing it a lot and playing it a lot myself recently. So let's see how it goes. DMG, take this on.
Sure. Kaya, how do you feel?
Cabbage Family, Lion's Creed. Very nice, comfortable. I think they've just, this draft has gone very much in their favor, and I don't think Lucian will really be able to play this game.
Yeah, fair enough. I agree with Kaya. I would go for Lion's Creed as well. I have faith in Porp, faith in QQR, the experience and the composition. It all seems to come together for me. And we are going to now head over in just a moment to our casters. Once again, Daleks and Black Bloxer taking away game number 2 for DMG and Lions Creed here at the Four Nations. Over to you, folks. Let's have a nice game 2.
Welcome back, and here's the thing, right? We just had the beautiful desk hosts theorizing about who they think is going to take this away. Now, Black Bloxer, I'm looking at the teams, right? DMG have got a very classic staple pro build team. I'm looking at Lee Sin, I'm looking at Azir, I'm looking at Ornn, and I'm feeling confident. And then I look over at Lions Creed, and I'm thinking about the current itemization and the current meta, and I'm seeing that Seraphine, I'm seeing that Corki, and I think I'm a bit terrified.
See, we say a big thank you to anybody who's watching us right now when there is some LEC going on, but if you happen to have the LEC open on another tab, obviously your secondary monitor, because we are primary monitor content, yeah.
Of course.
You will see that currently the meta is just wacky. It does not feel like what we've had as the stable pro play meta for the last 2-3 years. You get compositions that look like they're straight out of solo queue, something like what Lions Creed have drafted for themselves. A lot of these individual champions make really good use of those new items, and so I agree. I think that there is a lot to be scared of right now from what Lions Creed have drafted. That being said, solo queue compositions, there's a reason that they weren't historically drafted in pro play, and that's because they don't have that same level of synergy that you can get from something like this DMG composition.
Yeah, it's all about like kind of that early laning phase nowadays kind of has a very large impact on how quickly you can snowball and dominate, especially with the priorities and put onto like single items. Like I'm looking at Seraphine and I've got the word Storm Surge in my mind, right? Like it's stuff like that people are really looking for early game. Speaking of early game, big poke right here from QQR straight away, all inning onto the will and just really taking their health down to half. Even trade though on both sides. Was it worth it?
I mean, you get to assert a little bit of dominance there, I guess. I mean,
mental fortitude.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup again and again and again and again. It's as old as the game, pretty much, this matchup. So, not really expecting either of these to end up getting too low. Getting taken out in a 1v1 matchup in Azir Corki is a little bit embarrassing at this point. You should know how to play it in order to be picking it. Wow, BBXN dealing a lot of damage to Gregors there, even taking a tower shot just to be able to poke even more. Gregors going super low right there.
Yeah, rough spot to be in, but looking kind of happy to hang around for now, making sure that they don't want to let the Heathen get too out of the game at the moment. All around, it's just a lot of backwards and throw. It's poke and push. Like, obviously, this is what you can expect from these early game lanes with these champion loadouts.
Absolutely, and as much as we're going to get poking in the individual lane matchups, when you do have people getting this low, that's when it's absolutely brilliant for a jungler to come on in. Both junglers decided to start towards the top side of the map, now working their way towards the bottom side, exactly what we saw in the last game as well. Perhaps that is going to be a bit of a consensus we're coming to as a community right here. Warp going to be clearing that a little bit faster than Miwai. It's just the way that this works out. Nocturne is so quick as top lane. Or if you'd have been able to proc that brittle.
Gain from Bust there, but then knowing when to get out, obviously way more important than knowing how to take a fight. And for now, they happen to backpedal. They could lose this, and they do. And even if UAC goes down here, which they do, it's first blood, which means extra gold going over to this Ornn. Now, the thing I want to bring up, Bloxer, real quick and get your opinion on, well, less opinion, more explanation. I've seen it before, but for the people at home, I'm looking at Lions Creed, and I'm seeing Senna in the ADC position with the support item. We've all seen this happen tons, but for anyone at home, whenabouts would you tend to see that pivot from Senna going from support to ADC?
You usually want to do that kind of around level 7 or so. 6, 7 is usually the point at which you can see people begin to switch over. But to be honest, I've seen that switch happening later and later recently as... Hang on, it might end up being a dive right here. This would be a really risky dive. Gregors is super low though. BBXN does do plenty of damage.
Yeah, use that fade to try and stay alive, get that little bit of extra movement speed. They do, and they have to back away from the turret, which just gives the Lee Sin more time to move. That is another kill going to DMG, and a TP down to bot just comes in a bit too late on the side of QQR, giving DMG all the time in the world to back and get their item run.
Yeah, that really does not feel good right now for Lions Creed. They lose out on a member, and then you also teleport down there as QQR. You now are stuck in this bottom lane while the Azir just gets to freely soak up some minions, not be under pressure. It's going to be a little bit of a swap around, actually. Gregor's going to move himself into this mid lane because the bot lane was just getting so aggressed upon. It was really looking rough. You can understand why he'd go this way around, and Gregors can share a little bit of that gold alongside with Porp. Potentially could see some movement towards these grubs. Doesn't look like there's much of a response out of DMG actually, which is really interesting. You do have a better early game composition, I'd say, on Lions Creed when you exclude that Lucian Milio, so getting these grubs pretty easily does make sense, but no response at all.
Wait, the tiny Voidlings drop souls for Senna?
Yep.
That's crazy! Gregors is getting so much just from being here to help out Porp, grabbing like easily, I'd say maybe 10? Like,
yeah,
I've noticed them getting like 2 every couple of seconds. That's nuts and definitely a worthwhile split. The thing I do want to draw attention to real quick, Loxer, is the itemization. I am seeing Ornn rush into Bramble Vest. Obviously looking at Camille's Doran's Blade start, as well as just Camille's general playstyle. I love seeing this kind of counterplay. We didn't get to see it, but also Heathen dropping Jackie Love in bot lane. What happened there?
I guess the BBXN knew that they were able to do a ton of damage, just goes in right on top of the Heathen, and this bot lane is insane. Lucian Milio, they were talking about it. Hang on, top lane. Oh no. Oh no. That's not. Porp doesn't get this kill.
I don't think anything's gonna happen.
Porp doesn't get this kill.
Look back, and there's a double kill going to the legendary Whack, finding so much damage and so much sustain. That's 3 and 1. This is scary if you're Lions Creed at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, there's the joke, isn't there, about Ornn being an assassin, tank, mage, caster, AD, you know, all of those things. But the assassin part of that joke, I think, really does apply occasionally. He could just blow somebody up, but also in extended trades where you're trying to dive him, it's just a bad idea. You said you really like that Brambles rush. I agree entirely. Just overall going for a really tanky build that just keeps him as safe as possible in this matchup. It's good for both the Camille as well as the Nocturne. Has a lot of healing in his kit too. Porp does not have the level 6, is hanging around looking towards this bot side, but without that level 6 you don't really have that main engaged tool that you're looking for out of the Nocturne. The XN is pretty low.
Scuffling bot lane gets a lot of damage off on BBXN, and that is going to be that little gentle flame from Jackie Love that does keep them alive, keep them topped up enough that they can back. But this is, I really like it here because you can see it's the Heathen backing as well, because they're taking that push as a shove out of lane. They can go back. They're about even in gold at the moment, I'd say. So, well, actually a slight advantage going over to Lion Creed bot lane. So they're going to have that chance to buy their items. Also, we haven't noticed it yet, 4 times support items in bot lane.
What? Oh.
Yeah, look, there you go. There's 4 World Atlases in bot lane.
Yep. So that item isn't broken, right? It's completely balanced, right? It's it's all good. It's especially good for that Senna and Seraphine because both of them kind of want to farm. So if you could just share that gold back and forth constantly, it just keeps you in such a good position right now. The upgrades are obviously good too, but at that point you can sell it off, try to get yourself something different, just use it to generate ridiculous amounts of gold during this early game. Porp does now have that level 6, could potentially look for an engage. Trying to land that first ultimate, that first paranoia off of the Nocturne is incredibly important, and if it goes well, that really sets up a Nocturne for success. If it goes badly, that can kind of put them out of the game. Porp is one of the most storied players that we have in the UK, so I would expect him to be pretty good on that initial ultimate, but we'll have to see where he uses it mid lane.
A little bit of pressure on the Heathen there. Not... Apologies to the audience real quick, just because I don't know how this is overlapping. We are having massive communication issues every now and then. Spiking, it's coming and going. But then again, so are these players. Diving in, heading back out. And speaking of diving in, DMG, that's the legendary Whack, falling head first towards Camille. Just can't really find much. It's a very pokey top lane.
Oh, Discord. Alright, yeah. Very, very pokey. It's, the fact that initial gank doesn't quite result in what you're looking for Pop is not good. That's not a good start to this Nocturne's play. We are going to have the second set of these grubs popping up right now. You've got to pick these up right now. You cannot be falling behind by 6. We've seen just how bad that is, but looks like DMG still not going to look to engage onto these.
Yeah, it's very, very rough. And again, it's Gregors right there to capitalize, picking up as many souls as humanly possible from this. They are going to have a response from DMG as they push in. The Ornal knocks up Gregors. This could be a kill on this center. And when I say could, I mean should. No, it isn't.
No!
Assassin Orn unfortunately drops that little bit short, and it does drop the Void Grubs in turn even further.
Yeah, it's gonna be just a huge set of plays right there for Lions Creed. Sure, you end up giving over a ton of kills to this Ornn initially, but if you're able to get yourself 6 Void Grubs as Lions Creed have been able to do, it's just huge. We saw that push potential. One good fight and you can push all the way through that Nexus. Got the next Drake spawning in just a couple of seconds time too, as the Heathen gets pushed out of lane once again. Really has not been allowed to just sit in that lane and farm.
Yeah, they've been stuck on that Gromp, trying to find a bit more pressure on Lions Creed, and Lions Creed responds, gets the charm, push the MG towards, but takes a lot of damage to their troubles. They're there to cover for their brothers. Jackie Love knocks Heathen out of the fight, and here's a massive dive from this Camille and the Corki, and this should be a Nocturne as well, joining in the fray. Here he comes. Paranoia, can you feel it? Lions Creed is making a mockery of DMG with this fight, and a cold projectile's a nice dive, and there goes Will. That is 4 of the 5 players of DMG falling a few seconds apart.
And it's going to be a Drake over to Lions Creed as well. Just a king's ransom that they're able to pick up for themselves in that play. 6 of the grubs now going to have a Drake to their name too. And it was just such a clean set of dives. Nobody dying in that situation between the 2 turrets, working this new map really well. It's much easier to get behind the turrets with the way that the map is at the moment. They're using that to great effect with their lovely little solo queue composition, making it work right now.
Yeah, this mid lane push here, it's very tight. Both mid laners are very, very close. It's the other lanes that are making the big difference. That fight as well, obviously separating it apart. Lions Creed coming out on top on that one was actually massive. It went from a deficit to a straight up advantage. And look at that, it's over 1,000 gold going in their favor, and it's forced the MG on this back foot where they have to play safer, they have to play more controlled and more cautious, and definitely have to protect these towers, because with every little objective that comes up, with every little tower plate that gets taken, that's more gold spiraling towards Lions Creed. So they need to now either choose whether they're going on the hyper offensive and picking them off one by one, or if they're going to play defensive and make sure they are grouped up only at the most opportune moments.
Let's see how these team fights end up shaking out, because right now this game has been just super back and forth. It's just been explosive in ways that previous game really wasn't. The early game didn't turn quite as bloody as this one. Whereas right now we're seeing both of these teams just go head to head. They've got incredibly aggressive junglers, and right now it's definitely been Porp that's got the better end of this in terms of pure jungle, but overall the team diff seems to be coming through for Lions Creed. Big team fights though. Do you really win out with your kind of solo queue composition, or are you just looking for picks like this one?
Yeah, flash of the mastery as you get out of there. Now we snap to bot lane, where Lions Creed are pushed up behind this tower, but obviously it's where they play best. Both playing really pokey, really ranged, but high damage champions. They don't want to take the fight unless they need to, and they recognize the situation. They see the invade, but that's a lovely escape from this Lee Sin on the side of DMG. Makes it out to their own jungle and just goes back to farming like nothing ever happened.
Oh, just using that escape to such great success. We're just going to be able to skip away from that play as well. We've got the Baron spawning up pretty soon, and this game is just about to get even spicier. It's been pretty interesting so far, but with the Baron up and available, as Lions Creed, you need to keep getting all of these picks off, because your team fight is not going to be as strong as one that has an Ornn and an Azir available to it. You also need to see what BBXN can do, because after the early game, hasn't really been able to get quite as aggressive. Okay, they're just going to be able to
right. It feels like they want to dive, right? They really want it, but they have to hold back.
It would be very fun for them to dive in that situation, it must be said. Quite enjoyable to see them go for it, but diving an Ornn has already gone wrong for Lion's Creed once in this game. I don't see them wanting to make it go wrong again.
Yeah, QQR here to defend to defend their tower, push back some of these minions, get them out of the way. Yep, there we go, just wiped out, making sure Dwill can't get too much kind of pressure in their lane. If you get bunched up under tower, obviously it's good for your jungler, but they are aware they're pretty much miles away. Bot lane being opened up as well here is quite nice in the favor of DMG. They can start getting that pressure up. With the amount of damage they've got on tower, I'm guessing that's going to be their main objective here. They just really want to start eking this gold lead back into their favor, which it looks like they're starting to close that distance a little bit.
Yeah, possibly. You know, you're not as far behind as you could potentially have been with some of these big fights going wrong. But you've got to remember that gold lead doesn't really show with just picking up the grubs. It really comes into fruition once you start pushing onto these towers. That's the point at which those grubs really start showing their advantage. DMG going to be going for this Rift Herald right now. It's not as powerful as the old Rift Herald when it could pick you up plates. Still though, with the ability to ride, it can deal a ton of damage as Pop goes in. Oh, he does so much.
A little bit of vision is all he needs, and Bust comes in to clarify, takes out that Lee Sin there, pops onto the Rift Herald, and we're going to snap the action straight back down to bot lane. As we can see this scuffle, someone is probably going to fall, just like that Rift Herald just did. I'm curious, yeah, Porp just instantly puts it down. Now it's time for your driving test. Have you got your license?
Let's see, I've seen far too many Rift Heralds go the complete wrong way. Porp mounts correctly, heads in, is going to be able to get it done. There we go. Porp, certified drifter right there with the Rift Herald.
You can, in fact, point your mouse where you want to go. Congratulations, pat on the back. But for now...
Better than most of my solo queue teammates.
You're already in the top 10% of League of Legends player if you can guide a Nunu solo, let alone a Rift Herald. But for now, Dragon respawning, which is quite interesting to me why Porp has now gone for this Gromp. Not staying around in the kind of local area for it to go up, especially. I'm not sure if they know about Mauer in the area. I don't even know if I said that one right. That's definitely the most I've butchered someone's name today. Yeah, I'm not saying. You'll take the lead on this one.
I'd say Meowison, but no. Hopefully we're about correct. Either way, Lion's Creed. I'm all the way here for it. Let's go. We'll just meow at each other, and that's the way that we're going to cast the rest of this one. Lion's Creed picking themselves up with this next Drake. It's going to be 2 into their back pockets. Next one could potentially be Soul Point. Still, though, going to be a while away from Soul. Top lane, Bust going to pick themselves up that top lane turret. Gold lead right now. It's at about 4,000 for Lion's Creed. Plus, they've got all 6 of those grubs, so their tower pushing prowess is going to be exceptionally strong. We've also potentially found Meower.
Yeah, crazy deep jungle dive from all 3 of them. Gets a lot of damage on this Lee Sin and retreats back to their jungle when they know they've overextended. Popped over the wall as well. That's just a free escape for QQR as the Ornn is kind of left wondering where the little fighter pilot went.
Really effective escape right there, QQR. Just going to be able to survive onto that one. Bot lane turret, he's going to fall. BBXN has been looking pretty strong so far. Oh boy, big engage.
Yeah, Emilio, I don't think really has much here, can kind of knock you away, but you know that spell shield.
Wow.
How much health or armor does this tiny little lad have, actually? Sorry. I swear he was getting slapped around by this, like, demon of the night, and just kind of took it on the chin.
I think more than health and armor, it was just constant cleanses from the ult, from the Mikhails. Flash. Heal. Knock people back. Everything from him.
Yeah, super impressive.
Just able to layer it up to such an extent that, yeah, it felt like nobody was able to actually land any hits. It is a pretty tanky build, to be fair. Out of Porp has not gone for that full lethality damage build that we are used to seeing out of the Nocturne. Does mean that you're going to be a little bit more effective on the late game. You're not so reliant on finding somebody by themselves isolated to go in onto and blow up. But in those isolated fights, not being able to take down the support is not a particularly good look.
Yeah, it's putting you, because it's one of those things where it's like range testing, you know, like you go in on the support, you see if you can kill them. Now you know that you can't actually reliably 1v1 Jackie Love, so you're now kind of left wondering, who do I do that to? Who do I pick as the one that I go all in on?
Yeah.
Interesting to see what Porp does with that information for now, but it's a lot of scrapping around that top side. It feels like everyone's kind of preparing for that 20-minute mark if Baron comes up. I'd be really surprised if we see an instant 20-minute Baron fight, but it's where everyone's kind of shifted to at the moment.
Yeah, everybody's right now before DMG just sat in a little bit of a Fnatic death rush. Gonna pop the Ornhorn, lands onto 2 members, TP coming in.
Yeah, plant into this alleyway and picked off one by one. Corvus dove in to help, and so has Bust, and they are popping members of DMG backwards and forwards. This is what we were saying, it's the new itemization, it's the new meta, baby. Everyone has damaged for days, and there's not much you can do about it. DMG's champions fall one by one, while Lions Creed looks still perfectly healthy.
Yeah, it was a big, aggressive play out of DMG, and it just does not work out. It results in 3 members dying, and the fact that Lions Creed is so healthy could have potentially meant they could turn towards a Baron. Instead, TP going to go towards the bot side for Boss, looking to pick up this final remaining outer turret. A little bit of gold into the rest of the team. Keep themselves in the strong position they're in right now, up at this point by 5,000 gold. We'll see after this turret, yeah. Pretty much a full 5k gold lead. It's not the insurmountable 10k that we kind of look at as that point at which you're really not coming back into this game. But still, it would take a little bit of a miracle play for DMG to get back into it. I feel like that's what that Fnatic Death Brush was, but nobody walked into the brush. They just sort of all came flying out of it and tried to find a fight.
Yeah, if I'm DMG here, I kind of have one hope, and if I'm looking at the scoreboard and I'm seeing 3 different people with gold bounties next to them. But for now, here comes Nocturne, finds his way in, doesn't find the final hit of that, but does get caught by the Heathen as they try and back up. That's another 2 bodies hitting the floor for DMG. It feels like Lions Creed can't be contested at this point. It's 100% all coming down to how much DMG are taking these fights. But they aren't really having an option to try and take them out one by one. Lions Creed is this pack that hunts together, and Baron is their next target that will fall. Oh, bye, Gregors. Right, about that whole pack mentality, one of them is going home. Goodbye.
Oh boy, yeah, like you said, just the team fight, which really isn't what you'd expect when you just look at this Lions Creed composition, right? You look at that and you go, oh, you think you want to be picking off an individual member, but no, they could just go flying in. The fact that the Heathen was able to pick up that first kill off of the ultimate, absolutely insane. It's now Baron onto every single member of Lions Creed, plus those 6 grubs. This push is going to be exceptionally strong right here. And DMG, they had a couple of good moments in the early game. The bot lane of BBXN and Jackie Love looked really strong individually in the 2v2, but it hasn't turned into anything else. Top lane as well, Legendary was nearly getting some solo kills, was really strong, picking up kills on ganks, but wasn't able to convert that into anything either. We've now got a potential fight around this Drake, but Lions Creed, they're so strong. Do you really want to engage into them?
Yeah, if I'm DMG right now, the last thing you want is to drop a person in this fight. You don't want to give them a dragon and even more of a gold lead. The Legendary knocks out the Corn ult. That's Paranoia though. No one can see exactly what's going on. No one can see the health of the dragon, which is kind of amazing. They don't know what they're targeting. And they go all the way in. Nocturne one Bust, picking off P1 at a time. The Azero pushes them away, giving DMG the space to get out. That was one of the best uses of Azero we've seen today, and it was purely defensive.
Yeah, just going to be able to keep multiple members alive. Without that Azir ult, it would have absolutely been the end of the game right here. Instead, it's just going to be Soul Point picked up as QQR finds another kill. That stops any potential steal dead in his tracks.
Yeah, definitely on this Lee Sin to hang around that a little bit too long. They are looking for blood on Bust at the moment because that gold shutdown is looking so tasty. But again, they're recognizing that there's Baron buff. That's a Hextech Dragon falling. The tower goes down without a trace. There really isn't a world where you can pick any of these fights at the moment. DMG are on a terrifying backleg to be on, and kind of at this point you're just hoping that Lions Creed sends someone off on their own, someone gets distracted, wanders too far from the bunch. Like, they're in a pure team fight v team fight scenario. DMG are on a bit of a wing and a prayer.
They really are. It's been a super solid performance overall from Lions Creed, but specifically I want to highlight in onto Bust. He had a terrible early game, was getting pushed around by the Ornhut, completed that Bramble Vest right at the start of the game. You can see it there, still unfinished. Not going to get turned into a Thornmail for quite a long time, likely. And wasn't having a good time. In these teamfights, has been getting into the backline and just assassinating people. This Camille can do so much damage with that Titanic and Triforce completed. And right now, pushing onto this tier 2 turret alongside some Baron empowered minions, can just chip away at this one for a while. Top lane Pork.
The Lucian ult popping tons of damage, but can't Oh yeah, no response from Pop there. And this is what we were talking about, right? This is what I was saying. The only chance the DMG has is hoping that Alliance Crew member wanders a bit too far from the Pride. And they do for a second, but the unfortunate truth is that with how intense DMG wanted that kill, they have just opened up mid and bot because they saw red in their eyes when they saw Pop alone.
Okay, saving Grace, Baron just timed out after the take of that inner turret. Otherwise, that could well have been a couple of Nexus turrets falling, maybe even the game. It took so long to be able to kill on the Porp because he has gone for that tankier build. He now has got an Anathema's build. You'd think it's going to be onto Will. Most likely could possibly be onto BBXM. We'll have to see exactly where that one is headed. He just survived for long enough for the push to be absolutely huge, and the more turrets fall, the less space that you have to work with as DMG. Sure, you managed to kill the jungler, awesome, but there was no objective to take, no Baron, no Dragon, no Elder buff or anything to really turn this game around. Possibly looking for another play. QQR caught a little bit out, does have the ability to jump away though.
Yeah, definitely does find that
Gets a
pick on
kill.
Lee Sin. Lovely
no!
flash to get out of the way. That's a double. Can we make it a triple? Doesn't look like it for now. You're just going to be giving it to the rest of your team. As Legendary does pull in this ult, but it's too little and too late. Bust finds more blood on their hands as Legendary falls. This could be where it all ends. DMG with 3 players down, and Lions Creed recognizes this opportunity to all in towards the base. And DMG playing pretty unsafe. They actually hang around that one last tower, that final bastion, and there goes their Milio. Jackie Love is down for the count, and there goes BBXN as well. That is a ace, the first one of this season here at the UKEL, and that is most definitely a game end for Lions Creed.
What a performance right there out of Lions Creed. Overall, incredibly impressive. And I have to say that the thing I am most impressed for is the fact that that was a game with Porp in it. The Porp, if you know UK League of Legends, you've heard of this man. He was the best bit of Warwick, Grey Warwick, the university team, who was the undisputed best university team while he was there. Since he's left, they've not gone back and won a finals. One of the best that we've had in any of our LAN events. You know, whenever you go to an Epic LAN, Cabbage Corp, they're there. Porp is there just smacking kids in the UK. And yet, in this game, in UKL, it actually wasn't Porp that was the main carry. The Nocturne was good, but it was the rest of the team stepping up. And to be in a game with Porp and show up to that level, incredibly impressive.
I really like seeing how they kind of synergize as a team. They spent a lot of time in their kind of like individual laning phases, but they really weren't afraid to roam when the time called for it. It was one of those moments of really good map awareness and frankly, good foreplanning. Like having that kind of knowledge of, okay, Senna is going to roam at exactly this point to go back, to go help out with Grubs, to get that just massive boost through how many souls you have.
So
you
many
can
souls.
reset again for later. And then the other thing I want to draw attention to is, I get it was sarcasm, but Bloxer, 4 support items, and we saw the gold just spiral. It's that whole thing of now you don't need a CS. You can focus on just tapping away at the enemy champs, and especially on something like Senna, who can tap an enemy champ, get gold back from the support item, grab a soul from the enemy champ, which gives them effectively like a mini item early on. It's such a crazy advantage.
I mean, you saw it right at the end where that Senna was just hitting from about half a screen away. How do you play against that? What do you do when she's hitting like a truck from that far? That used to be the thing that Caitlyn could do, and that was kind of only Caitlyn's thing. All of a sudden, Senna could do that and more as well. Just such a strong item. It's gonna have to be changed, right? Because you can't have a situation where everybody in the bot lane has got themselves the support item.
Yeah, luckily that's not going to be hanging around for this entire competitive season here on the UKEL. Probably only just for the first, like, however long. When the first patch comes around, that is gone. But for that, on that note, so we for now. We're going to be throwing it back to the desk. It's been such a pleasure being both with you, chat, and with you, Bloxer. It's been lovely.
Thank you very much. Amazing for a first cast. By the way, if you didn't know, first League of Legends cast for this man. Incredible performance.
We do our best, and so do our players, and so do our viewers. So for now, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Hopefully, we'll see you in the future.
That was this man's first league cast? What? That's bonkers, man. Absolute props to Dark there.
I understood that as first cast with Max.
Sure. I mean, I hope That makes more sense, because there's no shot that's the guy's first for the league cast, because that was insane if it was. But who knows? Maybe we'll give him the extra props just for now while we don't know. Anyway, Lions Creed taking the win. Big W for Porp and the gang over DMG, who did give us quite a similar story, it seemed like, Sheikah, to the DMG of last split, where they came out swinging in those first few minutes. Botlane was going crazy, the Ornn double kill. It did seem like we were getting another very, very active, dynamic DMG on our hands.
Absolutely did. Unfortunately, fumbled the ball at the bot lane. And we'll see that in a second.
Yeah.
But it definitely looked like a DMG that we had come to know and love last split. And it wasn't quite the case this time, as here is this fight. So diving between tier 2 and tier 3, the TPs are coming in, everything's coming in, and suddenly you're fighting 5 people. There's the paranoia, and well, let's just say DMG did not have a fun time here. I think this was a 4 nothing in the end. It was kind of insane just how well Lions Creed were able to play this game out.
Yeah, we did see kind of that global composition really start to hit home in this game. Kaya, we were expecting about, worrying about the Corki package and the Nocturnal, and as we can see more of these replays rolling through, we were just seeing that Lions Creed were so ready to answer whatever it was DMG threw at them.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is another massive play from the kind of turn that we have here from Bust and Porp. They just lock down the bot lane, and I mean, Lucian can't move. Milio was already chunked to pretty much just dead, and then QR just turns up, and he's just putting out so much damage. And he did this multiple times throughout the game, where he just turns up and he's just pumping out these damage. But massive props to Bust, who had a pretty rough kind of early game. We hinted at the Ornn getting 2 kills. That was against Porp and Bust, but they were really crucial parts of being able to lock down these kind of carries like the Lucian, who he got started, but he wasn't able to kind of extend his kind of lead past that because of the prowess of Porp on the Nocturne, Bust being able to find the picks, and yeah, QQR just being able to come in and cleaned up a lot of those team fights.
Yeah, for sure. I think Bust and Porp particularly, they were so synchronized, we were saying, throughout that game. But Sheikah, we have another clip here of QQR. We talked about the damage this man was doing, and this is a pretty indicative clip.
Well, that's one dead, and suddenly, I didn't even see Lee Sin die here. The health just vanished. QQR had hit the critical mass, and the game was over at this point. Your Corki is able to melt through.
Porp and Bust again, out of left field. Just suddenly a play is happening. Camille and Nocturne just flying in from either side and ruining it for DMG. So I love the synchronization we saw. I love the synergy we saw from Lions Creed Academy in that game. It seems like we are going to have them as a pretty strong contender, I think, Sheikah, going forward.
Absolutely. I think, this team is going to be very, very strong. I'm excited to see how, as you mentioned, how they do against Ruddy later into the split. But I just wanted to lump these two in together, because we were talking about MVPs behind the scenes. Yeah. We didn't get to mention Game 1's MVP, so I'll just bring that one up now. Game 1's MVP was Wet Noodles, but this game, yes, I don't think there's any question. This game has to be QQR, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the Corki was big. Corki was massive. Massive cross-map plays, huge damage, and we saw at the very end that just put a cap on it, right? Just the 1 versus 3 to round that game off, and then into the W. Certainly a very strong performance from QQR, and I'm glad we get to see him and Porp and the rest in the 4 nations. Now, we are going to have to go to a break for now, and we will be back in just a few minutes with our second group of deskers and casters for the rest of the day. I believe it is Orbital, Shibby, and Temporal on the desk, I think. And then Mac and Rail on the cast, if my memory serves. It's some orientation of those 5 people, and they're all great. So it doesn't really matter who's where. You're going to have a good time. We've got 2 more great games coming up. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Let's get it. pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 on it.
Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan. Hey, I've been saving all I can. Hey, you could call me David Rams. Hey, the way I handle these bands. Hey, we ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo.
Back, everyone. We are here. This is now the second half of the broadcast. You see some familiar faces all the way on the right side of your screen. Someone named Temporal who will be joining us here on the desk. Made an awesome video earlier on talking about the changes to the Rift. But of course, you got two fresh faces, not only to the scene, but all the way across the ocean. We are going in here. My name is Orbital. I'm from NA. With me is Shivy, also from NA. But we are cruising along. Going to be talking about the UKEL after those two fantastic games so far. Temporal, how you doing? Were you excited watching those games?
It's so good to be back. The UK scene is really special, I think, for a reasonable amount of people, judging by last split's record-breaking broadcast stats. And we're so happy to be back with you. Even if I'm joined by our cousins from across the pond, Orbital and Shibby. Welcome to the UK's finest League of Legends.
Oh yeah, I mean, Shivy, you're excited. Come on.
I mean, of course, right? I've heard whispers, I've heard rumors. You guys have a mean Twitter game. I think you have a meaner Summoner's Rift style. I mean, finest UK league. I can't compete. It doesn't. I don't think it compares to like the tier 3 NACLOQ. Those become some big dog fights, fiestas. Those get real down and dirty. I'm hoping the UK EL can give me something similar.
I mean, if the first 2 games were anything to go on, I think we're going to have some fun. We may have some slip-ups. It's day number 1. I mean, game 1 already showed us that. But this game 3 here on the day is going to be one that we are very, very excited for. It is Venom Crest coming out against Belfast. And I mean, Temporal, Venom Crest. I mean, we're talking about the squad. This is one that I don't think really needs an introduction.
Oh, man, they did so well last split. Coming up at the end, this revamped roster did great work against what we thought was an unstoppable top 2 in Tempest and Ruddy. We see Bartholdi and Fast-Legged retain their positions alongside some more exciting, some new names joining the league. You know, I think we've had a full flip on top laners nearly. We're going to see Kenji, Droxguild, and Afribi joining Venom Crest.
It's so good. And I mean, if you needed any other notice of what this team has to offer with the revamped roster, we got a taste of it, okay? So let's go ahead and take a look at what Kenji has brought to the Rift before and what could possibly be seen here on the day. Maybe. A little bit late. Hey!
That's right. We wait.
Yes, we do, but this is Kenji, of course, on the blue side. Just I feel a pretty big monster, and if you're playing Renekton of any sort, I mean, we in NA know about the monster showings that can come out here.
However, favorable 2v2, the Nocturne comes in, the 6 is ding. Oh, that feels so good. That's
yeah, it's just insane, just kind of the presence he has, right? I mean, look at this Gwen play, just look at the Renekton that we saw in the earlier clip. This guy's a monster top laner. It's not just his laning phase, but also his ability in the team fights and his team fight awareness and presence is, I think, what kind of just separates him from the rest of the pack. And I've been very impressed from all the VODs I've seen, so I'm expecting great things from Kenji.
Maybe we'll see the Gwen come through today. You know, it's still high priority on the pack.
All right, you got the Gwen in there. Literally anything that can run you over, it sounds like. That is really scary. I play like super close, super far away, you know, mid-range sorcerer champions in the mid lane. I don't like to get close. I don't want to face Kenji ever. Just brutal. And the fact that it's, again, you see it there, very strong player. Excited to see what can break out, because if we're looking on the other side of the Rift here in a best of 1, of course, Belfast has their own kind of history. I believe they're another squad that is coming in here, have a very talented roster. You know, it's gonna be a good time, right, Temporal?
Yeah, this is the descendant of Hive/Lucent that won the UKEL so long ago in 2021, and it managed to push on forwards into the next step, UKLC. You'd say that was probably NLC Division 2 now. Limsey, the only returning member of the roster, mid laner from Birmingham, rises his role with a whole new roster around him, and I'm going to be honest, gentlemen, they're a bit of a mystery to me. I'm looking to be surprised by Belfast today.
I mean, I would hope a storm comes about, and I mean, if there's anything to be said, Shibby, I feel NA knows best about crazy antics coming about. I mean, if you're bringing something like a pretty star mid laner in Limsey, just kind of hanging on to them, what are we expecting of 4 kind of new-ish players coming in here? Is the meshing going to be there, or do we have to wait a couple weeks?
Well, there's a lot of long-time synergy, right, for this team, right? 4 out of the 5 players played quite a bit together. I'm expecting quite a fast start from these guys. Typically what you'll see is that when you have teams that have like brand new players or rosters bringing 5 different players together, it kind of gets hard to hit the ground running. I'm expecting Belfast Storm to come out strong. I'm expecting at least come the mid game, come the late game, they'll be able to tighten up, they'll be able to kind of lock in regardless of how the early game goes, right? Early game's always a mystery, especially with the new season and everything that's been happening. It's a little bit wacky. Everybody's still trying to figure out what is the best play. So I'm waiting to see their team fight prowess and waiting to see how they execute during this mid game, during this late game. And I mean, you got 4 out of the 5 members playing for so long. It might just be super clean.
Yeah, there's the other option there, and for me, it's always just how can you get all 5 pieces working together? Because not only are you fighting to bring synergy between teammates, you're bringing synergy to the Rift. There was so much talked about. Obviously, the new patch, everything's being dropped. 3 different types of Barons, and then also what I like to dub as Ed, and Eddie for anyone watching for the NA. The 3 low grubs standing out there having a blast. But I mean, there were talks about what is OP, what feels OP, what feels bad, what are things that are shaking up. We heard a lot about the lethality changes, a little bit up and down. Of course, we were talking about some of the items coming in, so I want to get your thoughts here. We'll start with Shibby this time around, because NA, we've seen a lot, we've seen a few, we've seen everything near in between. Are there things that you feel are just outright OP? We got Storm Surge already that we had mentioned as an item. Are there any champions, any other items that you're just like, man, this is crazy?
I'm gonna say it now, guys. They got away with it again. The damn support players. Nobody's looking at them. I'm telling you, everybody's talking about Tunneler, Sundered Sky, all that. No. It's not the middle laners. It's those damn support players. You don't understand. They pay 400 gold, and their item evolves into the most monstrosity of things, and another 9,000 gold later, they're allowed to be full build. Like, it's not a lot of gold. They can go Moonstone, Ardent, Staff of Flame. These support players, man, they're getting away with absolute criminal bank robbery, like, levels of heisting. It's crazy. I'm watching you guys, man. Support players, you guys are gotten too good. You've been eating too well.
I want to disagree really badly, but I'd be lying about the 500 LP I've gained by playing Teemo support this season. It's me.
Yeah!
It's me. I'm the problem.
Damn blood song abusers.
I'm talking.
All right.
This season.
All right, listen. We heard what's OP. Let's see if it's OP, even to the players themselves, because we're in the draft here. Venom Crest on the blue side, Belfast Storm on the red, and already, thank God, we see that Corki banned away. It's one of 2 that I really don't want to see, obviously. But on the flip side, we see the Jax, we see the Orianna. These are great mechanical champions that can bring a lot to a team fight mid and late. Of course, the Nocturne being banned away, following up very quick bans, I should say.
Yeah, Bartholdi taking some flack there. The Corki there to cover Limsey's Azir. He's a fantastic Azir. Frankly, could teach some LEC mids a thing or 2. Senna ban away prevents a Senna Neela 1 and 2 here from Belfast. What I'm looking towards now is Ashe has fallen straight through this draft. Lucian as well.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, one of the best top laners in the game as well, Rumble, has just kind of slid through the draft. I would expect Belfast to try to ban it out. They're still kind of holding on to it. I don't know. Rumble is just the king right now in top lane. I feel like you can't really throw anything against it. They've opted to take the Gwen out instead. That's going to lock them that Varus first pick. Been seeing different variants. I'm preferable on the on-hit variant of it, where you can go like multiple on-hit items plus a tank item like Adaptive Helm. I've seen the lethality. I'm not in love with it. I feel like it's harder to execute, especially when you're facing down an Azir plus Vi. I don't think you'll be allowed to play that poke gameplay that you would typically see of lethality Varus.
Yeah,
I mean, as much as you were talking about Shibby there, another part is even in the first 2 games, there was no Rumble ban or pickup. I think even there before, so it's falling through because they love these other aggressive champions, right? We're getting a little bit of the Yone, the Vi coming in. Of course, you were talking about a Temporal. That is going to be that Azir coming out in the first round pick. Actually, it swapped over to Nico. I do apologize. There it is. There's the Yone that I wanted to see.
Might be flexed here. We did see Kenji do some absolute magic on the pick. I'd be interested to see a Xin Zhao here. I think Venom Crest might be dropping down too low on the jungle list. If you're going to 2v2 with Nico, if you're going to play that pick potential, and have some muscle behind it.
Yeah, I mean, they could opt in for something like the Maokai. They are going to just go for the preemptive Poppy pick. A champion that's seen a lot of high priority, at least over in the LEC. It can just stuff out these hard engaged compositions, right? Things like the Vi who wants to dive in. They'll get grounded immediately. You stop the Azir Shurima Shuffle shenanigans, right? Also, solid pick. The Ornn, right? There we go.
Belfast currently playing their draft by the hovers of the Serpents here. 10 out of 10 would do that scouting again.
Yeah.
It was just like, nah, we're not even worrying. We're not even worrying about it. I love it.
They don't
I
care.
love it.
They don't care. Very interesting. Yeah, the Yone being taken out. Lucian as well, the pairing. I mean, there's a lot of bot lane bans currently, right, on the side of Venom, because I think they're just looking to really limit what Saber can do and how much impact he can have on this game. Because right now, your mid and top are very scale heavy, right? You don't have the best of prio in that top lane, especially when you're, going into what is going to be an Ornn top lane. You can pick like any sort of very high scaling bully kind of top laner for Kenji, and he can probably do work, which is why they preemptively banned that Gwen in round 1.
I also like the Sylas ban. That one came in, I think, almost as an afterthought in that B5, and it's the idea of, hey, we just drafted 3 really key ultimates. If they are willing to commit with this all-in, you need to take it away. It is one that slips through the cracks a lot, but there is the Milio. I believe it was talked about on the desk earlier on in the first half. Shout out to them. They had mentioned that the Milio has been run a few times with that Lucian, but double banning it out is quite surprising. Now we're looking at that bottom side. We were talking about some of the lethality power that can come out. I mean, if that's actually... There it is. Okay, I was like, I'm not sure we're going to run with the Kai'Sa. There are some more powerful picks to follow up behind. Still being hovered. Final locked in. Aphelios makes way more sense.
Tons of sense. Could have been the Ashe as well. It has loads of setup, team fight, ultimates in front of it. You're going to have Limsy peeling for you. You're going to have this Ornn as well over the top. So leaning in for maximum damage. The Ashe going in here does point to vulnerability from Vi and Ornn, even though the pick itself is incredible. It might be in too developed a game state to lock this in.
I'm a little bit worried. This is looking squishy. It's looking real squishy. I'm really. I mean, listen, that Poppy's gonna be doing like maximum overtime. If listen, we're putting him to work. We're sending him through the absolute ringer. Go through top, go through bot, go through jungle, and then repeat.
Oh,
there's a good follow up. Are you actually gonna go hard and get? This is going to be
like that.
2 rocks smashing against each other. Why do you like it right now, Shabby? Come on, talk to us.
I mean different flavor, not the Malphite, but the Camille lockdown. I still love it. I'm really, really favoring into the Aphelios specifically, as well as that preemptive Ashe pick. Now you have to make the choice of Belfast. Do you hate your life and pick a melee support? do you want to just turn the keyboard off? Or do you channel your inner support Discord kitten? Let's go! We're gonna pick you enchanter players, you support players. I knew it. Watch this Lulu hit max items with like 9,000 gold. It's going to be absolutely absurd. Very good pick. You have the polymorph onto the Camille. You've also got the wild growth for your Aphelios when he's just slanging away with his items, just going crazy onto this very, very squishy team of Venom Crest. Solid pick. Like I said, you don't want to pick melee into Ashe Varus. You're still going to feel some pain. Lulu's not the best, but at least you have a chance to shield some of that damage. At least you have the ability to stave off dives with Polymorph if they decide to call the Poppy in for a 3v2 dive. There's all these different abilities and options that this Lulu unlocks in the early game, in the mid game, and in the late game. Just so many different options. I like Belfast's composition because like this Ornn Azir can just absolutely chew through the Varus and Ashe.
Yeah, Saber Avalon known for the deep team fights, the late game, the clutch moments. And I think with the Lulu offering, like you said, that late game opportunity really capitalizes on the Aphelios. If I'm Venom Crest here, I have to squash top lane early. It can't be the stage where Zadov gets up for an actual 2v2. I think the Poppy will fall short unless they catch the Vi out of position, struggling for a Q that should be for utility, for movement. And if it does just go to late game in the even, this polymorph, this wild growth, just shatters what Venom Crest want to do by diving and managing this front line. One Ashe arrow will stand between them and Belfast running them over.
Oh man, so many things to kind of think about. I think I already know as well, but I'd love to get a little bit of more insight. We got to lay down the chips because so far the analysts are currently 4-0 on the right calls for the day. I want to get it out before I get told, hey, we got to go straight to game. Let's get those predictions in with the champions available. I think I already know where you guys are headed, but let's start with Temporal. If you had to lay it down, who are you saying takes this game?
That's like it. You might be my GOAT today.
All right. And Shivy, are you following suit or what do you got?
I mean, you just saw me rant and love, about Belfast's composition. I talked to you about how the enchanters are absolutely busted right now. Supports have been getting away with it. I'm going with Belfast. I mean, this is a tried and true solid composition. Like you said, if Venom Crest doesn't dominate early in that top side, these mid to late game team fights are going to be a wash. Like, Belfast is just going to chew through them. The Ardent Sensor value, ooh, chef's kiss with the Azir, with the Aphelios. Oh, my lord.
That's so good. You know what? I'm going to go the other side. I got to fight up the river as hard as I can. I'm going to go Venom Crest, mostly because I have a buddy that plays a very mean Camille, and this is one of those situations where I love snowballing, and I want to see Kenji. I saw the montage. I saw the craziness. I think we are starting to have a little bit more fun with the carries, right? You get ahead. You have a lot of fun. You get to roll through as hard as possible. Yes, it's harder against an Ornn. I want to see Kenji. We showed a whole montage. We showed everything. Let's get Kenji moving through there. But of course, as you said, the entire composition does feel like it is leaning ever so heavily in Belfast's favor. So here's the next question I want to pose as we have just a little bit left. Shibby, where do you think the First Blood is going to go? Because that is also a favorite part of my game. Where do you think First Blood is going to go? In the top, in the mid, in the jungle, or in the bot lane? Doesn't have to be which team.
Unfortunately, I think Ornn is going to be the sacrificial lamb this game. I think Bartoli knows where his eggs are. He knows it's in Kenji's basket, right? And if I'm Kenji, I'm going, I have Camille into Ornn. Let me run down this guy's throat. Give me the grubs. Give me the herald. Give me everything. I want as much gold as possible. I'm sorry, Ornn. You are just going to be left out to dry, and hopefully you can give the rest of your team some ornaments. That's what I think. It's unfortunately, yeah, Ornn's going to be the one to be dying first here, and probably a couple more times.
Oh, Temporal, same thing?
Gonna be someone probably from Belfast around the Kevins, around Ed and Eddie.
Yeah.
5 minutes in, this team comp is not quite it. Azir won't have the shuffle. Ornn won't have his big ultimate. If they are maybe tempted in by the Serpents, there's risk there.
Oh, of course. There's so much to think about. Maybe the Grubs get some love, of course, as they always do. They are the new stars of the Rift. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, and hopefully Mista can stay alive. I'm not sure. We'll see. The Ornn will hopefully get to see the late game. For right now, though, we are going to be exiting just for a little bit because we have two fantastic casters that will be covering this entire game, this game as well as the next. So please give it up for the Mac as well as Rail, who will be covering this entire match. Take it away.
I'm doing very good, and I mean, I'm never happy to see Ash support, but if there's someone I believe in, it's definitely Fastlick. This man had an amazing last split coming into this team, and definitely was one of the standout players of just last split in general. So, interested to see what their game plan is for this game with Venom Crest. They do have quite an aggressive comp, but they don't have as much early game pressure as the top side with Ornn. Why?
I mean, this is Ornn, right? He gets out. There's no way they find the angle here, right? Anyways, hello. I was not muted on VMix. I promise, audience. Hello. My name is The Mac. I'm here with Rail, and we are casting the third game of the UKL Four Nations. This is Belfast Storm versus Venom Crest, and as my wonderful co-caster here was saying, it should be really interesting to have games. I think Venom Crest is really a team to watch, obviously coming off of the third place in the last split. Really, really interesting. Interesting pickups. Kenji with experience on Paragon. Very keen to play alongside a freebie. Should be very, very interesting. Little team setup they've got here. Whereas Belfast, yeah, Saber Avalon role swapped, right?
Yeah, he was mid lane last split for DMG, and now he's found himself in the bot lane of Belfast, and this is a completely reworked team for Belfast. Limsey is the only retaining member of this squad, and to be honest, he must be feeling really happy right now getting his hands on Azir in this current state of meta.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting with the Nico here. It feels really strong at the moment as well. Kind of sleeper though. I don't see people picking this like a ton, but I think it's pretty strong. Another matchup that's quite interesting should be this Camille into Ornn. Obviously, really, really ideal here for Kenji. Likes those true damage pumpers like the Gwen, the Camille. Picking Ornn into this guy kind of dooms you a little bit. And bot lane matchup looks particularly not cringe, I promise, from the side of Venom Crest here. Double long range harass, the Varus, the Ashe, kind of nice, but also again not revolting at all.
No, not at all. Just, you know, Giga Poke, can't really walk up never going to get level 2 in that lane, especially early. You know, it's just not horrible at all.
I pretend I do not see a nice early poke coming through from the Nico here. We love when you get all 3 charges. That Bartholdi coming in with the brand new opening in the bot lane, forcing that flash really early is going to be very, very nice. And we're already seeing just how the map changes are shaking up this bot lane a little bit already with, you know, bot lane being a bit more exposed later on as we rotate up. But speaking of exposed, no, very, very nice Nico Clone positioning here from... I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to pretend I know how to say that name. Smile.
No, it was a very good outplay by the Nico, but the important part, Saber Avalon does not have flash anymore. He's going to be prime target, no heal on the Lulu either, and we already talked about how that lane is going to be disgusting for them to even play. That's just going to be the target again and again and again. Every time they can look for that option, Aphelios isn't the most mobile, and especially pre-level 6 on the Lulu, it's definitely one of the prime targets.
Oh, the value from the smite there going absolutely crazy. I'm personally fuming there as Vi. Kenji finding the hookshot down onto Zavuv, and that's a first blood picked up for the top laner of Venom Crest. Not quite getting that knock up on that Ornn is going to feel pretty bad here.
And Mac, if there's anyone you was hyping up before this game, it was Kenji. So him getting first blood on Camille in a matchup which is not really easy the early few levels because Ornn has very high base damage. But
speaking of not easy, that the polymorph coming through, but will end up taking Saber Avalon to 1 HP with a WQ there from the Varus. Just a really nice walk up with, you know, the slow ghost pop there for a freebie as well, and we are seeing a little bit of an early lead created for Venom Crest. 1k coming through. Zavuva looking to even that out a little bit, return the score. Lane is wide now. You're really warded out. Not going to be able to get close. And yeah, as you were saying, I'm a really big fan of Kenji. I'm not biased. I definitely didn't have this guy on my team last split in Division 2, and I don't think that he's one of the best top laners in the entire division. I promise. I think he's really good, though. I do think he's really, really good.
We'll see if that statement comes back to bite you at all.
Surely not. Surely I've not cast a curse it.
Well, interesting thing I want to touch upon, because of the map changes, top lane isn't as easy as it used to be to gank. You don't have that long bush on the side of the lane where you can just walk up behind them when they're pushed up, and it's just a free pick. You can't get away with that anymore. Just a small pixel brush, and there's going to be a lot of punishment going down towards that bot lane. Saber Avalon learning the hard way, you can't step up for free, but he's maintaining decent CS considering he's died.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, especially as you said, like being able to like keep a little bit even here for this Aphelios is going to be really, really important. Just not losing out too much. But we are going to see additional pressure here on this bot lane, even though it's warded out. That Poppy is lethal. Will chase them down. Cleanse burned a freebie, finding that Q directly down onto Saber Avalon, picking up the kill for Bartholdi. Not going to be quite enough to find the second kill here onto the Lulu. But now you've cleared up a little bit more space bot side. Maybe look for a Drake angle, but it's interesting that both objectives are still up. We've kind of seen them rush beforehand, but the Grubbies, Kevins, are chilling right now.
Yeah, I consider Grubs high priority, personally. I think they're really, really impactful, especially when you get multiple. So, interesting that they've been left, but obviously, with Camille having that push early into the Ornn and getting the solo kill, it's not really an easy option for Vi to start looking to sneak them away. As soon as one goes down, you do sort of get that notification, and you kind of like, wait a minute, this guy's trying to take him.
I mean, yeah, it's... Wait, do the notifications even... I swear they come, like, all at the end after all three have been taken if you don't have vision, right? Or am I a silly Billy? Have I fluffed that?
To be honest, I might be griefing too, so...
You know what? It's week 1 of the UKL. It's day 1. I'm allowed to make mistakes. You're allowed to make mistakes. We're here making mistakes, but hopefully the teams won't be making mistakes here, as we are going to see Roskilde and Bartholdi push Zavuv off of these Grubbies. Should be able to kill 2 of the Kevins here, but it looks like we could get a team fight breaking out. Bulbasaur waiting in the wings here. No Vine Whip available, but Kenji instead of taking that trade up on the top side. Mr. Boonga might not even be able to get off that Ornn charge. Really, really nice steadfast presence here from Poppy. Zavuv rooted out with the Hextech Ultimatum. The rest of the team scrapping to try and pick up some Grubs, try and get something, anything, but we are now seeing Saber Avalon stepping a bit too far forward. Tian falling here. Timur also going to fall shortly, unless we get a hero. Emperor's Divide from Limsey won't be enough to actually pick up that kill, but that's a double kill coming through from Riskilda. Kenji thinking about going for more, backs up with the hook shot, nice and patient, but that is 4 kills to the side of Venom Crest. It's a 7-0 game right now with a 4k gold lead at 8 minutes. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you hit exactly where I was about to hit on with that gold lead. 4k difference at 7 minutes. As soon as Ornn was pathing from that top side, that play was doomed. If Ornn's pathing that way right in front of Camille, Camille's just going to start wailing on you till you try to use the Ornn Horn. And Bartholdi, the interrupt was so clean.
For sure. I mean, we are seeing the strength of this Poppy pick here as well. I think I wouldn't even say she's sleeper good. She's just good. People know this is good. And especially into a team like what we're seeing here with the Azir, I think it's one of the only few things that can actually reliably stop the Azir escape, actually. Obviously, against the Ornn is a really good boon. And Zavuv is not happy. And although we'll be able to get the, you know, cease and desist off, we won't be able to get her main form of engage off here in these fights. And it feels kind of bad. But, you know, Poppy feeling really, really good. Bartholdi's made a lot of early pressure for himself here as well, especially, you know, with the invades. He has a significant CS lead, has, you know, more objective control as well, I believe. I don't know how many grubs have been picked up total for each side. I think it's 2, but it doesn't matter about the grubs now because we are getting a fight coming through on the bot lane. Timur should fall, but whilst that's happening, there was a tower dive in the top side. Will they dive bot lane to try and get a trade through? It doesn't matter. Bartholdi's looking to try and stop any further push, holding that wave. I'm going to hand it back to you now. I've been talking a bit too much.
That's okay. I was literally sat looking at the minimap. I wasn't even watching anything else what was going on. I was watching the minimap the entire time, and the dive on the bot side actually gets returned. Aphelios gets a kill for his troubles, but he's still going to lose a fat wave for it. So Venom Crescent still becomes more worth. And where I'm sat right now with what's going on in the game, I still kind of feel Belfast Storm don't have down on what they want to do here. I feel like they're still a little bit lost. You have this bot lane who wanted to play just to get level 6, but they've been punished before they can even get to that mark. You've got an Aphelios who's got 4 deaths this early in the game, so you can't play for the bot side anymore. Limsey's the only one who hasn't died, but ganking a Nico is not easy.
And Limsey's also quite behind, like, just in general. Well, not quite behind, somewhat behind in general. Obviously, he has about 10 CS down, but it's also down 2 kills, 2 assists, not much KP. Already racking up a small bounty there for the Nico, just dropped, ironically, as I say that, Casticus. But yeah, it's not looking great for the side of Belfast Storm. I don't think we'll get to the point in the game where we see these people really pop off. Not quite the route working against them. Riskilda not quite lining up there with Bulbasaur's enhanced Crystal Arrow. There we go. And we are going to see a little bit of Cryo here now taken into the Drake. It does not matter that we have vision on it. They just get to take it for free. Very, very nice.
Yeah, there's no way that's ever getting contested. And with it only being the first dragon of the game, it's definitely one you can let slide if you're Belfast Storm. It's not one you're looking to take him any more L's from. This game for Belfast right now is just trying to work their way slowly back in. You do have a good amount of CC. That is probably going to be your biggest saving grace here. You have a lot of CC you can layer on top of each other. As long as you play to that, you can eliminate 1-2 targets. I'm not saying you're going to wipe an entire team, but you can still get the picks you need to work back into this game, and that's what Belfast needs to be doing from now on.
100%. And it's going to be harder as well, just looking at these rotations. Trying to match, you know, Bartholdi and, like, Fast Leggings, like, movement together on the map is going to be kind of hard here for Timur and Zavuv. These guys are very seasoned, have played for a long time together, have a good amount of experience with each other, and really proving that they're kind of diffing a little bit. Freebie more than happy to be left alone in this lane, but look at where that Vi is moving. I think they are Noah's. That Ash Arrow going to connect Saber Avalon. Unfortunately, no one's close to actually follow up off of that. Maybe just, you know, kind of I got your number, bro, kind of ult, rather than like a
sheer disrespect.
I think it's kind of a Chad move to like pull that off. Genuinely, I think it's kind of cool. But unfortunately, I think it might even just be to, stop him from hitting the wave, crashing it in, so a freebie does not get towered over while they pick up these grubs. We are now seeing, Fastlegged move down to this bot side after they realize, wait, they're just completely giving grub control. We can just keep our support here, and it wouldn't shock me if we see a fight break out.
It wouldn't shock me either, because they're both looking to just keep stopping this fight, keep posturing around, and to be honest, if I was Zavuv, I'd actually just hang around here. You know they're going to aggress on your bot lane. This is your best option. You have information that Poppy's nowhere near the bot side jungle because you've just taken everything. So I feel like they've just missed the point on a play there.
For sure. I just heard a Nico will get popped in the mid lane, but it won't matter because we are watching the top lane Hextech ultimatum come through now onto Mr. Boonga. Trapped, held down, leveled up, slammed into the wall. Nice 1-2. Buckle my shoe kill for Kenji there. We are seeing a freebie go a little bit crazy, but we are not going to see Saber Outlaw go down without a fight, but the snipe coming through from Fast. Like a really, really nice follow-up here as the freebie runs out of mana and not able to look for something of their own. Timur cannot even step close, and it's got to feel really, really bad to be Tian here.
Oh, for sure. And if that bot lane was dead even, generally Aphelios and Lulu would probably win that just from the sheer power of the Lulu ult and the extra attack speed and the movement speed. But because they're so far behind, unfortunately, it is not the case. And Zavuv is just being absolutely punted out of his own jungle.
I'm sorry, that's so funny. Like, what is the need, bro? Like, come on, that's BM, man. I would say I'm not here for it, but hey, I am absolutely here for it. Love to see that. Love to see that. We have got 5 grubs, by the way. I just want to point out for the side of Venom Crest. I don't think we really touched on it, but being able to hit that breakpoint where you start getting the might spawning now feels really, really strong. It's going to really help with sieging. And speaking of sieging, looking to get this Rift Herald down, crack open mid, I'd imagine, and try and get this game ended soon before there's even a chance of Tian being able to come online on this Aphelios. Looking to close this out quickly.
What was your first reaction, Mac, when you first seen the 5 grubs when you played against it or played with it? I'm very curious.
So, I'd been playing on PBE briefly before it came to live, so I was trying to figure out how effective the grubs were. And taking out like the whole might farming with Senna and like Victor or whatever, just as a raw objective, I don't think until it really came to live, people understood how good it was. Even now, people are still debating like the value of the objective, but now we are seeing it's such a good way to close out games. But speaking of closing out, we are going to see Mr. Boonga get caught by the ultimatum just because of the Molten Breath. Really, really nice there, giving the Unstoppable prevents any form of CC from locking them down. And another attempt made on his life. Public enemy number 1 here, unfortunately.
They want to give Boonga the Goomba. That's exactly the play what they're looking for. They're just trying to bully this man for even playing Ornn.
I mean, you're playing Ornn in new season. It's got to feel pretty terrible, right? Like, I feel like we've seen it picked like a decent amount today, and I don't think it's good. I think it's not that great, and it's not got a ton of agency into a lot of like other picks that we see in this top lane. It's really hard for Boonga to actually want and look to do anything here. It might provide a little bit of value later on with the artifacts, but are they called artifacts in League, or is it just a TFT thing?
It's a TFT thing.
I'm calling them artifacts. It's so much better than ornaments.
I like ornaments.
Ornaments is cheesy. Anyways, we are going to see a slam come through here from Bartholdi. Lots of might spawning, but this is just free gold for this Aphelios. Rifty, she will not be able to find anything, but look at the CC combo here. Really, really nice Bartholdi fast-legged combo. We are seeing, again, that communication come through, ready to pull the trigger. The second they see Limsey is available to be taken down, and it should give them a second Drake's kill. Nice and easy, very clean.
Very clean for Venom Crest, but it's also just showing that Belfast have no answer. They're currently just sat back, just trying to grab whatever they can, but they're just losing more and more by each step. When it's your member who's actually semi-gone even. Yes, he was down a little bit of CS, but that's granted when Poppy put pressure everywhere on the map. When he's the one taken down and you have no reaction, it's kind of just spelling bad things for Belfast right now. The game state right now is still just very...
It's miserable.
dangerous.
This is miserable. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I did it again. I'm such a silly little goof. I'm such a silly Billy. But yeah, as I was saying, don't worry about it. Tech issues be damned. It feels kind of miserable for Belfast here, because even though Limsey's like not that far, we were saying earlier, Limsey's not that far behind, and he's the angle to play for, or, you know, we'll see Tian scale on this Aphelios, it's gonna, you know, pop off, like, rah, rah, like, really? I think we are seeing, even though there's not like a big tower advantage here from Venom Crest, they are going to look to close out this game. If we see in game 1 of Paragon versus Nuke, they pretty much ended the game over one mistake team fight, and because they had grub advantage, they were able to just siege these towers, get them down. It was really, really hard to contest, and I could 100% see the same thing happening here with Venom Crest. They should be able to just clean this up pretty quickly in about like 5 minutes. If, you know, one mistake goes through, they should be able to just end the game.
And also an item we haven't talked about enough today is, look at Poppy. That item, Frozen Heart,
so broken.
2,300 gold for so much value. And there's a reason why in nearly every pro play game, if a champion could build it, they'll build it, because it's just such good value, it's so cheap, and it gives you so much good stats.
100 gold nerf will fix the items balancing, right? It will. I promise. 100 being 100 gold more expensive, it's gonna save it, guys. It won't be a problem.
Oh no, it's almost like we're used to paying 2,700 for it.
It's crazy. I mean, yeah, for sure. And I totally agree with where you're coming from. I think it's been able to give Bartholdi a completely insane snowballing effect in this game. I mean, kind of just playing component gaming right now, but it's not going to be able to... Okay, Saber Allen just cleansing that. I was going to say, unfortunately, isn't able to land with the Timur ideal target there, getting rid of that Lulu and collapsing onto the rest of the team. But yeah, it's... component gaming here from Poppy feels pretty good. Nice catch. Huge Nico ult coming through here. Isn't going to end up leading to much more, though Saber Avalon is kind of frontline tanking for no reason, and Zavuv cease and desist back on to try and get them out. Unfortunately, not going to be quite enough. Limsey should be able to shadow Bunga on the way out, but yeah, it feels like a little bit of a misplay there from the side of the Belfast jungler to re-engage off of that, and maybe the Aphelios positioning. But overall, there was a lot of catching tools there for Venom Crest. It's kind of hard to escape.
Yep, and they were looking for Baron, but it's not spawning yet, my friends. You still have a couple of seconds to go. Overall, Venom Crest have played a very clean game so far, like dropping only 2 kills, one from a Camille overextended and getting punished by the Vi Ornn CC combination. The other was a tower dive.
I hope that wasn't an intentional... I hope that was an intentional flash to get Hex flashback or something. That must be the play, right? There was no way Bartholdi would just flash like that. Right? Surely. Surely. He knows something we don't, guys. Anyways, Limsey is unfortunately waddling back to base on 1 HP. So it's going to put him completely out of this fight. Does not have Emperor's Divide for about, I don't know, another minute. So he should be able to look for an objective here. The Drake is coming up in 1 minute 15. They are just getting objective control, picking up this blue buff for free. Going to be a really nice donation to the rest of the team. Interesting that buffs actually spread to the full team now. Thoughts on that, Mr. Colocaster?
I mean, it is extremely horrible to play against if you're behind, because that snowball just becomes even harder to deal with. And like, you have arguments for both sides, like blue buff on champions who can spam abilities like Olaf, who can just keep spamming axe after axe after axe and not get punished for it because he's got blue buff, just becomes even more annoying. And champions who want to run you down like your Darius, even Olaf fits into that same conversation. It just snowballs these... I definitely want to say top laners especially, because a lot of the time you are in this side lane, you're not grouping as much as the rest of the members, you get much more benefits. And it even ties into the current jungle pool. You got champions like Xin Zhao and Trundle who are really strong right now, and just being able to say, yeah, I can take red buff and you'll all have it, is just disgusting.
It's kind of mental, yeah, for sure. And I definitely agree with what you say about snowballing. It's pretty tough. We are seeing, speaking of snowballing, I want to go back to Poppy's build quickly before a fight breaks out. It's interesting to pick up the Locket as well. Such a low economy build that is giving so many useful stats to this Poppy. I really, really like this from Bartholdi.
Yep, and Locket is only 2,200 gold again. Just like you said, such low economy, so much value, even providing that extra utility to his teammates with that shield. Just Well, totally, it's just going to be a beefcake at the moment. It's going to be super difficult to take down.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, while we were talking about that, by the way, Drake's got popped up, and I'm pretty sure they're just setting up for Baron now, shoving out these midways, although doesn't have top exactly ready in position. It doesn't really matter though. Should be able to start stuff for free. No vision control available for the side of Belfast. We'll only have to guess that they're doing it at the moment after they've shoved, but can they really walk in? Is this like an angle for them? I don't think that
Absolutely not.
I don't even think an Emperor's Divide, like, genius Super Saiyan God, like, tossing them back into the enemy team into, like, an insane Aphelios Moonlight Vigil would save them there. It's really, really bad.
Well,
the
biggest example is Limsey is on an Ashes 2. Meanwhile, look at Nico, nearly at a third item.
Okay, Lulu almost with the moves is going to get, unfortunately, locked down. And Limsey with the Emperor's Divide. It does not matter. Bye-bye. Knocked away by Bartholdi. You are now across the map, and Eurazir is dead. Really, really rough. And we should be seeing what I was talking about earlier, especially with the Void Mites, by the way, taking tower aggro, which is another component of this, which is absolutely insane and should be talked about more. Them just being able to end the game here, locked down with Hextech Ultimatum. Mr. Bunga just accepts his fate, although gets that flash off, is sniped really nice from a freebie there. And yeah, I mean, these Nexus turrets should just fall. What an incredibly dominant performance from Venom Crest. Third in the last season, looking to be first this season. Really, really incredible, cleaning up the rest of the team. Although saying that, we are seeing Saber Avalon go for a little hot shot here and there, trying to fight that game back, but there is nothing that will stop that Nexus from falling. And that is the third game today going to Venom Crest.
And that we call annihilation. There's no other word. They didn't stand a chance at any point. They just couldn't find their feet, Belfast, and Venom Crest just kept the pressure going from the start and just pushed it all the way through. Said, whatever pressure you're trying to do, well, Tolly's going to do it better, and that's just the story of this game. He was absolutely everywhere.
100%. I'm really excited to see the analysts dig into this game, but the next game will be even more interesting, as it'll be Ruddy versus Verzik. You know, Div 1 runners-up should be, by de facto, the best team in Division 1 now, up against, you know, the underdogs of last split, Verzik. Make sure you stay tuned after this break. It's going to be a good one. Are we still here? We're still here. Wait, we're still here.
Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spend all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spend all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here after that exciting game, a game that we did not expect to go. For the first time, the analysts are wrong here today. I am correct. I, as a host, knew what was going to happen. I totally did. I had no idea, because honestly, that game on paper should have run the course, and yet from the get-go, Chibi, things were a little bit messy.
I didn't think I could be so wrong. You know, like I didn't think it was possible. Part of me is happy. The support enchanter player lost. I'm cool with that. But also Belfast losing was kind of a tragedy, right? I mean, it kind of just started off with this first blood that happened. It started just downward spiraling from there, right? It's like a train crash that you just could not avoid. This is because, you know, obviously the Poppy here, Bartold, invaded Zavuv early on, diverted his attention. Now Zavuv feels like he's under pressure, had to go for an invade, and by that time, the Camille has a bunch of lane priority. Poppy's there, the health advantage is there. 1-2, and it's just kind of over, right? I feel like Zavuv was put in a rock and a hard place. That's one of those decisions where you're under that pressure, you make the wrong one, and it can just kind of turn the pace of the game completely.
Yeah, and then the way that, like, you know, we identified if Venom Crest were going to break the early game, it's like, oh, hey, you kind of got to bust top open. Camille doesn't have this Divine Sunder anymore. We got to push it. That's the definition of pushing it.
It was, and it was exemplified even further on. Temporal, you mentioned the fact that it was push. Well, you got to accent that as hard as possible, and they did. Venom, literally just a few minutes later, felt like they took full control of the game.
All right, we're going to cut to Snap, Crackle, and Pop. One of them got taken away. Zavuv got out of town. And we'll notice 6s have come through for solo lane, so I'd technically favor Venom Crest, Belfast in this fight. They've also brought up all 5 members. They lose their top laner early. The Ornn very, very keen to get in. Zavuv gets locked out, and suddenly it's a 4v3. Pop there at the end, the last Kevin, just holding on. And at the same time, 8 members of Venom Crest running riot through the front line. Only Limsey walks away from this. It's a real crying shame for Belfast, not the early game. It sort of stabilized, scaled the Azir, got the Aphelios going where they wanted to. The whole time, you guys were having a giggle. Varus got 3 plates out of that play on that bot tier 1. That was absolutely brutal. A 4,000 gold swing so early in the game. Needs patching up.
And I want to kind of accent that even further, because there was a moment where it felt, because you saw it at the very end, you saw the Azir shuffle try and come out, but it was used in safety factor.
Yeah.
And I think, to me at least, that was what the entire issue came about, right? Belfast felt that they always had to play defensive. They could never really make that gamble, and it showed, because as soon as that first fight happened, it was Venom saying, we are going to take over. There is not going to be a stop, no pit stops along this road. And it showed. Chibi, Temporal, both of you were like, they're not stopping. There is not a moment where you see them stop. I mean, Chibi, I think you had the major example at the end. It's just like, where are they stopping? There's no point. I mean, this Nico was out of control.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just they were just fighting for the dragons. They were getting all the objectives, right? They were contesting Belfast on the global reds, the global blues. They weren't giving any sort of leeway for Belfast to come back into the game, right? And on top of that, Venom Crest, they just kind of put Belfast in these 80-20 decisions, right? Where it's like, it's super risky plays, but you have to go for it, because if you don't, you'll just kind of slowly lose out. And every single time, unfortunately, Belfast, they flipped the coins, they hit tails, and they lost. Like, it was just really, really well played. When you have a gold lead like that, you accelerate the pace of the game, and you just keep the foot on Belfast's neck, and you never let go.
It's one of those things that leads to unforced errors or even forced errors as well, just those moments. And I mean, one of my unfortunate favorites was there was a moment in the bot lane, I think at about 13 minutes or so. I don't know if we have that one, but there was an unfortunate flash. This fight kind of exemplified how far ahead I think this bot lane was for the likes. I mean, you can see the fight, and honestly, it actually panned out. You can see the strength of these two, of the Lulu and the Aphelios. You know it's strong. And then this right here was, I think, one of those mind-breaking moments. That is where your mental is kind of shattered. You have this combination, and at that point, it felt like all hope was lost. So, you know, that first game, it's the first game of the season. You can put that out of your memory, things to work on. Don't let a team get that kind of stranglehold, because you can't let it happen. We are now moving on into our next matchup, because I spoke too long about an unfortunate flash. We have another match coming up. It is going to be Ruddy versus Versick, and that is another match that we get to look at. A couple rosters that are coming in that we are a little bit hesitant about, especially with how the last game went. Now we're curious how this fourth match, I think, is going to break down. I believe Ruddy is coming in with some fresh players as well as Versick. I mean, Temporal, do we have any real glean into what they have, or is this going to be maybe one of those that everyone's kind of testing the waters, say, okay, fresh faces, let's see how game one goes?
Versick's definitely going to be that test of fresh faces. They're iconic top laner of last split who helped them through that finish, just scraping through some people in playoffs. Lars is no longer here, instead Shade, long-time UKEL substitute, coaching for Arcadia last split, and also filled in the jungle a little bit for them. Returns to his top lane role. He's joined by Stranger, Tycool, Saranjay, and Dokai. Goldie, the previous player for them last split, moved over to coaching.
It's a good time. It's a good time. And again, the shifts with the coaches, it's always interesting to see how much influence they have over a team. And I love the fact that you emphasize, hey, player to coach. That's a little bit different. Very, very curious to see how they play out and if they can do better than last split. Of course, taking a look at Ruddy's side, they also have a couple of players, some fun names across the board, but silliness is sure to be abound. And I mean, Shibby, these are some that I'm also going to be very, very curious about.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing to know is that Ruddy kind of kept their bot lane duo with Sin and Jomsu, right? And these guys are a bit of a maniacal bot lane duo, right? These guys are kind of crazy. The AD carry plays stuff like Twitch. He's super aggressive. I think Jomsu is just a monster on support engages, right? Like his ability to look at fights, look at the bot lane, how to play mid game and stuff like that, and find these like really, really smart engages for these team fights is what really kept Ruddy super strong last year. And you know, replacing that top side with Akers, Crisis, and Ketsuo. There's a lot, a lot to understand here, right? How is Ruddy going to play now? Is the bot lane going to have a lot more say because they're the two remaining members? Is the top side going to have to adapt? Or, what is going to happen with Ruddy in regards to how they play out some of these mid games and how they play out some of these late games? Because if Jomsu and Sin are on point, the rest of the chips will kind of just fall into place.
And that worries me a little bit because of the meta shift, because there have been so many changes. You talked about the Twitch, you talked about a lot of those engages. You can still function around the engages. I think in the first half we did have a little bit of a talk about, hey, there are some differences. The itemization can still breed a lot of engage, but you're talking about the enchanters, right? Enchanters have such a hold, it feels like. So if we want to see the type of engage, that type of aggression come out, do we have to see something like the double ADC meta that we just saw before, the overwhelming pressure? Or if we want to see, I want to ask both of you, I guess we'll start with Shivy because it's kind of fun. I mean, it sounds like you know exactly what champions might be played. In that support role, what are we looking for? What champions do you expect to be those top tier engaged supports? Are they still the same that we see like the Nautilus sometimes, or even that Rel, or are we going to see something a little bit crazier?
I think, with way the support is meta is right now, I mean, obviously Rel has been super, super popular across the leagues. The ability to run Kalista Rel specifically, it's kind of a scary sight when a Rel's flung at you, Mach speed with the Kalista ultimate, then the ultimate comes down, and then she flips you to the team, and oh wait, she's still got a boatload of CC ready to go. It's kind of broken a little bit. Obviously, we've seen a bunch of Alistar, Nautilus. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more Leona. I think these engaged support players, they will have a tough time just because of what is able to be played in the bot lane at the moment, right? Senna plus anything kind of ruins engaged supports, right? These double ranged bot lanes can make your life a living hell. So look, Reddy's bot lane has their work cut out for them. If they can just kind of trim down and ban out some of the more disgusting kind of matchups, I have no fear that they will be able to shine come mid game, come late game.
I'm feeling the theme from Shibby here. There's a little bit of hatred being thrown down to that bot side. Little sparks of anger. Just a little bit. I have a feeling there may I don't want to know exactly which role you play. I mean, Temporal, do you have the same feelings? Are you also kind of wondering about those pieces? Are you also looking towards a different lane? Because we just saw emphasis in that jungle position. We saw some of those very heavy influence on the early invade. Are we going to see more of that, or do you think that was more of an outlier situation?
I think it's more of an outlier. I think Crisis and Ketsu are more likely to play this one a little more standard, a little more straightforwards. Ketsu the most likely to pick up Yone, I think, of any of the players today, which should be quite exciting. The champion already nerfed to 14.2, very, very powerful. Looking at some other big picks, Akers, otherwise known as Erling Narland, in the top side. One of the best Nars, I think, that Northern Europe has to offer. Maybe Europe itself, who knows? Armit's not here anymore, and he can't just bang that one in every LEC. Friday. At the same time, we spoke a little bit about support. I think Sin and Jamsu most likely to have gone for the Nautilus out of everyone today. Maybe we'll see a little bit of Leon and Tarek if they're feeling themselves in week 1. Maybe they've been abusing some solo queue. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm expecting Engage out of the bot side, something a little more standard, something to keep Shibby at ease as we look to play through the mid game.
All right, well, we'll see if either of you are correct here, because I'm sorry, Shibby, I know we want to talk more, but we got to see what's on the draft. An immediate Akali ban being sent through saying no assassin here today. There's at least 7 more to worry about. Some a little bit more fun, I think, a little bit more silly. I mean, the Fizz is still there. There's that rumble that you were talking about, Shibby. Finally, someone respecting that champ.
Because it's a monster rumble.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a broken champion. I was, like I said, surprised that it was let through in the last game's bans, but we are going to take out that Seraphine. I actually prefer banning out the Senna, right? Senna plus anything, right? The Seraphine matching up with another support isn't as deadly. Senna Seraphine specifically going that double support lane or double support item lane is a little bit more detrimental. We see Verzik, though, taking out the Nocturne, Xin banned as well. So now we're going to get deep into the jungle pools, right? Trundle, Maokai, Udyr being taken away, although that's more of a top lane pick we've been seeing recently. K'Sante is just B1 here. No remorse at all. Like, this guy is just, all right, cool. Let's just pick it.
Let's go straight in. Akers is really good at K'Sante, and K'Sante on 14.1 after the hotfix has risen to become sort of that top pinnacle of top laners. Wow, Verzik with some nasty hovers here. The set is Shade as one trick. Yone in here, not a huge surprise. Flexible between the lanes. Should be pairing this with a jungle on red 1-2 with the Udyr ban away with Nocturne gone. Jin Zhao also banned. I'm looking at potentially a Gwen flex. I'm looking at potentially the Lilia that has dealt so much damage to everyone's mental in solo queue.
A Savant champion.
Whence does Karthus come?
A Savant champion. I hope it's going to the jungle. I love me some good Karthus gameplay. You asked Orbital what lane do I play, what role do I play. I am a full-fledged bona fide jungler. I have a lot of hate for everybody. I got enough to spill out for all everybody. It's not just bot laners that feel my wrath. Karthus is amazing. I love him. Has had some interesting issues with the build path lately because of what has happened to his items, but I think with enough labbing, with enough kind of getting back into the workshop and concocting the mad scientist builds, I think we've actually landed on something that can tear through teams, and picking an Ashe into it is a little bit interesting here. I feel like if you pick Squishy, you're just going to be liable to get blown up by Karthus.
Alright, Bryce is going for high execution, high risk with the Lee Sin. He's got to kill Karthus, he's got to get out of there. You want to highlight Karthus mid on this patch, I think above GM, I haven't got the numbers in front of me anymore. I was looking this up last week after a Veigar V2 montage where he just Ares a melee mid laner. He just one-shots him at level 1, and then he goes and does it to a Vladimir. Waiting to see if a melee mid trap comes through. Maybe the bans will hint away at that. Varus in after an Ashe, both A+ tier bot laners do want to try and see the UKL move towards something like a Lucian. I think it suits our execution more. Second ban phase, I'm thinking maybe we're going to try set this Karthus up for something a little spicy, a little extra flexibility.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. They got some time, and there's a Janna to be taken away. Just look, no enchanters. No enchanters. Nobody gets to have any safety. Ain't no way. You're going to have to rumble in the jungle there. Nah, rumble's also banned. Don't even take that one. All right, looking at that.
Sin's a nasty Ashe, so we're fine with banning away enchanters. The odds that Ashe ends up with Jamsu is slightly less than you'd expect, even though it's really good in both positions. We're going to wait and see.
Oh, and then the Rel. Okay, so on the flip side, not just the enchanters, also targeting that bot side. I think it's appropriate. Do we see maybe another, maybe that not? I think so. On the flip side, though, Red 5, last ban to come out.
Yeah, I think you just want to pinch the support pool a little bit more here.
Elio, I think.
Yeah, Renata also. I'm down for that.
Renata does go a little bit harder, pushes him above. This should probably be a Blitzcrank ban ready. Otherwise, Verzik have a really, really nasty approach with
Please do it.
Yone's ultimate over the top. So I would be fearing him here. Already
this is our first taste.
They might take out Nautilus. I don't even think Blitz is in their mind right now. I'm going to be quite honest.
It's something like that. It's going to be something engaged. The Alistair, for sure. Also a threat.
A little bit outside predictions, I think. That one's kind of a slight left field one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the engaged stuff, right? Like, Ashe does not like it when there's tons of engaged champions thrown on top of her. Specifically, as Temporal mentioned, like, hey, it's probably going to go to Sin. Rakan's fine. I wonder if Jamsu's just going to bust out Lissandra support here. It's still pretty solid. Like, it's not bad. And the UKEL is, like, no stranger to Lissandra support from what I've seen. Like, I wouldn't hate it, right? It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world picking it into stuff like the Yone, like the Rakan here, just kind of stopping them in their tracks. Not the worst, but I don't know if Jamsu's got the actual funk to play that.
I think we're going to see some Nautilus gameplay. That would be where my money goes. Hetsuo's Azir. Like, you guys are going to learn over the weeks. We're big Azir players in the UK. Sort of used to be years ago where it's like, oh, like Limsey's the best who's not in the LEC. Now we've got a fair few of these high caliber mid laners. Jamsu, thinking about his flavor of engage, goes towards the Zyra. I really like this. The new items really favor Zyra. Should be, as you say, if you're going to get a half-price build, you might as well get one that goes off with a bang. She's really good at this. She will mitigate the Rakan engage. And if you get far enough ahead, Karthus' approach, or indeed presence in a teamfight, really gets limited. Quite dangerous here.
It's disgusting. Supports go to the thrift store and they find Rolexes every single time. It's absolutely
What kind of
horrible.
thrift store has that? Like, I want to go there. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. Get that finalized pick coming in. That is the Jax into Cassandre. So it is Karthus jungle. I had a feeling. I was like, this is a Karthus jungle game, especially when you've got kind of like a heavy AD kind of look from Versic here. You want that strong AP, uninterrupted farming. Karthus' farming is still amazing. Yeah, he's so fast. He gets 6 camps before Lee Sin could even blink, if he could.
He can still blink. I don't think he's like disfigured. He can still blink. There's just a lot of
if a tree falls in a forest with no one in it. If Lee Sin blinks, that blindfold tight, nice and tight. Who sees this?
I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully in this game, he's kicking a lot of people, a lot of all over the place, right? You're looking at the Jax, that duelist in the top side. You're now looking at the Yone. These are explosive lanes that can very much spiral out of control if Versic is allowed to have a lot of fun there. So I'm very excited to see what runs down. Sin, of course, on that ever so lovely Zyra. Gonna be watching that one. Right now, though, I gotta field the fun question once again. Actually, I won't do that just yet. I want to know which lane you're most curious about this time, because there are so many of those lane matchups that we're watching and saying, hey, what exactly is going to happen? Because my eyes are on the jungle. Very specifically, Lee Sin versus Karthus. It's annoying, it's frustrating, but it's one to watch. Am I in agreement? We'll start with Chibi.
I think the big thing is going to be here, right? How does Ramadan path around Lee Sin, right? It's the game of like cat and mouse, and if you can kind of get vision down on where the Lee Sin is going to start, if you can kind of figure out, are you guys going to split the jungle? Is he going to go red clear into full invade, right? How is this Karthus going to, navigate going against the Lee Sin, at least in the early game, so he doesn't leave himself susceptible to these early invades, right? How is he going to play around which lanes have lane prio? I'm very interested to see how this Karthus is going to path 3 minutes, 30 seconds, and stuff like that. And if he can avoid the initial Lee Sin aggression, he should be A-okay, and I think Versik should be pretty solid because their topside with Jax and Yone should be more than, self-sustainable in regards to keeping themselves alive, right?
It's, those were the other two lanes I wanted to watch for, and I was like, okay, I think we know where all our eyes are going to go as, like, the casters and everything, so I want to go to the one that may not see as much love. We talked about the fact that the Rakan was picked up immediately, almost, it feels, countered by that Temporal. I see the looks there, kind of wondering what's going down. Is that because of the bot lane, or are you curious about something else here?
I just noticed that Sin's playing Zyra.
Yes, I mentioned that and I was curious. I was like, I was going to leave it for a bit.
My head. We might be seeing the new technology. We might be seeing that just Jamsey wants to play Ashe today. We'll see how it goes, whether they swap positions roles as well. Quite exciting. Going to be mostly about that Enchanted Crystal into the rapid growth out from Zyra. That Wombo combo should be enough to absolutely eviscerate either a single member of Verzik's bot lane or both, and I think them playing hard before 6 with this Varus will be very difficult. The Karthus is not backer at that stage. Did want to comment on the Jax R5 very quickly though. This R5 makes no sense, Shader, and I hope if you see this, you've already proven me wrong, because what on earth is that? At this time, I believe K'Sante just takes Jax to the
he picks up one tank item.
Yeah, with the I'd still call it Magic Fire Cape. Not Magic, it's Sunfire Cape's brother. The Balmy Cinder just like lets you get out ahead of Jax. There's no Sundera to equate his damage. We saw that not be a problem for Camille last game, but it's cutting it close with a Karthus topside. If Lee Sin hits this Jax once or twice, he's gonna crumble.
Oh, poor Sheeta. We're just absolutely flaming all this. Just hey, let's go for the Jax.
If the players ask for this draft, and that's okay, and even if it's not the optimal one, we saw what happened to mine and Shivi's idea of a better draft last game that, has more integrity. It goes into the late game, but it's like pish, rubbish. Got absolutely folded in about 30 seconds. Maybe we go to Kevin's and Ramadan Ravager just walks away with a quadra kill. Who knows?
That was one of the kindest put downs I've ever heard there, Temporal. Let's go ahead and finish off the final round of predictions here. Let's start with Temporal. Who you got your money on? Who are you saying is going to take the dub?
Ready Esports, once they pass level 11, I can't help it. Ketsuo and Sin are just going to deal so much damage. This is going to be too much for Verzik to overcome. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'm so excited.
Right, give me Versik. Give me Versik. I'm
hey, let's go!
Into the Karthus jungle. Full faith, baby. This guy's gonna press R. All of Ruddy's gonna be deleted, and other than K'Sante, he's gonna be standing there like, where did everybody go?
Oh, that tickled. Ouch.
All right, everyone, welcome to NA versus EU, the new matchup. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our casters. We got the Mac and Rail going ahead and taking care of this final game of the day. Please go ahead and stay tuned because I'm excited. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Game 4 of the UKL, Day 1, Week 1. We are here, Ruddy versus Verzik. I am the Mac, and I'm here with Rail. How are you doing, Rail?
I'm doing very good. Also a nice little Pax Jax there, I see. Very rare skin, don't see that very often.
Wait, that's not Neo, that's Pax Jax, right? Or am I stupid?
That's just straight up Pax Jax.
A little flex from Shader.
Flex.
We love to see it. We love a little flex here. Very, very cool.
The only thing you missed, guys, was us getting very excited about this Zyra bot lane, which is not something you see all the time, but it is extremely strong.
It's certainly interesting, and I think Zyra is a pretty good pick. Been good for a while, and now people are actually, catching on to it. Feels really good. And with the new changes, and especially now with the World Atlas being as it is, you can kind of put Zyra in this AP role, go back, get that World Atlas, and it works. And it's really, really cringe. But it's great, and honestly, if it's in the game, it deserves to be exploited. And the fact that Ruddy are exploiting on this patch is really, really good. You know, it's not like, oh, well, they're ahead of the curve, but like they are, you know, playing ahead of the curve. They are taking advantage of something that is inherently broken, because it is. And the advantage it can give you is absolutely insane. I think, like, I guess, because how much is World Atlas, my friend?
That is a good question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. I think it's 400,
400
right?
gold, 400
400.
Gold.
So you're essentially making a profit.
Is it 350? In my head, I was like...
You're making like a profit of 600, right?
Yeah.
And then you can like keep the support item for a bit as well, like, kind of nuts.
Also, on top of having that, the push pressure you have in bot lane with Zyra Ashe means that you enable Lee Sin to go bot jungle any time he wants, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it to stop it. So, I mean, you've guaranteed yourself a very strong and powerful bot lane, which can kind of just facilitate themselves most of the time. So,
yeah, for sure. And I know we're gassing up Ruddy quite a bit, but I think it's oh no, it's not Ruddy. Sorry, no, it is Ruddy. It is Ruddy. I'm silly. Yeah, I know we're gassing up Ruddy quite a bit, but one thing I want to talk about really quickly. Yeah, this will be a Wet Noodle fight top lane. I'm not too worried about that. Although Wet Noodles was in first game. One thing I want to talk about briefly is this Karthus pick. I think it's pretty interesting here. Don't know how to feel about it in new meta with new items. Have you seen this pick so far, Real?
absolutely not. So I was very surprised when I seen it. I know he's okay. I don't think he's that strong.
This might be a kill for Shader, or maybe we see Akaz a bit off a bit more than he can chew, having to go back and try and get that XP, but Shader not able to quite finish the job. The flash forward will secure the kill. Come on, man, the mastery flash? Okay, this guy wants it.
Hey, listen, Shader deserves that after last split coming in very late and actually being pretty decent, even in the jungle. Showing out in the top lane early, especially with such a strong pick in Jax. As a champion you want to get ahead, it's definitely this.
For sure, we were seeing a little bit of lurking. Love the Cassante flex emote. Unfortunately, we aren't going to be able to see Crisis stop any backs there or really able to impact it, but it's more than, you know, more than happy to have the wave shot back into Akaz here, get that nice and collected. No, it doesn't feel great to lose out on, you know, getting like the first blood onto Shader here. Jax especially very strong at the moment, but you know, Ruddy, I think the analysts will have touched on this, but de facto should be the best team in the league right now with Tempest dropping out. Ruddy came second, very, very strong performance. The roster has not changed, nor should it, because they were very, very good. Really should give Verzik a run for their money, who arguably has lost their best player in Lars, but we're now seeing that Shader actually gives, you know, a little bit more, can give Shader a little bit more respect than I thought people they were giving him before.
I'm excited to see Ruddy Venom Press when that match comes around. I feel like that's going to be a really exciting one to watch and just seeing what they draft. But from what I've been sat on with this game, when I've been looking at the draft, I was literally sat watching Verzik and I was just like, pick Lilia, pick Lilia, pick Lilia, pick Lilia. It like, if you're going to pick an AP, Lilia's so perfect and just fits here.
But unfortunately, we are going to see the Karthus wall go a little bit wide. Yamsu may be able to walk out with his life. Is going down, ticking down. Auto will take him. Strangler able to collect that kill. Feels kind of bad there, especially after dodging so much, but well, might see a trade onto the top side. Nice wall jump there coming through from Shader. Looking for the engage here. I think Crisis wants a little bit more. Not going to be able to find anything. Strangler just going to be able to clear out this bot side. I think they're Noahs though. Look at that on my way ping.
Yeah,
Sin walking up should be able to push him off a little bit. Never mind, is able to secure that.
They're already collapsing though. Lee Sin getting the Void Grubs for free, but Karthus in danger.
Yeah, definitely bit off more than you can chew. Yamsu will not fall again. While the Void Grubs has been traded, and that's already 3 Void Grubs in the pocket of Ruddy. We saw the value of that last game. We were just touching on how strong we feel like these are. Being able to secure these early on should snowball it really, really hard. Now, I know Akaz is looking for a fight, but quite low on mana. Might have a follow-up here from Crisis. Will not be enough to kill. Shade able to just walk out, but is zoned off that wave.
Yeah, that's a nice little freeze that Akaz has going. So Akaz is more than happy with this, and even just Lee Sin showing his face back up there just makes it so Shader cannot break this freeze yet.
Oh, I don't envy how Shader's doing right now. Gets that early first blood, but the wave state is just really, really hard. We've had a lot of attention on this top side. You know, keep Akers in a more comfortable position here. The back not quite able to be stopped from Ketsu there. And honestly, the bot lane being able to survive by itself and not having a strong ganking jungler from Strangler as well, which would have really put the hurt on for the side of Ruddy if, you know, they had something that was able to play around this bot side. If they were giving up a lot of top control, is actually going to really hurt Verzik in the long run here. Doesn't feel great and doesn't give them a lot of autonomy in this early game.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a lot more powerful AP junglers you can pick, and one of them, you might even laugh at me for this, is actually Brand. He's actually very good right now and has extremely fast clear. Being able to beat... Don't talk about Teemo. Brand tends to beat most junglers out on clear speed right now.
Nah, no way! Don't let it happen to you! Brexit means Brexit. Crisis stealing that one away. Will get traded out here, probably by the Flash. Strangler, no mana, has to just use those autos. Sin should be able to walk out of this one, although we are going to see the Fate Seal flashed away. Frame one last second. Very, very nice. The Dragon Steel taking down a trade on one, but I think they'll be happy about that one.
Oh, for sure. You know that was an anger chase by Verzik. They were like, okay, Infernal, let's take this home. And then in comes Brexit, says, you know what? This is mine today, boys, and just gets absolutely run down for it. But for his team, you'll happily die for that.
For sure. Tickle looking for a little bit more here. I don't think they can really look for the kill there. Maybe just a little bit of disruption, getting them low, putting them in a position. But they already want to back here, surely. Doesn't have TP time, so maybe not. But, you know, Yone, an interesting champion this season. Kind of just is Yone, right?
Yeah, sort of the similar to what it was towards the end of last season. Just had like a massive spike of searches. People like, okay, this champion is actually good. Maybe we should play him a bit more because, you know, his E is very broken. But now having that freedom to build whatever item he wants to helps him so much.
It's a really interesting thing with talking a lot about the itemization changes and how they've kind of changed the way that, you know, people play, but never mind, we're not going to get onto that because there is an invade here coming through onto Crisis. Will he walk out with his life? That is 3 people from Verzik hunting him down. No flash available. Jump from Shader will collect the kill. That is a 2-0 Jax now, but still with a slight farm deficit. Being able to, you know, push that gold lead a little bit further ahead. Just 1k here at this 9-minute mark. Not going to be a huge gap, but Ruddy's probably not playing for, you know, super strong. Well, I would say Ruddy's not playing for super strong early, but they do have that Lee Sin versus Garthus, and that might become a problem the later on the game goes.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially if Lee Sin is behind in this matchup, which currently is 0-2. Bomb is still fairly even. He's only about a camp behind, so it's not too bad. But he's not going to scale great. Like, Lee Sin will fall off very hard if he cannot make these plays. So he needs to make a bit more happen, but he's pathing towards the top side to try to shut down Shader.
Yeah, we are going to see that continued fight break out. I think Narland trying to bait Shader into that tussle. Unfortunately, Akker's not able to get that bait properly. Breaks it. Not able to walk that in, although All Out has been popped. Should not be able to jump away. No wards available. Will fall shut down onto the Cassante. Strangler waiting in the wings. Might be able to clear up. Look at that damage from just one Skittle here. A lot of pumping damage here from the Lay Waste. But unfortunately, it is a Karthus. There's only so much you can do on a Karthus against baby people here. The Ashe ult from downtown directly into the Emperor's Divide. Really, really nice cleanup. Good coordination. Yamsu already rotating up for the Grubbies. The Kevins should fall. And yeah, just really unfortunate for Verzik. They try and find something, but
the timing was just off because now they're going to lose all the Grubs for their actions. They try making a play Shader a little bit early. Karthus wasn't close enough yet.
Could have nice CC enough. Chain here. Gonna get the Fate Seal directly into the grand entrance. Will, like, I mean, like, what are you gonna do about that? You're a Zyra without flash. It's kind of hard. You can only sidestep so much, right?
Yeah, and it's Yone's playing ground. Like, if you're a mobile champion without a dash, he's going to E once he stacks his Q twice, and then you're prime target number 1. Doesn't matter what CC you have, he's gonna ult into Q, and then you're pretty much gonna be dead.
Oh no, Yamsu. Face checking that bush, does not realize how much control the side of Verzik has in this jungle. We're starting to see things slip away here, although only a 1k gold lead, and yes, already has traded those 6 grubs, so there is an angle for a very quick comeback later on.
Definitely a messy early game.
Yeah. Oh, very, very nice Varus ult coming through here. This should be a clean tower dive. We are going to see very, very brief tanking here from the side of Rakan. Just out of tower range as well, so the Ashel isn't going to lead to much, and able to collect more jungle farm here for Karthus, getting them further and further ahead. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a weird one. This game is very odd, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, I do too. Really good juggle on the tower aggro, but Lee Sin is back here to play again.
Might toss them back in. 1-2. Knocking them straight back. Not able to get all out. Just on cooldown. Brexit will finish that off with a nice Q to the face. In the pocket of Crisis. Got to feel pretty good. In the meanwhile, Tickle or Tykel is pushing down here. Like, just doing the... It's so... I love the Soul Unbound stuff. It's so silly. So funny. Such funny trading.
Talking of trading, Karthus is looking to trade the dragon for this. It is going to be first tower going down for Akers. They had a game plan from the start already. They've been looking to target Shida from the get-go. And yes, they have him at a farm deficit, but he still has 2 kills, so he still has a decent bit of gold in his pocket. But they are trying to keep him out of this game for as long as possible, and that is clear what Ruddy wants to do.
And it's interesting because we were saying there was a slight lead before, but now Ruddy has caught that up. They are slightly ahead in gold, and they do have a very clear objective advantage now with that first turret gold being picked up. Those Void Mites were doing a lot of work as well. Cassante, sure, with the Demolish, doesn't, like, has like a bit of tower push, but you just saw how much that tree damage over time was stacking up. Especially with Place Up as well, does not get bonus resistances when those plates fall. It will just go straight through those, so it's really, really good at sieging these. Lots of early gold in that side. We are looking for a full collapse here. Soren J burning that cleanse instantly. Really, really nice engage from Dokai. Strangler with the ult instantly slammed down. Fate sealed on to Akers. Should be able to be collected. That is 2 TPs dedicated to this bot lane fight, as it should look for something in the mid lane. Looking for more towers. Has those Void Mites taking Strangler. Looking for something else as well. Brexit will not just fall. Shader, maybe a bit of more than he can chew. It does not matter, actually. There is 8 billion people tanking this tower right now. Brexit will not fall. Wow, what an execution. And Strangler once more, obviously. Lay Waste coming through. Should lay waste to Sin's health bar, and this guy is dropping. This guy is not dropping. This guy is dropping.
They get Lee Sin instead.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Wrong guy. My bad, guys. Cast a cursing live in action smile. Don't worry about it.
It's always the fun game of watching Karthus. You're just counting how many Qs can he hit. You're like, 1, 2...
Wait, this fight is still going, by the way. Like, look at this positioning. We do have the instant TP coming through here from Akers. All out is available. Strangler will fall. We are going to see Akers still hunt for more instant TP coming through from, like, Sin as well. I think that's 4 TPs burned on this bot fight. Crazy.
Nearly a 2-minute long play as well, what we just witnessed. And
always happens.
To make it worse, actually, there's nothing up outside. There's no dragon to gain from this. Like, it was just a sheer brawl for the fact that both teams just wanted to fight. Obviously, Rift Herald going to be the next big objective, which will be looked at straight after this.
Mid tower also falls for that. I'd be curious to see how many plates Katsuo got before that fell. I don't think it was a ton, but that's still gold in the pocket, and being able to get that turret down as well, really important. Opened up the map a little bit. Crisis in a crisis situation. Caught a little bit here. Nah, just ward dashes out. Nice and clean, easy, simple. Going back to farming. Does not have that control towards Rift Herald though, just because that top lane tower will now fall. The waves need to be ping pong back and forth. Does have that mid tower open. Sin is still remaining bot side to match Soren J. Wonder if they'll try and look for something soon-ish.
Yeah, so at the moment for Verzik, as soon as they get Jax to 2 items, he is going to be an absolute menace in this game. But it's just a case of getting to that point, because already I've done is just try slowing him down. And as soon as they get to that mark with Verzik, they can start to 1-4, they can 1-3-1, and then you've got the assistance of the Karthus as well when you're doing the 1-3-1. it works out pretty well. You just don't have much to stop the Lee Sin going forward, other than a Rakan. So you have to play this really careful if you're Verzik in terms of how you want to assign these lane assignments.
For sure. I wanted to touch briefly before a fight starts out on... Never mind, I'm not even going to get that opportunity. No, I will. I lied. Zyra farming down there in the bot lane, being able to match that Varus without even interacting. I don't know if you saw that wave of plants that Varus simply cannot walk up to without getting chunked. Just free hitting on those minions, clearing that wave, makes it so that they cannot leave bot lane without losing that tower, because that wave is instantly shoved so quickly. Yamsu now joining Sin down in this bot lane, likely trying to get a little bit of farm to continue to, you know, stop that World Atlas farm prevention on Sin here. And looking for more turrets as well. 2 people, 2 DOTs from the 6 Void Grubs stacking up on these towers will put it down so quickly. We are going to see the ult slam to get some damage down. First strike gold, stacking up, racking up, will end up getting a little bit of damage down before this Herald fight. And ends up picking up the Herald pretty much uncontested, as Drake is up in 30 seconds.
Is looking for Yone in our bot side as well as a retaliation, and he's not even needed.
That's a nice, clean, easy CC chain. Probably the only thing that deals with this Yone reasonably, with the Ash Arrow directly into the Zyra plants, CC, all that good stuff. And, you know, that should be another turret taken down. And that is Inhib turret already now attempting to be sieged on for the side of Ruddy. That's a lot of map space opened up. And yeah, sure, they have the Rift Herald, but it's definitely not going to feel as good as having the entirety of bot lane almost opened up.
So now, Mac, I got a question. Are you ready for a brawl? Because it's definitely going to happen around this
dragon.
Both
Put me in!
Are looking for it. Both teams want this aggression. I do have a question for you after, but I'll wait on that one because I don't think it'll be too long before the action starts with both these teams. Both of them have been aggressive this game and both been proactive in trying to find these plays or engages.
100%. We are going to see, and this is interesting from Ruddy, choosing to actually continue to put pressure onto this mid position, putting up the Azir turret, should be able to siege that tier 2, looking to open up once again another Inhib tower, putting them pressure like, yes, start that Drake, see what happens, man. Like, we'll just take this turret for free. Look at this damage. It's absolutely ridiculous. Look at the might spawning. That is absolutely insane. Demolish will proc, actually gets that down. Rift Herald summoned. No drive-bys, unfortunately. Although, has anyone hopped into it? Yeah, Jax with the interesting rotation, that's for sure. Down into the bot side, probably looking to crack open bot turret. She will not make it all the way to charge into it. I stand corrected. She will make it all the way to charge into it. Ends up getting that turret. Nice trade coming through. Ends up being able to, you know, find that and the Drake, so they have a little bit more map space to work with.
And he's back in
double charge.
But he is in prime danger.
Oh, pins in between a block and a hard place. But should be able to just walk out here. Surely Ketsuru does not. Yep, there we go. Surely he does not just do what every Azir player does. Emperor's Divide. Ends up having to flash the insect there. She's just farming. This guy's just farming. He does not care that these people are here. Ends up falling anyways. The turret almost goes as well. Nice trade coming here on to Tickle, picking off Yamsu, who has surprisingly got shut down. Finished the Campunk Chainsword, which I'm sure is making LS very, very angry right now.
Probably, but there's not a lot of things that don't make him angry at this stage in the game.
Very true.
That's why I stopped caring about what makes him angry, what doesn't. He'd cry about Renekton, yet Renekton was winning games.
Renekton's weak champion, man. Renekton's weak, bro.
My question for you. Would you have actually gone Sundra Sky first on Lee Sin this game? Because, personally, with how many squishy targets there are on Verzik, I feel like you still get a lot of out of Eclipse this game. Despite not having that lethality in it anymore, it's still 70 AD. It's still a heavy hitting item.
I'm inclined to agree as well. It gives a little, like... It's not as quite sustained bulk in a fight, right? You're not getting like the constant procs of Sundered Sky, getting your health back. But honestly, as you've said, targets are so squishy, you kind of just want them dead in one rotation. And that's maybe an issue that we'll see later on with this build path. I think Sundered Sky, definitely a good item though at the moment as well. We do see it picked up on a lot of priority bruiser targets. But yeah, it's a weird one. And especially going directly into Spear of Shojin, I kind of would have preferred Eclipse actually, now I think about it.
Yeah, the general build I see the most is Sundra Sky, Black Cleaver, Eclipse or Sterex. But I just feel like Eclipse first item would have had so much value because of the squishy nature of the team of Verzik.
What is the value of this Spear of Shojin as well for Lee Sin here? I feel like it's not a ton. Unless I'm stupid.
Not as much as it used to be. It's still a good item because you still have good stats on it, good HP, good AD, and still ability haste. And ability haste isn't as easy to obtain anymore.
Yeah, for sure. We are just going to see a little siege coming through here from Akers, and we'll not be able to get pins off Ketsuo, shadowing him as 3 people also sieging this mid lane. Will not be able to get any Void Mites. Just a really nice set of wave clear coming through here from the side of Verzik. But we were saying how Ruddy kind of, I don't know, they were like working on like a rough timer, but like, I don't know, I feel like Ruddy's still really, really ahead, and we're now seeing the power of this sieging Void Mites come through, and I don't know, Ruddy are kind of just... they're in a really good spot map-wise here, and whilst it might look kind of even, I feel like just how open Ruddy has made this map has made it really hard. And if you look at the gold distribution as well, it's not like a huge amount distributed anywhere in particular. If anything, the 2k gold lead is probably just on the K'Sante mostly.
No, I definitely agree with your statement. Like, Ruddy are playing pretty clean macro in terms of what they want to aim for. They're getting it every time. They've only lost a dragon because they didn't want to face check it. They didn't have priority to be there because they had to get the resets off. So just a smart decision. So they're still getting value of what they want. They're still hitting these towers and cracking open the base slowly but surely. So they're still getting everything they wanted to do when they set out for it. And something I want to touch upon, the Kaenic Recurn on K'Sante is a smart buy here because Jax is hybrid. Jax has so many AP ratios since they did the small change on him. So K'Sante actually gets big value out of this item.
For sure. And especially as well, just the stats on general really, really nice for K'Sante's all out, but the team will not be able to go all out here on Dokai, not quite being able to take out the Romanian support here. And yeah, I do want to touch briefly again on Kaenic. If K'Sante is just out of combat, like what is this Carvazal ever doing? Like genuinely to K'Sante. K'Sante is just always in a good spot as well when he goes all out. Does not lose that shield if he's like dropping that health instantly. Gives him a lot of sustain, a lot of longevity in fights, and like I don't know, the whole of I don't know, their team isn't really that super equipped to deal with, especially as well Varus if we're talking about hybrid damage, Yone if we're talking about hybrid damage. Pretty much every champion that isn't Karthus deals hybrid damage on enemy team.
Yep, and this dragon is going to be taken pretty much for free because Karthus is in that top side. He's hovering around the Baron, but like without your Yone, it's not going to be too much of an option. You can go for it still. Karthus does have good damage, but you need to commit for something here.
I was going to say with the Varus they should be able to... shred it, but it's not on here Varus. It is that lethality build. Instead they are going to choose to set up a trap, not a reverse tempo trap as a famous coach Nichons would call it, but they are setting up a trap nonetheless. Nice physical control will just end up resetting here. They realized, okay, they're not quite falling for the bait. Ruddy knows all about those tempo traps.
How can you set a trap when you're playing against an Ashe? That's the problem.
That's so true, actually.
You cannot sit there. You had to commit to just starting or going for something else, and they went for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like, speaking of trapping, we are gonna see something. Sorry, my end is a little bit buggy at the moment.
Me and you both.
You know what? I'm just gonna pretend like shape. You know what? This is just Prime League of Legends, shape and colors, right? Like that's all we are. That's all anything is really, but these shapes and colours will not be converging and clashing into each other as Ruddy is not quite falling for that bait. Sin in a not ideal position, has to burn that flash, ends up getting the root down. Insane ultimate picked off here. Nolan just running at them all out directly onto this. Karthus is going to be able to tank that Varus ult with the unstoppable on the K'Sante W. Very, very nice. And look, just an instant pick here onto Tickle is going to make it really, really, really hard for them to walk in. And as you said, even if they get the kills and they continue to look for this team fight, where's your Baron shred either? Like, you've now lost your Yone. It's really, really tough. We are going to see that ult popped here. Not going to do a ton, actually. It's kind of sad how little damage this Karthus is doing in this situation, but maybe when a team fight breaks out, it could be a little different. Shader can't walk in, though. Ruddy will be able to walk out with that 5-man Baron buff, or should be able to walk out with that 5-man Baron buff. Yeah, not great for Verzik.
That's the problem for Verzik right now. They can't find a clean engage, because in terms of your engage, all you're sitting on is a Rakan for engage, and a Rakan into Ashe, Azir, Lee Sin, Zyra,
Nah.
even Cassante, you have
It's
so much
over.
pushback.
Never mind. It's Rakan.
There's no way you can run at them or even jump at them. You're going to be pushed straight back into your own team, where you're going to deliver someone else to your team.
Speaking of delivering someone else to your team, one thing I've noticed with the way they can engage these fights, playing with Akkas around Sin is interesting. Zyra can set up these long-range plants, and plants do count as a friendly entity that Cassante can dash to. So he gets that double dash range without needing like a teammate to initiate it for him, without needing a teammate to engage, without needing to be an all-out. So it kind of can be like an unexpected long-range catch from this Cassante, which feels kind of good for Ruddy. Don't know if that's playing off in these fights. Don't know if we end up actually seeing that come into play, but could be a cool, neat little tech that it can be set up for this team.
I mean, talking of tech, Ruddy technically have triple insect abilities.
Oh yeah.
They've got a Zed,
yeah,
Sid,
they do.
and Cassante. Like, no one is safe at tower. No one.
I mean, it's Ruddy's map now. Everything's coming up Ruddy. As that top lane turret should fall. Sin might get caught. Dokai dodging that that route will be able to find the engage there onto Sin. Unfortunately, Sin has been doing the brunt of the tanking this game. Doesn't feel good when you're the primary, you know, I guess bot lane carry, although it doesn't really feel like he's carrying more so than facilitating the rest of his team. We're going to see Yamsu pop that ult. No engage able to be found for Crisis here. Slowly whittling away this tower with this cannon minion. In the meantime, we are going to see Akkas just poking down that bot tower. Bot tower should fall next. These minions will be able to siege it. Tycho will try and, you know, stop that from happening. I think Akkas should be able to stay around long enough that cannon minion might be able to poke it down. No, has to focus that wave. But never mind, actually ends up getting that turret.
And here's where I kind of actually feel a little bit sorry for Ketsuo, because, like, he's 0-0-2, right? And you look at it and you think, oh, he's probably not done much this game if you've not watched it from the start. But he's actually been putting out so much damage, just not collecting kills, and everyone else has just been finishing him off. So, Ketsuo doesn't look like he's done much, but he's actually been doing work this game.
For sure. And I was going to say that's another turret falling, but I got baited. That's Azir. Akka's not really able to be caught out ever here. No, couldn't say the same for Crisis, but look at how beefy this Cassante is. It just absolutely tanking so much, and you can see the Rukun shield already refreshed. Not that it had taken much damage in the first place, because Cassante very, very strong at the moment. What a flash engage here from Ketsuo. Really, really nice Shurima shuffle with that bonus flash. Soren J absolutely cannot really do anything about that, and will not even be able to pick up Ketsuo. Has the shielding there from the Cassante, forcing Soren J to recall outside of this fight. They should be able to just run down this Cassante with the all-out. Look at how much damage this guy does. Really, really ahead, and it's showing, and the towers will fall. We are going to see these inhibs get chunked out. A desperate attempt will have to be made here from Verzik if they want to stay in this game. The TP's coming through. Shader will be caught. Ketsuo not able to quite find it. Fate's call, well, not Fate's call, yeah, Fate's sealed, blocked away from escape here. Brexit just a kick to the face, will take them out. Another Ash arrow comes through, takes them like another kill, and there's only so much you can do against this force. And look, Ketsuo wants everything. He wants it all. He's going for these kills. This tower needs to be taken down though, guys. Sin also being taken down, but there is a wall named Akkas standing directly in front of Yamsu right now. Everyone is 1 HP. Just end the game, man. Oh, did Ruddy throw? I don't think they can end now. That's not good.
I mean, maybe?
No, they can't end. There's no way they can end. It's doomed.
Akkas is trying his best to survive everything, but...
God damn it, guys. Stop playing for content. Anyways, it's fine. Cassante's only so beefy if the rest of your team isn't dead.
It's still
You know,
wild,
like-
just looking at the score though, Mac. Like, looking at the score, ignore the gold values, ignore everything else. You look at the kills and you're thinking, okay, Verzik's in the lead. But they're not. Ruddy have just been playing their game and making Verzik play their game. And it shows their strat of just shutting down Shader, not letting him play the game, just narrowed down Verzik's conditions of how they can play the game, if they can split, if they can go side lanes, if they can
but the
contest.
steal angle is real. maybe we are going to see that Crypt Bloom do a
He's
little
done
bit of
it
work.
again.
It's like, I was going to say, that Crypt Bloom gets him in, like, enough health to get in and out. Really nice pickup from Sin here. Very underrated item. Love to see it. Really good on the supportive mages, guys. Invest in Crypt Bloom stonks. It's big. It's huge. Speaking of big and huge, the big and huge lead that Ruddy will be pushing down this mid lane that should end the game. Unfortunately, Yamsu is going to be caught by Varusel. Should be taken down here by, surprisingly, a Karthus that still does 0 damage
This is
after
why I
30
say
minutes
it
in the
again.
game.
Karthus is not that great right now. There's so many better AP champions, and it's showing because Karthus got kills this game. He got farmed this game. He didn't get invaded that much this game. He got an ideal Karthus situation in that regard, but his damage is just not there.
It's so rough. Like I feel bad for this guy, but also you drafted it, so there's a certain element of responsibility here. We are going to see that Ashel go slightly wide. This massive final team fight. Karthus going gold and ends up ticking away, and Tikal is actually able to find enough people that this fight actually doesn't look winnable for Ruddy anymore at all, going all out, but it's not going to be enough. Sin walking away, 2 will get out, 3 have fallen, and yet this game still is going on with 3 inhibs open and a Nexus at like, I don't know, I'm not good at percentages. How much percent HP is that? That's like 7/8?
What if Ruddy throw this game?
Nah, no, don't say that. Don't say that. No. Okay, Verzik last split was a team that were underdogs that somehow kept getting wins. No offense, guys. Not that you're bad players. You just kept getting wins somehow. This is how it starts again. I don't want to see a repeat of last split. Please, Ruddy.
But they're just looking for the base. They say you can have the Baron. They're just running it straight mid with Cassandra Zyra.
You've got 2 synced waves. You've got 2 almost synced waves here coming through from the bot and the mid. Like, Shayna can only clear so much, guys. Zyra should be able to get rid of these minions. And look, like, they aren't getting this Baron. We aren't going to see this Yone show up in time. The rest of the waves are crashing. Dokai is going to be able to find Sin. No one is able to access this guy. Still has the ult available. Crypt Bloom ready to pop as well. Should keep them a little bit more healthy, but unfortunately, Akers is caught out again. And it just feels like Ruddy are just like, I don't know. It feels like none of these fights are in their favor, and it's like a team that went from such dominant play before is now struggling. Saying that though, Ketsuo is here to clean up, and there are a lot of waves crashing into this Nexus, and all of these people are pretty low HP. Unfortunately, will pop the Edge of Night from the Varus here, but it does not matter. Ruddy are able to actually end this game. But guys, can you stop making me stressed? I'm not enjoying the energy we're putting forward here.
They only just delayed it another extra like 10 minutes when they could have ended the game, you know? Just Ruddy things, just having fun with their
Very
food.
cool. You know what? We like content here on the UKL. So, you know, it's day 1, it's week 1. Can't emphasize that enough. What a set of games we've had today. Really, really nice. We're gonna head over to Analyst Desk, where they're gonna break down the silliness of that game and maybe follow on from some of the points that we were saying. So make sure you stay tuned for that.
And we're back, excited, because, my gosh, there were some moments where I was holding my breath. I said, game over, it's over. It's not over. Listen, this is the UKEL. This ain't no NA. We get action at every single moment. And it kicked off from freaking minute 6. There were a couple steals that Temporal we were excited for. We were like, it shouldn't have happened, but it did.
Yeah, it was a little bit crazy. We'll just take a breather. We'll decompress after the Ruddy experience. You know, if it should be clean, we don't want it clean. We want it messy. We want the blood and guts. And it's Strangler here. Really thought we got the objective lead. Something great. Look at this. 41 hit points left as a crisis. Brexit in game. Took that dragon away. He'd taken all the Kevins. He took the first dragon. Only the Rift Herald and some of the later dragons missing from Ruddy's repertoire there. As they cleaned house in the early game, even if there were a few moments where it was maybe a little overextension.
Yeah, I had some moments, right, where I was sweating. Right? It was like, oh, what's gonna happen here? And then you know what?
We do that over here.
I was just very unimpressed. The biggest blue ball was the Karthus ultimate. I was coming down on, it's gonna do a lot of damage. Nothing.
Yeah. I wasn't a fan.
pickled.
There was one not long after that Dragonsteel, and it was just time to get some gold, and then it was missing from the next fight. And it was missing from the next fight. While one of them was a win, I was just like, wouldn't that look better with Karthus all over the top? And then you actually run some money? Like, crazy thought.
And that actually had very big consequences because we saw the rest of the game kind of lull out to the fact that everyone on the side, just on the side of Versik, just kind of wanted to farm. You saw that in their mindset. They wanted to scale up. They wanted to get to that point, and they just kept losing things over and over. And it was just that snowball because it was, at the end of the day, it was so quiet. It felt like the entire time as we saw Ruddy literally push for free, I think, all the way up till I think it was like, we saw one at 24, but the big one was at 28 minutes, where it was just a massive breakthrough. I mean, Shibby, we were sitting there like, this is almost game over.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. The power of 6 grubs, even if you don't get the Rift Elder, as we do see a play onto the mid lane. I mean, this was just really, really nicely well played from them, right? I mean, the big thing is that, this K'Sante, we talked about it, he died early a little bit. He had some missteps, but this dude could tank 3 teams of the UKEL, right? They could send 15 champions on him, and I think this dude would somehow end out completely unscathed. It was kind of crazy how much time he was buying, and with the playmaking ability from Ruddy on the other lanes, the push power. You lose that one team fight, the wife takes the house, the kids, the goldfish. Man, she didn't even leave you the tricycle. It's all gone.
I think there's also a point worth touching on that. We've seen a bit of a brain drain from the top lane in the UKEL. Battery was here last split on Tempest, huge face. Synapse Sprinter, even if Arcadia weren't very successful in the toe-to-toe, showed off really big. Ak is pretty much the last name there of those big names, and he's going to be the one to beat. He's going to be the one to watch for people like Kenji. And talking of one Dragonsteel, how about second Dragonsteel?
This one felt dirty. We just had to include it because it just shows the level of control I think that was held over these global objectives, right? Like, look at this. It was so clean that you're looking there, it's just like, that is Lee Sin in a nutshell. If you ever have a Lee Sin on your team, that's what you want. Control over objectives, whether your team is there or not. You're like, for us, we're like, oh my gosh, there's a steal. On the team, they're just like, that's another day in the park. I don't know what you're talking about. We do this all the time. We never have control over the objectives. We got a Lee Sin. We don't have to worry about that.
It's that sort of like, you'll just see the steal notification come through, like, expect it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Feel that coming. It's mile away.
And it felt good, I think, for Ruddy. For a team that is coming back in here, all 5 members still looking to kind of push their way through as a team to watch for. I think it's very impressive. Right? You know how to, maybe it was a little bit slow, right? The early first blood on the top side, maybe not what you wanted, but overall, the team looked good. The question, though, to me, and this is for you, Temporal, is do they look as good as the previous split, and do we expect them to improve ever further as well?
We definitely expect improvement. We saw Ruddy being the best to adapt to technologies. They were on like Cassiopeia carry in the bot lane with Twitch AP support last split when they had a sub in, and that was the optimal lineup. We saw the double farming support item today. That'll go out in the next patch, but I expect Ruddy to be like low to the ground and really hungry for like new tech, the best of the new season. I think, with the K'Sante early lock-in as well, they knew that wouldn't be an issue. Despite like one small 1v1 drop, the 2v2, the extended play in topside was all their way. They've commanded this game since draft. I'm excited to see how they want to take that through the rest of the split.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ruddy is contacting the second best Taric in Africa for the builds. Like they're so low to the ground.
Man.
They are insane, right? They know some underground like warehouse D&B stuff, bro. That's how deep they are in the goo. That's what I would say.
To quote the best of British broadcasting, I can't accept drum and bass, only jungle. And we've got the standard already as well.
Gotta love it, because that is the final game on the day. Let's take a look at those standings. As you can see, we got some fantastic teams here lined up. Day 1 is done. Lions Creed sitting at the top alongside Nuclear as well as Ruddy and Venom Crest. Velfest as well as DMG, Paragon and Versik are all going to attempt to find wins later on in the week. Gotta ask, we'll start with you, Shibby. Any of these matches really stand out to you? Was there one that you really enjoyed? I know we got to cover the last 2, but maybe one of the earlier 2 really piqued your interest?
I mean, I really liked the Nuclear Vikings match. I think it was a really cool way to start the day, right? In regards to like week 1 of the UKEL, and I had a real fun time watching it, hearing the commentators. I think it was really cool. I'm gonna show some bias. The Ruddy match was cool. I got to see Karthus. I got to see some fun back and forth. Cassante was unkillable. Yeah, I think those 2 matches for me were some of the most enjoyable today.
Yeah, it's a joy to have Ruddy back on. And you mentioned Nuclear Vikings. I'm happy to see Laowai back, like an absolute veteran. I used to play a little bit when Laowai was at his maybe peak popularity. I see you there, buddy. I saw you in Twitch chat last split watching Four Nations. You're like, I can do this. Go on, then. He's back. He's doing it. I'm most excited for Lion's Creed. Lion's Creed is mutated out of a university team called Cabbage Core, or the Cabbage Patch. Depends which iteration you want to go back to. And they've cleaned up the university scene. They've cleaned up the UK LAN scene, even though we're a small island, you know. We're still out here. We've still got League of Legends LANs. Insomnia, they're the winners of the last few. 4 times now for Captain Porp in the jungle. And I think I turned around and said to him at the last LAN, cast the finals, I was just like, when are you gonna go online? When are you gonna win the big leagues? And he was just like, oh, just like showing up to Insomnia and winning. He's showing up here. I think Lion's Creed looked really good. I want to see a whole split long. I want to see more of it from the 11th best jungler in the NLC First Division.
I like it. I like it. And honestly, that is just a glimpse. Remember, this is day 1.
Oh, we're just getting started.
There's so much more to look forward to. So again, the UKEL Four Nations broadcast, it has been a pleasure here. We had a fantastic broadcast set as well as fantastic teams throughout the entirety of the day. We get to see them all again on Thursday. These teams will be running back a few more, maybe some new faces, I'm not too sure, but we will have the broadcast at the same time and hopefully some more amazing games. This is just day 1. More tech will be found out soon, and I'm sure we're going to have even more fun and maybe some more highlights, maybe some more lowlights, maybe not flashing into, you know, arrows or whatnot. Well, hopefully not.
We got to roll with both.
We got to roll with both. The highs and the lows and everything in between. Shibby, Temporal, any final words you'd like to say?
I'm gonna catch this one. It has been an honor. Thank you both for coming across the pond. You know, things are what they are in America right now. Amateur League is very complicated, something we're very akin to with the UKL Four Nations coming back after an extended hiatus. It's been a pleasure, and thank you so much for joining.
Shibby, any words?
Could have fooled me. Would have been NA as well. I could just take the nameplates.
We embrace the chaos.
All right. Yeah, we're just watching home term. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Yeah. We brought the love here. It's great. Oh my gosh, I love it. And hopefully we get even more. Shout out to everyone in the production crew as well. There are so many people making this broadcast work behind the scenes. And of course, to all you viewers at home, thank you so much for tuning in because we do this for you guys and hopefully you all enjoyed it as well. Thank you so much for tuning in and please have a fantastic day or night.
We got